A Song of Ice and Fire is George R. R. Martin's world-famous fantasy series. And today, comrades all around the world, we'll be diving headfirst into, well, all of it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, all of it. I will be taking you, dear viewer, on a journey for these next 7.5 hours. Oh gosh. As we summarize the major events that take place across all 5 currently released books within the A Song of Ice and Fire series, catching you up to speed all the way through to the end of A Dance with Dragons. Why am I doing this? Because I'm crazy! And because my name is The Advocate, and today I'm an advocate for a complete summary of the entire A Song of Ice and Fire series. So just in case you might want a refresher on the 2% chance we ever see the Winds of Winter someday, or if you have never read the books but have watched the Game of Thrones TV show and want to know how the books differentiate themselves from the TV show, or if you have no intention on reading the books or watching the TV show, but you just want to look cool in front of your friends by showing off all the knowledge that you've acquired about this series, then this video is for you. Now, just a heads up, despite my best efforts and all my research and the copious amounts of notes I took during my previous read-through of this series, I may still get a few things wrong here and there throughout this full series summary. So if I do, I ask that you please be kind to me and politely correct me down in the comment section below. These videos take a very long time to make, so I would really greatly appreciate just a little bit of grace. Timestamps are located below should you choose to skip ahead to a particular book. But if you're in this video for the long haul, then stick around as we're starting this party off with where it all began. The debut A Song of Ice and Fire book that was released on August 1st, 1996, A Game of Thrones. Spoilers ahoy! Like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoy. So I've got here a map of Westeros and Essos, the 2 continents that are the predominant setting for this book series. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to take a look at our characters here within the book series, at least within this first book, and see how they kind of move and migrate around this world map as we kind of narrate the events that happen within this first book. So hold on to your butts, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the summary of A Game of Thrones. So for those of you who are brand new and have no idea what this series is even about, the Game of Thrones series, or A Song of Ice and Fire, if you're a book purist like myself, predominantly follows a couple of families within this giant world, predominantly the continent of Westeros. This world consists of kings and queens and high lords and rulers and just all sorts of medieval European goodness mixed in with a little bit of fantasy, because we actually have a fantastical element within this series known as the Others, who function as the kind of chaotic evil within this series. They're just essentially a bunch of mythical ice zombies that, as of the beginning of A Game of Thrones, predominantly exist in small numbers here north of the Wall, but as the series goes on, they will go ahead and maybe grow their numbers and potentially, we haven't gotten to that point in the series yet, but potentially move south of the Wall and maybe take care of a few things down here in Westeros. So yeah, the predominant characters that happen to populate this book, in particular this book series, consist of this family called the Stark family. And they are a family that live in this northern town of Westeros called Winterfell, a relatively cold, I think of like a northern Scottish town when I think of Winterfell, obviously with the giant castle there being in the foreground. And the predominant characters that live in this town of Winterfell consist of a High Lord named Eddard Stark. He's our main character who will follow for about 60% of this first book. Eddard Stark, he's a good nobleman. He's a good guy. I love this man. He's kind of your standard stereotypical fantasy protagonist, but he's a good dude and you want to see him succeed. His wife Catelyn Stark, who's a very worried mother of her children. You have their children, Robb Stark, who's the eldest son. He's a 15-year-old boy who's learning the ways of how to rule the land of Winterfell. The eldest daughter, Sansa Stark, who's a little bit naive, but a kind of your prototypical example of what a High Lord lady is supposed to be like, a lady of Winterfell. You have her younger sister, Arya Stark, a 9-year-old rambunctious girl who loves going against the grain and kind of has all these kind of anti-feminine things going on for her, where she goes against the grain, much to the chagrin of her parents. Bran Stark, he's a 7-year-old boy who likes to climb, and yeah, he's just a 7-year-old boy. I'm not gonna lie, guys, out of all the characters in this series, Bran Stark is probably my least favorite. He's probably the least interesting character to follow. And the youngest son, Rickon Stark, he's a 4-year-old boy who probably has a lot less to do within the series, but he's a rambunctious boy who's a little bit of an aggressive boy, kind of throws a few temper tantrums here and there. So Eddard Stark, despite being a man of honor, at some point he actually may have slept around because he fathered a bastard son named Jon Snow. Jon Snow is a 14-year-old bastard son of Eddard Stark, not from Catelyn, birthed by a mysterious mother. He's a kind of an angry teenager, wants to know who his mom is, only Eddard Stark knows that secret, and he just does, he wants to know. He's a curious boy, he's a curious young lad. And then you have Theon Greyjoy, who is not a Stark, but actually someone who was raised within Winterfell for the past 10 years of his life. I believe he's 18 years old, and he was actually taken hostage from a different family who lives out here in the Iron Islands called the Greyjoy family. And about 10 years prior to the events of the Game of Thrones, there was a giant war between the Iron Islands, who rebelled basically against all of Westeros because they didn't want to be ruled by King Robert Baratheon, who we'll get to here in a bit. And essentially the Iron Islands lost that war because they're stupid. It's just, a couple of these islands fighting against this entire continent. Of course they're going to lose. So they got their asses handed to them, and as retribution, Eddard Stark decided to take Theon Greyjoy as his ward, his hostage, just to kind of teach the Greyjoys a lesson if they ever decide to rise up again. Eddard or whoever else may take one of their children and raise them as their own. So Theon Greyjoy has been living here with the Starks for the past 10 years, and despite him not being a Stark, he's been raised relatively well by the Stark family. He's been loved and hugged and all the things that you should do with the son you love. So yeah, a couple of these characters we'll delve into as we delve further into this book summary. And then we have the characters right here in King's Landing. King's Landing is, by the way, is kind of like the capital of Westeros. It's the capital city where the king lives, kind of a medieval European version of New York City. Very seedy, very just kind of disgusting, overpopulated, but it's where a lot of people live, a lot of people make their commerce, and it's probably one of the places that makes the most money for Westeros. So within the city of King's Landing, we have our king and queen, King Robert Baratheon. He actually is a relatively new king. He came into the fold 15 years ago when he killed the son of the previous king called Aerys Targaryen, Mad King Aerys. The son was Rhaegar Targaryen, prince-to-be. Robert Baratheon killed Rhaegar Targaryen, and it created a devastating kind of after effect within this war that they were fighting. The previous king, the Mad King Aerys, lost his heir. Nobody liked Mad King Aerys. Everybody kind of rose up against him, and Aerys died in the war, so which we'll get to here in a bit. So now Robert Baratheon has been ruling since then. Robert Baratheon is the king of Westeros. He's a very interesting character. The best way I can describe Robert is that he's a loud, brutish drunk of a man who loves loud, brutish, drunken, manly things. And he loves sleeping around as well, as a lot of drunken, brutish, manly, toxic masculinity men like to do. So yeah, despite the fact that he's married to his queen wife, Cersei Lannister. Cersei Lannister, she's a bit of a cold woman. She's definitely quite a few expletives that I can think of. Very just cold, evil woman, but she's the queen. Her twin brother, Jaime Lannister, currently he's on the Kingsguard. He wears a white cloak. 15 years ago, during the events of the previous king's death, Jaime Lannister is actually the person who thrust a sword through the chest of Mad King Aerys. So ever since then, Jaime Lannister has earned the infamous reputation of being called the Kingslayer. So Cersei and Jaime are twins, and then they have a younger brother named Tyrion Lannister, who's one of my favorite characters in the series. There's a lot of people's favorite characters. He's a fan favorite. Similar to Robert Baratheon, he's a drunk, but unlike Robert Baratheon, he's a smart drunk. He's very witty, very kind of a smart ass. He likes to read. He likes to make jokes, likes to quip around. He's definitely one of the most clever people in the series. I love this man. Anyway, Robert and Cersei have 3 children. The eldest son, who is the Prince Joffrey Baratheon, who is a very just kind of psychopathic, psychotic boy. The middle child, the eldest daughter, Myrcella Baratheon, who's just kind of a nice, sweet girl. And then the youngest, Tommen Baratheon, who's just a nice, sweet boy. So we have kind of one rotten egg within a batch of 3 eggs. And then we have the council that lives within King's Landing that help King Robert Baratheon and Queen Cersei Lannister rule the realm. They are Grand Maester Pycelle. The Maester is someone who is an intellectual who lives within the castle, the Red Keep of King's Landing. Peter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger, he is a very smarmy, mischievous, and a mysterious man. Varys, who's also just as mysterious, a little more reduced in terms of how obviously mischievous he is. These both, Littlefinger and Varys, are schemers. We have someone else who's also on the Kingsguard. The Kingsguard consists of 7 of the king's appointed knights who help protect the king from any sort of danger. This one is Sir Barristan Selmy. He's the most famous Kingsguard within the 7 Kingsguard men. And then we have Renly Baratheon, who is Robert Baratheon's youngest brother. There is another brother named Stannis Baratheon who gets name dropped a lot. He gets mentioned a lot. Stannis is also my favorite character within the entire series. However, despite the fact that Stannis is mentioned quite a bit within this book, he actually doesn't appear until the follow-up book, A Clash of Kings. So yeah, those are pretty much our characters that take residence within the continent of Westeros. And then we actually have, I know, this is a lot of names to keep track of, a lot of characters to keep track of. I was just as lost as you potentially were, dear viewer, on my first read-through of the series. But as you read these books, you start kind of getting a grasp of like, okay, yes, Arya is this person, Ned is this person, Daenerys is this person. So you kind of start getting a grasp as to who is who, and it stops becoming so difficult to keep track of names. So yeah, over here on the continent of Essos, which is east of Westeros, east Essos, you have a young blonde 13-year-old girl named Daenerys Targaryen. She is the daughter of the previous king, the king who died 15 years ago, Mad King Aerys. Mad King Aerys left behind, despite the fact that he lost his heir in Rhaegar Targaryen, he still had 2 other children that managed to survive the war and make their way off towards Essos. They are currently being secretly housed by a man known as Illyrio Mopatis. I do not have a portrait for Illyrio because I just wanted to keep the portraits of the most important characters within the series, but if there's any other characters that don't appear within the map, I'll make mention of their names. So they are being housed by Illyrio Mopatis. They include Daenerys Targaryen. She was Mad King Aerys' youngest daughter. She's 13 years old at the start of the book. And her elder brother, Viserys Targaryen, who is kind of just a very snobby, cruel man. You don't like him. And then we have a couple of other, not minor characters, but not as major characters. Those being Jorah Mormont. He's just a man here in Essos, hanging around. We'll talk about him more later. And then Khal Drogo, we'll mention him once we get into the actual summary proper. So yeah, those are our characters. Sorry for the mouthful. I know this is probably going to be a long video, so bear with me, guys, as we summarize the events of A Game of Thrones. So let's get this book started. So our book of A Game of Thrones begins here at a place called the Wall. The Wall essentially is this giant 700-foot snow structure that separates the continent of Westeros from pretty much the dangers that happen here in this Arctic northern region of Westeros. There's a lot of things here: the lands of always winter, the frozen shore, the haunted forest. So it is here where a man named Will, he sees the death of a few of his companions as they get essentially killed off by a couple of ice zombies, otherwise known as the Others. Now, the Others, within the context of the beginning of the Game of Thrones book, are these mysterious creatures that have been long fabled, but never, like, no one in Westeros really believes in them. It's kind of just like this, like, oh, it's just this urban legend, this myth, but they exist, they're real, and they kill quite a few of the Night's Watchmen that are with Will. He's part of the Night's Watch. Essentially, the Night's Watch are the people that man the wall, the people that serve as the first line of defense against the dangers that occur north of the wall. Predominantly wildlings being just human characters that happen to live north of the wall, but 1,000 years ago, their purpose was to protect Westeros from the Others. So Will and these band of Night's Watchmen, they confront the Others and they get killed, including our poor prologue POV, Will. Garrett, another Night's Watchman who was traveling with this traveling party, is the only one who manages to escape this commotion, and he flees south of the wall away from his duties to the Night's Watch. Now, the reason why this is important is because when you take the black being the clothing that you wear when you're part of the Night's Watch, you swear an oath that you will forever be part of the Night's Watch. That is your life, that is your love, that is your duty. You cannot take a wife, you cannot take family. The Night's Watch become your new family. You cannot leave the Night's Watch. So the fact that Garrett abandons the Night's Watch is considered a crime that is punishable by death. So Garrett runs south of the wall, and we actually begin our series proper with the introduction of our Stark family. Now, this first book follows 8 different point of view characters as we narrate the events that happen within their line of sight. And 6 of the POV characters within the Game of Thrones are actually here within our Stark family. Eddard Stark, Catelyn Stark, those are 2 POV characters. Sansa, Arya, Bran, those are 3 others. And then Jon Snow serves as our 6th POV character here within this town of Winterfell. The other 2 POV characters are Tyrion Lannister, who is the youngest Lannister brother, and then Daenerys Targaryen, who's off in Essos. But anyway, when we begin the book proper, we begin with our very first POV character named Bran Stark. And he is here to observe the beheading of Garrett, who is the Night's Watchman that escaped from the wall when he was trying to run away from the others. And because he essentially ditched the Night's Watch, that is a crime punishable by death. So Eddard Stark carries out the sentence that this man must die because this crime occurred within the North, within his lands. Eddard Stark has to carry the sentence. And the very first lesson that we learn within this book series is that, as Eddard Stark explains it, the man who orders the sentence has to be the one to carry it out. So because Eddard Stark says, hey, Garrett, sorry, your penalty for ditching the Night's Watch is death, because he is the one who produced this verdict for what he did, Eddard then has to be the one to carry out the sentence. So Eddard, or Ned Stark, grabs his giant sword made of Valyrian steel, this material that has long been fabled, that can easily cut through anything, very sharp, definitely sharper than a butter knife. It's the sharpest type of metal you can have. So Eddard essentially carries out his giant ice sword and swipes through Garrett's neck. And Eddard Stark kills this man. So then Eddard Stark asks Bran, like, Bran, do you know why I had to do this? And Bran is like, no, why? And so Eddard explains that he who commits a sentence has to carry it out. So anyway, as we narrate the events that happen within the land of Winterfell, we're introduced to the family members who I just described earlier. And at one point, Catelyn tells Eddard, Ned Stark, that like, hey, the King Robert Baratheon, who was formerly your best friend all those years ago, because Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon were previously best friends before Robert Baratheon took the Iron Throne, the seat of the king in King's Landing. And since then, their communication has been very sparse. It's like, oh, Robert Baratheon is on his way here north of Winterfell. Your other best friend or former protector in Jon Arryn, he was found dead. And so Eddard is like, oh no, like my friend and former protector Jon Arryn is dead. I'm really sad. And like, what the heck? Robert Baratheon is coming here unannounced. What the heck is this? So then further on into the story, we get to the point where Robert Baratheon, accompanied by his queen wife, Cersei Lannister, Jaime Lannister, Tyrion Lannister, and this entire crew of people, they travel. We don't narrate these events, but they travel from King's Landing to Winterfell, which is an adventure that takes about a month. Another thing you'll come to learn about travel within the series is that traveling between these different places takes a while because these are large distances. Westeros is the size of an entire continent. There's no cars, there's no planes. This is a different alternate take on medieval Europe. Things take forever to travel by horse carriage from one place to another. So it takes them about a month to get to the land of Winterfell, and this is where everyone kind of gets to know each other. We're introduced to the Lannisters, we're introduced to Robert Baratheon, introduced to the Hound, Sandor Clegane. He's the protector of Joffrey Baratheon at this point, and yeah. So anyway, everyone's, getting to know each other, all sorts of mingling going on. And then Bran Stark, who likes to climb, he likes to climb things, climb furniture, climb castles. Doesn't every 7-year-old child like to climb castle walls and whatnot? He accidentally walks in on Cersei Lannister getting it on. But despite the fact that she is married to her king husband, Robert Baratheon, he actually catches her in the act of sleeping with her twin brother, Jaime Lannister. Oh ho ho, incestuous. Which is another thing we kind of when you first read about it, you're like, what the heck is this? This is really gross. But as the series goes on, you kind of start getting used to all the incest that happens within this series. So Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister are getting it on, and Bran sees this, and Bran doesn't really know what's going on. He just sees two naked people kind of flopping about, having a good time. So he doesn't know what he's seeing, but Cersei Lannister is worried that Bran might tell somebody who does know what may be happening here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, an open secret, but Joffrey Baratheon, Myrcella Baratheon, and Tommen Baratheon are not exactly the children of Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister, but rather they're the children of Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Ho ho ho. Intriguing. So the reason this is potentially an issue is because if it ever comes to light that Joffrey Baratheon, who is the heir to the throne, is not the son of Robert Baratheon, but the son of someone who's not the king, then it essentially ruins his inheritance, his right to inherit the throne. And so then that inheritance would go to someone else, someone who's not a Lannister. And Cersei can't let that happen because Cersei wants a Lannister on the Iron Throne. So she tells Jaime Lannister, like, Jaime, you should take care of this. And Jaime, being just the elegant knight of the Kingsguard that he is, like, okay. So he pushes this little boy out of a window to essentially kill this little boy. However, despite the fact that he pushed this boy out of a 5-story, 4-story, I don't know, however tall this tower is, window, the boy actually miraculously survives. But Bran Stark loses the ability to walk ever again. He loses his legs, so he's forever a paraplegic from the very beginning of the book to the rest of the series. So yeah, Bran Stark catches these two in the act. Everyone is worried. The Starks are worried. They're like, oh no, my poor Bran, how did he fall from a castle? Like, Cersei, do you know anything about this? And Cersei's like, I don't know anything about this. Jaime, do you know anything about this? Jaime's like, I don't know anything about this. So everyone's worried. But the two big things that happen here within the town of Winterfell are that Robert Baratheon, because he lost Jon Arryn, his former hand of the king, he then asks Ned Stark that honor. It's like, Ned, my boy, Ned, my previous friend, will you be my hand of the king? And Ned Stark obviously knew this was going to happen. At first, he was hesitant. Then he was like, well, maybe I should, be the hand of the king. But Catelyn was like, hey, you haven't seen this man in forever. The Robert Baratheon you once knew, he's probably a different person. So he's hesitant about going because his wife is, has a reason here. It's like, oh, this man isn't who you think it was. But then Eddard and Catelyn receive a letter by Raven, because all written communication is not via email, but through Raven mail, through Crow mail, as a raven coming from Catelyn Stark's younger sister, Lysa Arryn, warns the Starks of the fact that Jon Arryn may not have just died of natural causes, but he was murdered. And so this obviously alarms both Catelyn and Ned. And so Ned, wanting to get to the bottom of Jon Arryn's potential murder, decides, you know what, I have to go to King's Landing, despite the fact that, I didn't want to go. I need to go to King's Landing to find out what really happened to my former guardian. So Ned Stark, knowing that there's no other choice but to be Hand of the King in order to get a little bit closer to King's Landing and find the potential murder culprit for whoever decided to kill Jon Arryn, decides to take his daughters Sansa and Arya with him to King's Landing and accompany Robert Baratheon, Cersei, and all this ugly crew of misfits. Except Myrcella and Tommen. Those are good people. I love Myrcella and Tommen. But during this time in Winterfell, Jon Snow, who is the bastard son of Ned Stark, decides that he doesn't want to be a bastard son anymore. He wants to make a name for himself. Catelyn obviously is not a big fan of Jon because it reminds her of Ned Stark's previous infidelity. So not wanting anything to do with him, and Jon clearly realizing that Catelyn doesn't really like him and also wanting to make a name for himself, decides to join up with Benjen Stark, who is Ned Stark's younger brother who was visiting Winterfell during this giant kingly reunion party. And Jon decides to tag along with Benjen to return back to the Wall and essentially say an oath and join the Night's Watch. So Jon Snow ventures north of the Wall with Benjen Stark as Ned Stark, Sansa, and Arya join up with the Lannister crew, and they go down to King's Landing. Oh, and Tyrion also is like, hey, you know what? I want to go to the Wall because I want to piss from the Wall. Because I've never been that high up, and what not better way to christen my adventure in the Wall than by pissing from the side of the Wall. out into the snowy ground below. So he also accompanies Jon and goes to the wall just to hang out. So yeah, we have this crew of characters who make their way back to King's Landing. Oh, also throughout this book, we are introduced to a couple of direwolf pups. Direwolf is the sigil of the Stark family. And so each of the 5 Stark children and Jon Snow, they find 6 direwolf pups. And they each go to one of these Stark children. So Jon Snow keeps the white direwolf pup named Ghost. Robb Stark takes Greywind. Sansa takes her direwolf pup Lady. Arya takes her direwolf pup Nymeria. Bran takes his direwolf pup Summer. And Rickon takes his direwolf pup Shaggy Dog. So yeah, they each have a direwolf pup. Those will become important and relevant later on in the series. But anyway, all this to say, along their adventure down to King's Landing, Joffrey gets a little callous here and decides to threaten this butcher boy, this just little boy who had nothing to do with anything. Arya defends this boy from Joffrey and sicks her direwolf pup on Joffrey and injures Joffrey. Cersei is super pissed off. She's like, oh, something has to be done about this. Like, kill the direwolf pup or something like that. But Arya's direwolf pup is nowhere to be found. So Ned Stark, deciding to do the right thing, well, the honorable thing, not the right thing, but the honorable thing is like, well, I want to keep the peace here, so I'm going to behead a direwolf pup, and the only direwolf pup that's available is Sansa's, despite the fact that Sansa's pup didn't do anything. And by the way, Sansa also defended Joffrey because she's in love with Joffrey, and she's been promised to be betrothed to Joffrey Baratheon once they come of age, so that when one day Joffrey becomes king, Sansa will become queen. And Sansa thinks that's very romantic, so she defends Joffrey despite the fact that Joffrey's a piece of garbage. Arya's like telling the truth, like, no, that's not true. Joffrey was an idiot. So Ned Stark is like, I'm sorry, Sansa, I'm going to have to kill your direwolf pup. And he kills the direwolf pup. And it's really sad. And Joffrey Baratheon is a cruel, callous person. So anyway, they all go down to King's Landing, where Ned Stark meets this crew of people. And Ned Stark begins to investigate what potentially could have happened down with Jon Arryn's death. So about 50 to 60% of this book takes place within King's Landing. A good portion of this book is dedicated to Ned Stark trying to find out what happened, why Jon Arryn may have been killed, and basically asking these 3 schlubs, especially down here. It's like, hey, do you 3 know anything about this? And these 3 being people who essentially have their own secret agendas, their own motivations, kind of give Ned Stark some half-truths, some half-lies, kind of leading Ned Stark around. So Ned is essentially trying to get to the bottom of things. So again, throughout the events of the book, we spend time in King's Landing. All the while in the east, Daenerys Targaryen has been betrothed to a man named Khal Drogo in an effort to win over his Khalasar, essentially his army of Dothraki riders, Dothraki being a couple of just big, strong, burly people who ride horses and who could win battles because they're very big, strong, and good horsemen. And Viserys Targaryen wants these hordes of Dothraki people because it could help him win back the Iron Throne that was lost when their mad king father, Aerys Targaryen, lost the Iron Throne all those years ago. Now, Viserys Targaryen is not a very nice man. He doesn't care if Daenerys Targaryen gets sexually assaulted by people who are clearly above age and she's underage. He just wants his Dothraki army. That's all he cares for. And throughout this time, she also meets a man named Jorah Mormont, who's a man from Westeros, who was secretly sent by Robert Baratheon to spy on Daenerys Targaryen because Robert Baratheon actually hates the Targaryens. He didn't just kill Rhaegar Targaryen to win the Iron Throne. He didn't even want the Iron Throne. He killed Rhaegar Targaryen because Robert Baratheon 15 years ago was betrothed to Ned Stark's sister, known as Lyanna Stark. And Rhaegar essentially kidnapped Lyanna, and Robert was super pissed off, and that started a war. So Robert Baratheon was like, hey, you Targaryens, how dare you do this? So Robert Baratheon essentially hates all Targaryens. So because of that, he sent out Jorah Mormont as a spy to kind of spy on Daenerys Targaryen and report back to Robert Baratheon of her wanderings so that he can keep tabs on her and make sure that she doesn't cause a ruckus. He actually wants her dead, but, can't have everything you want. So Daenerys Targaryen gets married to Khal Drogo, despite the fact that she's underage, and she gets her cherry popped when this 13-year-old girl gets assaulted by this. Well, despite the fact that they're married, she essentially gets assaulted by this man, and she cries, and Viserys Targaryen is like, haha, I'll have my army soon enough. And yeah, it's really, really sad, really, really depressing. However, despite the awfulness of the situation, the one slightly positive thing to happen during these wedding festivities is that Magister Illyrio, the man who had been secretly housing Daenerys and Viserys during their exile from Westeros, gifts Dany 3 fossilized dragon eggs that were born from a dragon more than 200 years ago. Illyrio reminds Dany that these eggs are pretty much useless treasures as they'll never hatch into actual dragons, but Dany cherishes them anyway and thanks him for this gift. So these 4 individuals move around Essos quite a bit. Daenerys gets married to Khal Drogo, but despite their marriage, Viserys still does not actually receive his Khalasar. The Dothraki do travel with Khal Drogo and Daenerys from this point forward, but they're more part of the party and not actually belonging to Viserys, as the Dothraki are not people who operate on deals or transactions, but rather they give gifts when it pleases them. So Viserys will just have to wait a little bit longer before Khal Drogo decides to finally gift his sweet, sweet Khalasar to him. So they're over here. Lots of stuff happens with them. And then at some point here later on in the series, Bran Stark, he's off in bed. He can't use his legs. He actually gets attacked by some would-be assassin carrying a Valyrian steel knife. And again, Valyrian steel is this really sharp material that can cut through anything. Cut through butter, cut through toast, cut through anything you want. Cut through human necks. Spoilers and foreshadowing. So this would-be assassin enters in the middle of the night to try to kill Bran. Catelyn happens to be there, despite the fact that this would-be assassin not anticipating that. Bran's direwolf essentially mauls this would-be assassin, and they save Bran. So Catelyn is very worried about what happened here, what happened with Bran Stark, and how he was potentially almost murdered. So she decides to go take a ship and go south to King's Landing to report to Ned of what happened. So at some point also, Jon Snow says his oaths. He decides to be a Night's Watchman. However, Benjen Stark goes missing as he goes foraging north of the wall, and Jon wants to find where Benjen is. However, he is told by the current commander of Castle Black, the current commander of the Night's Watch, Jorah Mormont, who is the father of Jorah Mormont, that no, that's a fool's quest. It's foolish to go hunting in after him. You should stay here. And Jon is like, no, I want to go foraging. I want to go after him. And so a lot of teenage angst. Tyrion, after having some heart-to-heart conversations with Jon, he decides to migrate back down south to Winterfell. He says a little hello to Robb Stark, gives him the idea for Bran to be in a wheelchair, and Tyrion decides to further venture south. Tyrion is kind of our traveling character throughout this first Game of Thrones book. So these 4 stay at Winterfell. Robb Stark, Bran Stark, who's a paraplegic, Rickon Stark, and Theon Greyjoy, and then Tyrion Lannister kind of just goes adventuring on his own adventures. Oh, and by the way, when Jon is in the wall, he meets Samwell Tarly, totally not inspired by Samwise Gamgee for The Lord of the Rings. Ha ha ha, I see what you did there, George R.R. Martin. Anyway, as all this is going on, Catelyn Stark tells Ned Stark, like, oh, our baby boy was almost murdered. What are we going to do? And so Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, always having a secret agenda, being mischievous, he's like, oh, you know, that Valyrian steel dagger, I believe it was my dagger. It was won from me in a bet that I lost to Tyrion Lannister. And so Catelyn is like, oh, Tyrion Lannister did this? And Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, is like, yeah, Tyrion Lannister totally is the one who decided to send this would-be assassin to kill your son. She's like, oh, how could he? And so she then leaves Ned Stark and decides to head back to Winterfell. And so Ned is like, oh, thank you, Littlefinger, for being so wonderful to me and my wife. And Littlefinger's like, yeah, sure, whatever you say. I was unwise to mistrust you. It's like, oh, mistrusting me was the wisest thing you did ever since you got here. Wink, wink, foreshadowing. That happens there. As Catelyn Stark travels north, she runs into Tyrion Lannister, who happens to be traveling south. Oh, what are the odds of that? They meet at an inn called the Crossroads. Catelyn Stark accuses Tyrion Lannister of attempting to murder Bran. Tyrion is like, what the heck are you smoking? I had nothing to do with this. Like, oh, Littlefinger said you did. It's like, Littlefinger lied. Like, why would Littlefinger lie to me? Because that's what he does. Littlefinger lies and mischievous and has secret agendas. And so Catelyn is like, I don't believe you. So at a Crossroads Inn, she decides to essentially arrest Tyrion Lannister with the help of a lot of river folk that are currently just having some coffee, having some beer, some alcohol, whatever it is that they're drinking there at the Crossroads Inn. And so Catelyn takes Tyrion not back to Winterfell, as Tyrion was imagining, like, oh, Tywin Lannister will free me. He knows you're headed to Winterfell. But instead takes him to the Eyrie. And he's like, oh, It's like Catelyn thought, it was like, what? You thought I was taking you to Winterfell? You think I'm kind of some stupid fool? That's a trap. And Tyrion's all sad. Anyway, Catelyn runs into Lysa Arryn. Catelyn is like, Lysa, you told me that Jon Arryn was murdered. It's like, so you would stay away, not get involved. What the hell are you doing trying to investigate this? We also get a look into how crazy she is. Lysa Arryn is one crazy kooky lady, some crazy kooky sister. And then we also meet Bronn, who is kind of just a sellsword knight who befriends Tyrion Lannister. Lysa Arryn also accuses Tyrion of a bunch of stuff. Tyrion decides to defend his honor with a trial by combat, which is essentially just this way of deciding if someone is guilty or innocent. You have someone represent you in battle, and the opposing party also has someone represent them in battle, and the two duke it out in a duel, and the person who manages to kill the other person wins whatever verdict. So Tyrion picks Bronn to be his champion, the person who will represent him in this duel, this trial by combat, and Lysa's would-be defender dies, and so Tyrion's like, I've won my freedom, so he takes Bronn with him out of the Eyrie. And Catelyn slaps Lysa for being a crazy kooky lady. How dare you? Like, what the heck? What are you doing? You're absolutely insane. You've done nothing to help out this cause. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going back to Winterfell. Anyway, during this entire process of Catelyn having kidnapped Tyrion, Tywin being pissed off that like, oh, they took my son, he decides to start a war. So he sends out a man called the Mountain Who Rides, Gregor Clegane, to basically pillage the Riverlands and burn lands, and essentially as retribution for Catelyn Stark taking Tyrion Lannister. Now, Tywin Lannister, who is the father of Tyrion, Cersei, and Jaime, he doesn't give a crap about Tyrion Lannister. He gives a mild crap about Jaime, but he doesn't give a crap about Tyrion Lannister. But he just wanted an excuse to pillage and burn lands and take more of the piece of the Westerosi pie for the Lannisters themselves. So he uses Tyrion's capture as an excuse to have the mountain that rides to do that. So Tywin Lannister is kind of just in the Riverlands. He goes to the Green Fork and kind of makes camp there. So then at some point, Ned Stark catches wind of this whole thing going on. Also, at some point, Jaime Lannister caught wind that Catelyn took Tyrion as prisoner. He's not too happy with the Starks and decides to have his Kingsguard folk kill Eddard Stark's men-at-arms. And then they badly injure Ned Stark. Actually, a horse falls on him and he injures his leg. So Ned Stark is limping about, and Jaime is like, this isn't the end, Ned Stark. Like, I will have my brother back. So then Jaime goes north to also kind of take part in the shenanigans of the war. So while all this is going on, Robb Stark up at Winterfell is catching wind of all these things that are going on and decides to entrust the Winterfell castle to Maester Luwin, the guardian of Winterfell, and to Bran. He's like, Bran, you'll be the Lord of Winterfell for the time being. I need to go to the Riverlands and have a few words with this Tywin Lannister for burning and pillaging stuff. And Bran is like, oh, but I'm just a little boy. It's like, you'll do well, Bran Stark. I am your older brother, and I will always be here for you. Foreshadowing. So Robb Stark goes south to deal with the Riverlands. And then while all this is going on, Bran Stark at one point while he's out foraging, Bran and Rickon, they get happened upon by a couple of wildlings. The direwolf pups of Bran and Rickon, and I believe Theon as well takes care. Well, Theon doesn't have a direwolf pup, but Theon manages to subdue and kill these wildlings, except for this wildling lady named Osha, who decides to be a protector for Bran. So she kind of comes into the fold as a protector for Bran and Rickon, and decides to stay within the castle walls of Winterfell. Anyway, sorry, I know I'm moving around so much here. There's a lot to narrate, guys. Thanks for bearing with me. So as all this is going on, Tyrion and his new pal Bronn meet up with Tywin. Jaime at some point also met up with Tywin, and Tywin sends Jaime to Riverrun to essentially take it over, which he does with his Lannister forces. Tyrion and Bronn meet up with Tywin, and Tyrion is like, oh, you do care about me, father. You started a war for me. And Tywin is like, I don't give a crap about you, son. Like, oh, good to see you too, father. And Tywin is like, I'm a stern, evil man. I'm the stern, evil man of these first 3 books. And Tyrion is like, yep, we all knew that from the very beginning, you stern, evil man, you. So Catelyn meets up with Robb Stark, and they're like, oh, it's good to see you, son. What are you doing? It's like, oh, I'm going to the Riverlands to help protect us, but we need more men, and we also need to cross the Twins here. And Catelyn is like, oh, you need to cross the Twins. That means you need to speak to the late Lord Frey. And it's like, who's the late Lord Frey? And Walder Frey is this man who, in the war against the Targaryens 15 years ago, only decided to join in the war when it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that the Targaryens were going to lose. And Walder Frey was like, actually, I'm on the Starks and Baratheon side. I've been on their side all along. Yay! Like, I love the Starks, and I love the Tullys, and I love the Baratheons, and oh, the Lannisters joined. Yep, I've been with you guys all along. So Catelyn warns Robb that Walder Frey is a surly old man, and he won't let them cross unless they provide payment. And Robb is like, what kind of payment does he want? So Catelyn goes to meet with Walder Frey, and Walder's a surly man, and he's like, blah, 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 like, oh, look, your son wants to go through, ho, ho, like, are you trying to threaten me with that little army? I could just easily, not do anything and send word to the Lannisters, and Tywin's army will be here and kill your stupid army, and blah, blah, blah. And Catelyn is like, whoa, what if I marry off Robb Stark to one of your daughters? And Walder Frey is like, ooh, do tell. It's like, all right, fine, whatever. Yes, I will have a piece of this northern pie via Robb Stark, and I'll give you my army, but only if Robb Stark is betrothed to my Frey daughter. And Catelyn's like, sure, Robb Stark would never break that oath. Never, never. So yeah, Robb and Catelyn are allowed to take a couple of 20,000 Frey forces and allowed to cross the Twins along with their northern and river forces. And so Robb Stark then devises a scheme to fool Tywin Lannister into believing that he's sending out most of his army to deal with Tywin. So Tywin is like, oh, they're sending out their whole army. We got to meet them head on. But what he's actually doing is he's sending out only a small army of 2,000 men to take on Tywin Lannister, while he, Catelyn, and his other 18,000 men, along with his wolf, Grey Wind, decide to take on Riverrun. So Tywin, Tyrion, and Bronn participate in this battle, called the Battle of the Green Fork. The Mountain is also involved. It's a pretty good battle, pretty well narrated battle. It's rather unfortunate that this event didn't get adapted into the Game of Thrones TV show, but it's a great battle. The Lannister forces win. They think they've won the whole battle, but it turns out that like, oh, what the heck? Oh, it's only a few people that we beat. Where are the other 18,000 men? Well, the other 18,000 men actually took Jaime Lannister by surprise as they take back Riverrun and take Jaime Lannister as prisoner. Tywin has lost his favorite son. And Tyrion is like, oh, I'm right here, Dad. It's like, I've lost my favorite son. Oh, but I'm right here, Dad. I lost my favorite son. So Jaime Lannister is under arrest. Robb and Catelyn appear to have won the day, and they're all staying at Riverrun. Back to the events of King's Landing. Ned Stark, finally having learned through kind of a lot of just winking and nudging by Littlefinger, it's like, hey, you should check out this white book. And seeing that this book essentially that details all the previous kings of Westeros and what they look like, their physical appearance, and realizing that Joffrey Baratheon actually bears more of a resemblance to Jaime, less so than to Robert Baratheon, decides to confront Cersei Lannister with this news. And Cersei pretty much openly admits it, like, yeah, Joffrey Baratheon is my son. So is Myrcella and Tommen. They're my children. They're the children of Jaime and I. Jaime and I are very close. We're closer than brother and sister. And it is like, gross, that's disgusting. So Cersei's like, what are you going to do about it? It's like, well, Ned is like, I'm going to tell Robert Baratheon. And Cersei is like, wow, you're announcing your plans to me? That's very stupid of you, Ned Stark. It's like, I'm honorable. I want to give you advance notice so that you can take the children and run away from here. And because, Robert's wrath will follow you everywhere. And Cersei's like, what about my wrath? And Ned doesn't realize that this woman is capable of such wrath. But Ned is like, no, like, I'm too kind and you're too kind and you'll just take your children and get out of here because Robert will be pissed off. Ned then tells like, oh, the rightful heir is Stannis Baratheon because your children are illegitimate. So Stannis Baratheon, the one true king, the great Stannis Baratheon, my lord, my king, my liege, I would follow you to the end, Stannis Baratheon. Stannis, I love you. Is like, Stannis, he's the one true king. He should be king. So he tells Littlefinger, it's like, Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, Cersei's children are illegitimate. And Littlefinger is like, oh, do tell. Oh, I had no idea this was the case. So Eddard is like, Littlefinger, I need your help. Cersei's men are enough to overwhelm me. We need to take Cersei prisoner if she doesn't run away. And it's like, all right, whatever you say, Ned Stark. So when Peter Baelish and Ned Stark go to the Red Keep to arrest Cersei Lannister with the help of the City Watch, who was under Littlefinger's salary pay structure, the City Watch betrays Ned Stark, kills all of Ned Stark's men, and takes Ned Stark prisoner. And Littlefinger, in the show, he's like, oh, I told you not to trust me. But in the book, he has like a sad smile. He's like, I told you not to trust me. Why did you trust me, Ned Stark? Oh, Peter Baelish, I want to strangle your neck. But anyway, Ned Stark is betrayed. Cersei Lannister considers it treason because, well, I skipped over this part and I'm sorry. So when Ned Stark had learned that Cersei's children were illegitimate, instead of running away, Cersei Lannister, she actually had her cousin hand Robert Baratheon, the king, while he was on a hunt, a bottle of wine so that he could try to take on a boar. He's like, oh, I can take the world. I can take on anything. So he hands him some alcohol to dull his senses. And he's like, yeah, I can take on a boar too. And of course, the boar tears right through Robert Baratheon. Robert Baratheon is on his dying breath. He tells Ned Stark in his will that he wants Joffrey Baratheon to inherit the throne. Eddard Stark decides to write that, despite the fact that he knows it's wrong. And Robert Baratheon sadly dies. So then Ned Stark gets betrayed by Cersei Lannister. And yeah, then Ned Stark is under arrest. He's in the Black Cells. And then Varys, who's been kind of been the wild card throughout this entire series, is like, what sort of idiocy compelled you to tell Cersei Lannister that her children were illegitimate? And so Ned is unaware, like, oh, this is an open secret. Everybody knows. So Varys essentially pleads with Ned Stark to essentially tell his son, like, withdraw your forces. Let's come together, like, make a Lannister Stark agreement, and I'll put this behind us and just have peace. And Ned is like, I don't want that. Like, the Lannisters are fools and they did all this stuff. It's like, well, what about your children? What about Sansa? What about Arya? And Ned is like, oh. And also throughout the commotion, Arya managed to escape the Red Keep and she's kind of just wandering around King's Landing. But anyway, so Ned Stark decides to take Varys' advice and he goes in front of Queen Cersei Lannister and in front of the new king, Joffrey Baratheon, to essentially say, like, hey, yes, like, I committed this treasonous act of trying to go against the king, Joffrey Baratheon, despite the fact that that's not true. He was just trying to look out for the inheritance, knowing that Joffrey Baratheon is actually illegitimate, but he decided to do this for the well-being of his daughters, Sansa and Arya. And Joffrey is like, you know what, Ned Stark? You're all right. Thanks for telling me the truth. Also, you're sentenced to death. Bye! And we hit this horrible climactic moment within the book, this horrible moment that tore my heart to pieces, where Ned Stark is killed by someone who doesn't carry out the sentence, but instead sends out his lapdog, Sir Ilan Payne, to take out Ice, this long Valyrian steel sword that was formerly Ned Stark's, and chop Ned Stark's head off. And it's really sad, and it's really impactful, and I hate Joffrey Baratheon for it. And we all hated Joffrey Baratheon for it. And Sansa cries, and Joffrey just takes in the adulation and the applause of the people because they think that this would-be traitor was killed. And it's horrible. And it's this wonderfully horrible moment that definitely alerts us to the fact that George R.R. Martin is a writer of not necessarily killing off characters for the sake of killing them off, but of subverting expectations. We're introduced to this character who we believe is the main character, this typical fantasy protagonist, this good guy doing honorable things who just wants to do right by everyone. And rather than him getting out at the last second and being able to use his honor to avenge anybody or escape anything, he gets killed off. And it's really sad and it's really horrible, but it's indicative of George R. R. Martin's writing style. He wanted to subvert your expectations, but subvert your expectations in an intelligent way, because George R. R. Martin didn't just kill Ned Stark for shock value. He wrote the story with the intention of killing off Ned Stark because he had plans for what would happen after Ned Stark's death. And that is the sign of a good writer, someone who doesn't just kill someone willy-nilly, but someone who kills a character because it's part of the plan, it's part of the overall story, and it gives the future events of the story more gravitas because we now know that anybody can die, anything can happen. There are real stakes within this story. So it's this sad, horrible moment, and we all hate Joffrey for it. So Sansa is like, how could you do this, Joffrey? How could you do this? I thought you were going to be merciful. It's like, I was merciful. I gave him a clean death. So Sansa's like super pissed off. She's finally kind of learning, you know, throughout this whole book, she's kind of been this naive person that's believed the good in everybody, believed the good in King Joffrey, or formerly Prince Joffrey. And now she sees the ugly truth. She sees this psychotic boy for who he actually is. She sees this world as not this wonderful, beautiful, colorful song, this pretty song of rainbows and butterflies, but this dark and dirty and disgusting world, and it's a harsh lesson to learn. So at one point when Joffrey Baratheon is taunting Sansa with Ned Stark's head, taunting Sansa with the head of the septa that came along with them, who he had killed as well, Sansa sees an opportunity to potentially push Joffrey off a bridge and kill him. And as she approaches Joffrey to kill him, the Hound steps in and makes it look as if like Sansa was just wandering about. So the Hound takes hold of Sansa. Sansa's now betrothed to this horrible man, and Joffrey is like, oh, you better be like a good girl from this point forward. And so Sansa is just stuck in this city with this horrible person. Arya, she witnessed the events of the murder of her father. She also hates Joffrey. She hates the Lannisters. Arya is a little bit less naive than Sansa about the darkness that exists within the world, but obviously she's a little girl, and having witnessed this horrible event, she's traumatized. So she gets taken in by Yoren, a man of the Night's Watch, a man who came from the Wall down to King's Landing in order to ask for more men to come with him back to help man the Wall and join the Night's Watch. He takes hold of Arya. In the show, they do this cleverly. They have Ned Stark signal to Yoren that Arya was right there at the statue of Baelor, but in the book, Yoren just kind of happens upon Arya. He grabs Arya, tells her not to look when Ned Stark is executed, and then takes her with him with the intention of like, all right, I'm going to cut your hair off, make you look like a boy. You're going to be a boy. You're going to be Arya from this point forward. Don't say you're Arya. Don't say anything. Otherwise, like, people are going to know who you are. They're going to catch wind of who you are, and it's going to be horrible, and you're going to be executed, and you're going to be killed because people are looking for you. So Ari, the new boy Ari, goes with Yoren, and he in this point, is going to go on an adventure towards the Night's Watch. Well, Yoren has the intention of dropping her off at Winterfell on the way back to the Wall, but yeah, she has no choice but to tag along with Yoren. Oh, and Renly Baratheon, prior to all these events, he is like, oh, he had told Ned Stark, like, Ned, you should take the children. Ned's like, oh, I'm going to tell Cersei about this. Like, Ned, you're a fool. So Renly decides to run away to Highgarden, where he immediately marries Marjorie Tyrell. The Tyrell family is Lord of the Reach. And then Renly decides to name himself king. All the while, Stannis, never appearing in this book, but already having kind of foreknowledge of Cersei Lannister's illegitimate children, also decides to name himself king of Westeros, because he's the eldest Baratheon son after the death of Robert Baratheon, and the fact that Cersei's children are not Baratheons. He's like, yep, I should be next in line. I'm the new king. And he's right. He is the one true king. And yeah, so everyone is sad. Catelyn is sad. Robb is sad. In the show, they include this very powerful scene, which is not in the books. The first season of the TV show is probably the only season that I think is near perfection. It's the best season of the TV show. It's great. It adapts the book in a way where it adds and emphasizes events from the book and gives them more gravitas, as opposed to later seasons, which deviate from the book, which there's nothing wrong with deviating from the book, but it deviates in a way where it kind of detracts, kind of subtracts from the powerful events that happen in the book and just kind of makes them a little bit more lame. But the first season is so good. It's so good. In the first season of the TV show, they include the scene that's not in the book where Robb Stark is just hitting a tree with his sword, very sad and depressed over the death of his father. Catelyn comforts Robb and is like, oh, Robb, you've broken your sword. And Robb and Catelyn embrace, and it's very wonderful mother-son moment. So anyway, oh, and Jon Snow comes to learn. I barely talked about Jon Snow. Jon Snow doesn't... this might be a hot take, but Jon Snow is one of my least favorite characters in the series. I just don't find him as interesting as the other characters. But at one point, Jon Snow comes to learn that Ned Stark was dead. He's like, oh, I hate them so much. So he wants to run away south of the Wall to ditch the Night's Watch. And then Sam is like, no, come back to the Watch. It's like, you swore an oath. And it's like, forget the oaths. Like, F the Lannisters. I hate them all. I'm going to join my brother Robb and kill these Lannisters. And Sam manages to convince Jon to come right back. And then Jon meets the Maester of the Wall. Jon comes to find out that the Maester is Aemon Targaryen, who was at one point going to be king. And Aemon Targaryen tells him, like, Jon, my grandson was killed. His son was killed. And the children were killed and murdered. And despite all that, despite how horrible and how heartbreaking it was when all the Targaryens were essentially eliminated in this horrible war, I stayed here at the Wall. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't go, but consider this, that love is the death of honor and duty, and I stayed here despite that. And so Jon is kind of taken aback by Aemon Targaryen, and he decides to stay at the wall. Also, at one point, they come in contact with the others. The others attack the office where Jorah Mormont was staying. Jon Snow, thinking quickly, uses a sword and puts it on fire and manages to kill the others. And Jorah Mormont is like, oh, the others, they're real, they're coming. So Jon Snow, Sam, and Jorah Mormont decide to venture north of the wall to search for Benjen Stark and also to find out what's going on with all these others. So that's pretty much all the events that happen in Westeros throughout this book.
So that's actually not true, as I missed a couple of key events when I originally recorded this video that are important for a Clash of Kings. One, Barristan Selmy, the most famous member of the Kingsguard, is actually relieved of his duties as a Kingsguard. However, instead of venturing off to a plot of land set aside for his retirement, Barristan instead throws his sword at Joffrey's feet and swears him off as he leaves King's Landing to head off to parts unknown. And two, Tywin leaves the Riverlands towards Harrenhal, but not before naming Tyrion Lannister as Joffrey's Hand of the King in his stead. This pretty much confirming to Tyrion that Tywin believes Jaime is as good as dead within the hands of the Riverfolk, and Tyrion is now his one true beloved son. So Tyrion accepts his job and heads for King's Landing, but not before bringing a few additions alongside with him, including his new young squire and an awkward, shy 10-year-old boy named Podrick Payne, and his new escort, courtesy of Bronn, and a young, pretty sex worker named Shae. Shae makes it very clear to Tyrion from the very beginning that their relationship is strictly a business arrangement, but Tyrion doesn't seem to care. Tywin, however, absolutely does, as he explicitly forbids Tyrion from bringing with him a quote-unquote whore to court. But since when does Tyrion Lannister actually even listen to what his father says? Okay, back to the video.
Which leads me to Essos, which we've barely talked about, because if you couldn't already tell, the events that happen in Essos aren't exactly my my favorite events. Whenever I'm reading the first Game of Thrones book, I'm like, oh, I'm so invested in the story, the murder mystery involving Jon Arryn. I'm so invested in Robb Stark doing this battle and Tyrion Lannister and all the things he's doing. I'm so invested in all these things. And then every so often we cut back to a Daenerys chapter, and her events are just so far removed from Westeros, and I'm like, oh, it's such a, I don't know, it just pumps the brakes on the story. And every time I had to switch back to a Daenerys plotline, I just didn't care. Anyway, at some point, the Dothraki, Alysar gets sick and tired of Viserys because he's like, oh, where's my army? Where's my army? I want my golden crown. And so Khal Drogo is like, oh, here's your golden crown. So he melts a bunch of gold, pours it over Viserys' head. Viserys immediately dies from the heat of the gold and he gets killed off, which leaves Daenerys and Khal Drogo together. And then Khal Drogo at some point gets bitten by a bug. Khal Drogo falls ill. He falls off his horse. He's essentially just kind of a paralyzed person. Daenerys comes in contact with this witch, Miri Mazdur. She asks her to heal Khal Drogo,
which Miri Mazdur does via witchcraft. But in doing so, she makes Khal Drogo into a comatose person, makes Daenerys lose her baby, as she had been pregnant with Khal Drogo's baby up to this point, and makes Daenerys' womb barren from this point to the rest of her life. Thus, Dany will never be able to mother children ever again.
All this witchcraft also scares off the entire Dothraki, and so they all run away and leave Daenerys, Khal Drogo, Jorah Mormont, and a couple of just Dothraki people here just by themselves. So at some point, Daenerys is really sad. She kind of developed the Stockholm syndrome where, despite the fact that she was forced into this marriage against her will, she kind of falls in love. Well, George R. R. Martin has a weird way of writing this, but Daenerys falls in love with Khal Drogo, and Khal Drogo turns out to be this mute. She's a useless shell of a man. So Daenerys realizes that Miri Mazdur had intentionally made Khal Drogo a shell of a man. She also made it so that Daenerys cannot birth any more children. Daenerys is like, why did you do this? It's like, oh, the Khalasar sexually assaulted and murdered all my people. Why would I help you all of a sudden? So Daenerys, fed up with this, he's like, I'm sorry, Khal Drogo, and decides to put Khal Drogo out of his misery, suffocates him with a pillow. Khal Drogo dies. And so then she burns a pyre, burning her now deceased husband, Khal Drogo.
and burning her 3 allegedly useless dragon eggs, which she had been carrying with her throughout this entire time in the story.
And also burning Mirri Maz Duur to a pyre. Mirri Maz Duur dies, but because of Daenerys sacrificing her baby, her kids, Daenerys sacrificing Khal Drogo, and Daenerys sacrificing Mirri Maz Duur to this pyre, Daenerys walks into this pyre that's on fire. Jorah Mormont is like, no, what are you doing? Stop, whatever you're doing. Daenerys walks into the pyre. She doesn't get burned because a Targaryen doesn't get burned by fire, and she survives the fire. But not only that, most importantly of all, these useless dragon eggs that Daenerys was given at the very beginning of the book, these useless dragon eggs that have been with Daenerys this entire book, they hatch into little dragon babies. And Daenerys, being naked, having her clothes all burned off, Jorah Mormont approaches Daenerys and she sees this naked Daenerys Targaryen with 3 baby dragons. After 150 years, after so many years of there not being a dragon within anywhere in the planet of Planetos, we finally have 3 dragons brought into the world. And Jorah Mormont can't believe it. And the few remaining Dothraki riders can't believe it. So they kneel to Daenerys as their mother. And that is where A Game of Thrones ends.
Which leads us to A Clash of Kings. Released on November 16, 1998, is the second novel within George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series. Does this book properly follow up on the highs of the gripping first A Game of Thrones novel? Well, let's find out together in this full summary of A Clash of Kings. So before we dive into the summary of A Clash of Kings, there's something important I forgot to mention in my summary of A Game of Thrones, and that's the unique way seasons work in Planetos. Unlike our real-world seasons, the seasons in the A Song of Ice and Fire universe can last anywhere from a single year to over a decade. They're unpredictable and the lengths vary from cycle to cycle. For context, the events of A Game of Thrones unfold over a little more than a year, all set during the late summer. Imagine mid-September in the Northern Hemisphere, but extended over an entire year. A Clash of Kings, however, starts and takes place throughout early fall. Think of October, but stretched over about 9 months. Now, the reason seasons are so important in this world is that unlike in our real world, where a harsh winter might last 4 to 6 months at worst, a winter in Planetos can last an entire generation. Growing crops and stockpiling food to survive such a long winter is a massive challenge. This is why everyone is so cautious about the coming winter, and why the Starks frequently remind us winter is coming. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's start this video. So when we last left off in the events of A Game of Thrones, the big thing that happened in the previous book was the death of our main character, Ned Stark. Ned Stark being the big family man, the honorable man from House Stark, who was kind of holding the events of the story together, holding the family and holding really the events of A Game of Thrones together. And now, because he has died, the North is pretty much in open rebellion. And then we've also got a couple other kings here, predominantly King Stannis, the one true king here in Dragonstone, who has declared himself king, similar to Renly Baratheon, who we were introduced to in the previous book. He has also declared himself to be king of Westeros. In addition to Robb Stark, who has decided to also be the king in the North, who is going against the Lannister rule, as most of these other characters are. And so, yeah, we've got all these kings. This book predominantly encapsulates the events known as the War of the Five Kings. It is a brutal war that spans this book and the next book, A Storm of Swords, and it is hella interesting, as we're about to get to. Now, one thing I should make mention of about A Clash of Kings when compared to A Game of Thrones is that unlike A Game of Thrones that was more of a focused narrative that predominantly follows Ned Stark and him investigating the murder mystery of Jon Arryn in King's Landing, A Clash of Kings is a little bit less focused in its storytelling abilities. It's more fragmented as a story, which is not to say that it's a bad book. It's just a different book than A Game of Thrones. It's a different style of storytelling. And personally, for me and my subjective opinion, I prefer the more focused narrative of the first A Game of Thrones book than I do of the second A Clash of Kings book. In addition to that, there's a lot more meandering going around here in A Clash of Kings that wasn't really present in A Game of Thrones. In A Game of Thrones, we did have Tyrion traveling here and there between the Eyrie and the Riverlands and King's Landing, so there was a little bit of that in Winterfell.
but it was more focused. There was a method to the madness, as opposed to a Clash of Kings where you have a lot more meandering going around. You have characters like Jon Snow just kind of meandering around north of the Wall. You have characters like Daenerys Targaryen just kind of meandering around the Dothraki Sea and the Red Waste. It's just not my cup of tea, personally speaking, but it's still a good book in my opinion. It's still a great book. I just personally, in my opinion, think it falls short compared to the debut Game of Thrones book. So with all that out of the way, let's get started on the summary proper. So we actually begin our story here with the prologue in Dragonstone, as we're introduced to a character who will really only see the light of day for this one chapter, called Maester Cresson, as he narrates the events of what is going on Dragonstone, as Stannis has declared himself King of Westeros. Obviously, with the death of Robert Baratheon, the next in line heir, if we're going by the traditional sense, is his children. However, because Robert Baratheon's children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, are an open secret, pretty much bastard children and not Robert Baratheon's legitimate heirs, then the next person in line for the Iron Throne, the seat at King's Landing that rules over all of Westeros, goes to his younger brother. And the next in line would then be Stannis Baratheon, which I agree, Stannis Baratheon should be the King of Westeros. All of this could have been avoided, guys, if we just made Stannis king, but whatever, I guess everyone in this story had their own ideas of what they wanted to do. But anyway, we're introduced to the character of Stannis, who is a very, he's introduced in a very not nice light. Throughout this entire book, this Clash of Kings book, we see Stannis as kind of a little bit of a villain. And we're not going to talk too much about the Game of Thrones TV show adaptation. I'll try not to mention it too much, but I will say that season 2 of the TV show definitely starts to deviate from the source material quite a bit, and not in a good way. And one of the deviations that they do is they change the character of Stannis. So Stannis Baratheon, within the confines of the book series, he is a very pragmatic individual, someone who is serious. He is defined by his honor, even more so than Ned Stark, to an almost unrelenting degree. So whenever Robert Baratheon dies, he's like, well, I'm the next in line, not because I want to be king, but because it is what is tradition. It is what needs to happen. Like, my older brother died, so I have to be the king. And there's no one else that can do it. I have to do it. It has to be me. I don't want it, but it has to be me. Whereas show Stannis is more like, oh, I want to be king because I belong on the Iron Throne and I'm the best for the job, which is sort of similar to book Stannis. But again, there is that difference there where Stannis is a little bit more layered here in the book. He's less stubborn in the book. In addition to that, book Stannis, as we'll get to here shortly, has a shadowy, mysterious kind of quote-unquote evil woman under his payroll, and that being Melisandre, this shadow witch who came from Asshai. She uses blood fiery magic to do just all sorts of feats and tasks, and everyone here on Dragonstone is kind of wary of this shadowy witch, this person who all of a sudden showed up under Stannis' payroll and is doing great things for Stannis in terms of getting him, victories here and there, but no one really trusts her. No one really trusts all the dark magic. But the reason I bring her up, in addition to her being a new character within the series, is that in the show, Stannis is kind of under Melisandre's thumb. He is more about, like, R'hllor, the Lord of Light. We all believe in the Lord of Light, and we have to follow Melisandre, and that way she can crown me as king. Whereas in the book, again, in my opinion, a more layered version of the character, Stannis is the one who has the decision-making. He is not under Melisandre's thumb. Melisandre is under his thumb. He seeks Melisandre's advice, for sure, and he listens to her, but he's not manipulated by her. He deviates course from her recommendations quite a few times here in this book and throughout the series. In addition to that, he's not someone who is begotten to by R'hllor, the Lord of Light. No, he is an atheist, agnostic at best. He doesn't really care for any of the gods. The only reason he follows suit with Melisandre and her decision to defy the traditional gods of Westeros, the gods of the Seven, is because he sees that her shadowy magic has results. So anyway, with all that out of the way, Maester Cresson sees that Stannis is holding court with Melisandre. Maester Cresson has been kicked out of the council, and he goes to this council chamber in hopes of poisoning Melisandre because he sees Melisandre as an evil presence. He sees Melisandre as someone that doesn't belong. So Maester Cresson tries to poison Melisandre, and then Melisandre turns the tables on him because whenever he offers this cup of wine to Melisandre and then he drinks his own cup of wine, rather than the poison being in Melisandre's cup as he had originally intended, Melisandre uses magic to switch the glasses of wine, and Maester Crescent is the one who drinks the poison and kills himself in the process. Melisandre staying alive and just kind of laughing at him, and Stannis kind of in his own cruel way. Again, Stannis in this first book that he's introduced in, he's kind of seen in this sort of a little bit of a darker light than in the next couple of books. You see him being really cruel to Maester Crescent, just kind of taunting him, calling him an old man and all sorts of things. So Maester Crescent dies. We're introduced to Stannis and Melisandre, and we have our big looming presence that will loom over this entire book. So that happens. All the while, Arya, who in the last book ditched the Red Keep, she escaped King's Landing and she's kind of off on her own, is currently with Yoren from the Night's Watch. Yoren found Arya in the location where Ned Stark was about to be executed, told her not to look, and then cuts her hair off in an effort to try to disguise Arya as a boy, pass her off as a boy, so that no one else can know who she really is. So Arya begins traveling north with this Night's Watchman named Yoren as they travel north along the King's Road en route to the Wall, where all these other people that are with Yoren are going to inevitably be part of the Night's Watch, and Yoren is going to attempt to drop off Arya at Winterfell on the way to the Wall where the Night's Watch is located. So Arya's doing that. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Joffrey is being his usual psychopathic self. He's having this tourney, just laughing at all the people that are participating in this tourney. And at one point, this fellow knight named Dantos shows up very drunk to the tourney, just kind of falling all over himself, making a mockery of himself. Joffrey doesn't want this knight to be doing any more debauchery. He finds him an insult. So Joffrey's about to execute Dantos when Sansa stops Joffrey from executing because she has a heart and she has a conscience and she doesn't want to see someone else die. She's like, no, you can't kill him. And Joffrey is like, oh, why can't I kill him? I'm the king and I can do whatever I want. I'm Joffrey, meh, meh, meh. And Sansa's like, no. And then Sansa, and this is the first instance where you really see that Sansa is a lot more intelligent than she appears. She kind of starts, you see seeds of it here, but she begins to play a little bit of the Game of Thrones here. She puts on this facade where she's like, oh, but King Joffrey, wouldn't it be better if he was your fool? Why, he could give you so many laughs, this Sir Dantos. He is a fool. And Joffrey is like, you know what, Sansa? That's a smart idea. You're actually a smart apple. And of course, Sansa saying this, she thought quick on her feet to try to save Dantos, whilst at the same time giving Joffrey this crazy excuse in order to save Dantos that only Joffrey would buy into. Like, oh yeah, we can't kill him. He has to be our fool. So again, you kind of start seeing Sansa, very little bit in this book, but as the series goes on, kind of start to peel the layers of her character as you see this intelligent woman that kind of starts thinking quickly on her feet and thinking on how to put up this facade in order to save the lives and be kind to others without really letting others know on her true intentions. All the while, Tyrion, who has arrived back to King's Landing after being named Hand of the King by his father in the previous book, meets with Cersei. Cersei not too happy with seeing Tyrion here in King's Landing, expecting Tywin to arrive here as the Hand of the King. She's like, what the heck are you doing here? And Tyrion's like, I'm Hand of the King. And Cersei's like, why the heck would I want you? It's like, my dad sent me here, so I gotta be the Hand of the King. So it is here where Cersei just kind of communicates the events that happened in the previous book to Tyrion, including the execution of Ned Stark, which Tywin had communicated to Tyrion. This is incredibly stupid. Why would they do this? Now, there's no chance of a Stark-Lannister alliance because now the Starks are at war. So a lot of war council meetings are happening here. Tyrion also gets a chance to meet these three schlubs in particular, who he has met before, but he really gets a chance to kind of play the Game of Thrones here with these three, and it's a whole lot of fun. A lot of this book, similar to the last book, where a lot of the book was dedicated to the shenanigans in King's Landing, quite a bit of this book is also dedicated to Tyrion, this time with Tyrion being in King's Landing as he tries to figure out what these three are up to. However, unlike Ned Stark, who was new to King's Landing politics and he didn't really know how scheming and disgusting these three men were in particular, Tyrion, he's kind of used to all that filth. He's used to all the craziness that and scheming that these three are prone to. So he's always one step ahead of these three, and just seeing Tyrion kind of play the Game of Thrones and out-scheme the schemers is so much fun. And while he's there, Tyrion also learns about Jon Slint's role in Ned Stark's execution, Jon Slint being a prominent member of the City Watch. Tyrion immediately has Jon Slint dismissed, but not only because he was under Littlefinger's payroll to betray Ned Stark, but more or less because Jon Slint was the person that Cersei sent to a brothel in order to kill one of Robert Baratheon's bastard daughters. right there in the brothel. This bastard daughter being just a baby. Jon Slint just murdered this baby, and it was horrible. This is a power play made by Cersei, as Cersei attempts to rid the entire continent of Westeros of all of Robert Baratheon's bastard children. This in an effort to make sure that Joffrey Baratheon is uncontested by anyone that has Robert Baratheon's true blood. So that's happening in King's Landing. All the while here at Winterfell, we have Bran and Rickon just kind of hanging out at Winterfell. Maester Luwin is currently taking care of the boys. They're fresh off of the knowledge that Ned Stark has been executed. And during the events at the beginning of the book, we are introduced to two characters, Little Walder and Big Walder. Very minor role characters here, but they come to Winterfell as wards, as Frey wards. Seeing as how Robb Stark has made an alliance with the Freys, there's a new friendship between the Starks and the Freys, and one of the parts of the deal was that Little Walder and Big Walder would be housed here in Winterfell and kind of learn the ways of the Starks. But we quickly learned that Little Walder and Big Walder are not nice people, as we'll learn most of the Freys are not nice people the further we get into the series. Going back to Dragonstone, this time we follow Davos Seaworth, Davos being one of Stannis' most trusted people. He is popularly known as the Onion Knight. 15 years ago, during the events of Robert's Rebellion, when Robert Baratheon was rebelling against Mad King Aerys, Stannis was held up at Storm's End, and a lot of the Targaryen forces were knocking on Storm's End's doorstep, as Stannis was there, essentially just starving himself on Storm's End. And all the while, the way he was surviving was through Davos, who was a seafarer who would consistently have onions in his packages on the sea voyages. He would bring Stannis onions, and therefore Stannis had some sort of food and nourishment to keep him alive during the siege that was going on. And so thanks to those events, Stannis was able to essentially outlive the Targaryens while he stayed on Storm's End. And in recognition of this, he made Davos his trusted Onion Knight. But because Stannis is who he is, he also has to have Davos pay the punishment for being a thief, because Davos also in his former life was a thief. And so in addition to honoring Davos as his trusted Onion Knight, he also had Davos pay the price of thievery and cut 2 of his fingers off. So again, interesting tidbits about Stannis, but Davos sees Stannis as this honorable man, even despite the fact that Stannis is overly honorable to a comedic effect. So during these events, Davos' first POV chapter, we see Melisandre setting on fire 7 statues of the gods, the 7 gods that are the predominant religion in Westeros, much to the chagrin of a lot of people on Dragonstone, much to the chagrin of a lot of people in Stannis' army. She burns the 7 statues, and during the ceremony, Stannis pulls out a sword called Lightbringer from these burning statues, and Davos sees, oh, he's got this really cool burning sword. It's so cool. Although this sword, despite the fact that it was in a fire, doesn't seem to be emitting any heat. What's up with this? So as I mentioned before, the events of A Clash of Kings predominantly encapsulate the events of the War of the Five Kings. So we're aware of 4 of the kings, Stannis, Renly, Joffrey, and Robb Stark. However, who's the 5th king? And to that, we look to the events that happen here on Pike. Robb Stark, in an effort to gain the alliance of the Greyjoys, sends out Theon Greyjoy, the ward of the Greyjoys, who has been staying with the Starks for the past 10 years, out to Pike in an effort to make an alliance with his father, Balon Greyjoy, and have Balon Greyjoy join up with the Starks in an effort to allow them to root out the Lannisters from King's Landing. However, when Theon Greyjoy is on Pike, he comes to learn quite quickly that no one on Pike, no one on the Iron Islands really likes Theon Greyjoy. They see Theon Greyjoy as someone who is no longer of the sea, more of the woods. They just see him as an ostracized child, despite the fact that Theon Greyjoy was taken against his will to the Starks. They've kind of, in their minds, thought of Theon Greyjoy as someone who died long ago. But Theon Greyjoy, regardless, returns, tries to treat with Balon Greyjoy. Balon Greyjoy is like, no, I want nothing to do with Robb Stark, because you see, my former son, who I wish was deceased, I am now the king of Westeros. I will rule the Sea Stone Chair, and from the Sea Stone Chair, I will rule all of Westeros. And Theon Greyjoy is like, oh, father, didn't you learn from the first time that you were a complete idiot for trying to rise up against the entire continent of Westeros? And Balon Greyjoy is like, who are you to tell me who I am, stupid son of mine? So it is here where Theon Greyjoy also comes to meet his family members here. Asha Greyjoy, his sister, who, similar to Arya, has this kind of anti-feminine streak going on for her, someone who's against the grain. She wields an axe. Someone who just kind of laughs in the face of danger, very brutish, like drinks alcohol, like, yes, I'm one of the men, despite the fact that I'm a woman. Haha, look at me. And then his uncle, Aeron Greyjoy, who used to be a party animal, but has since found religion, this one being the religion of the drowned gods being the predominant religion of the Iron Islands. So he's a reformed man who doesn't really party. And then, probably my favorite Greyjoy, a fan favorite, Victarion Greyjoy. Victarion Greyjoy, this man, he is he's just completely psychotic, but psychotic in such a hilarious way where it's like, oh man, he's just completely out there, but it's so funny and he's so interesting. He's a complete moron, but you just can't help but fall in love with the moronic guy. So anyway, they all don't like Theon. They make fun of Theon, and so Theon, in an effort to try to gain the love of his family, the family that abandoned him 10 years ago, that doesn't want anything to do with him, he's like, all right, Father Balon, I'm going to go along with your plan. Yes, you're the king of the Sea Stone Chair. Yes, you're the king of Westeros. What can I do for you? And so Balon sends Theon out to the stony shore in some sort of small task alongside with Aeron Damphair to be like, oh, just take over the stony shore. It's like, what? You don't trust me with a big task? Asha's going to get to take over Deepwood Mont. What? It's like, I don't trust you yet, son. Maybe in due time, you'll give me reason to see you as my own. But until then, you're dead to me. So Theon and Aeron Damphair go to the stony shore, which I believe is over here somewhere. All the while, Asha Greyjoy heads over to Deepwood Mont, and Victarion Greyjoy just heads somewhere. I believe he goes to Mount Caelan to try to take that over. So we've got rebelling Greyjoys in the north, so Robb Stark's got another thing to worry about besides the Lannister forces. And speaking of Robb starts off in the Riverlands and then heads out towards the Westerlands in order to take over a couple of towns here in an effort to try to weaken Tywin's grasp on the Westerlands and weaken Tywin's grasp over the entire continent of Westeros, removing a piece of that Casterly Rock pie from underneath Tywin's nose. But before he does that, he sends out his mother, Catelyn Stark, as his envoy over to Bitterbridge in an effort to talk to Renly Baratheon to see if there could be a potential Tyrell Stark alliance here that could help Robb Stark defeat the Lannisters in battle. Meanwhile, and we'll get to my least favorite part of A Clash of Kings, similar to how it's my least favorite part in virtually every A Song of Ice and Fire book, Daenerys Targaryen, oh boy, my favorite character, She is currently aimlessly following a red comet that's in the sky. One of the things that I neglected to mention is throughout the events of A Clash of Kings, there is a red comet in the sky, and every character within this book interprets the comet as a different thing. Melisandre interprets the comet as the coming of Stannis Baratheon as the one true king. Cersei Lannister interprets the comet as a calling for Joffrey Baratheon's name day. It's like, oh, this is to signal the start of a new wonderful time under Joffrey Baratheon's rule. And then Daenerys Targaryen sees it as her opportunity to follow the red comet and see what her destiny is. So throughout the events of A Clash of Kings, she kind of meanders around the Red Waste. She's with her Dothraki Khalasar, who's currently following her after they saw that Daenerys Targaryen did not get burned in the pyre that she had set for Midi Mazdur, in addition to Dany now having 3 newly hatched baby dragons. Just kind of crawling around the Red Waste. She meets up with a guy named Shada Shoan Daxos here in Karth. Nothing of substance really happens. You could skip most of these chapters or just read the Wikipedia on them. I know I'm going to come across as quite a snob here, but the chapters are just so boring. I do not care at all what Dany is doing. So anyway, she does a whole bunch of nothing as in Karth. All the while, Arya, who is currently traveling north with Yoren and the band of would-be Night's Watchmen, she's currently masquerading herself as a boy, and somewhere along the way, they get taken captive because a couple of people under the Lannister forces, predominantly Amory Lorch, they find these would-be Night's Watchmen. They're like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, we're going to the Night's Watch. And they're like, we don't care.
Amory Lorch also commands, we're looking for a bastard-born son of Robert Baratheon. Is there anyone within your party that happens to resemble this formerly deceased king? And Yoren takes a quick look at Gendry and is like, never heard of him.
So they find where Arya and Yoren and Hot Pie and Gendry are staying, and they burn their holdfast. So Arya runs away from the burning holdfast, which is where Yoren meets his demise. But before Yoren dies, he tells Arya to get out of here, to head to Winterfell. But before she can head out on her own, she can strike out on her own, she sees a prisoner that has been traveling with them all along, There have been 3 prisoners that have kind of had their own cage separate apart from the other people traveling with Yoren. They are considered the most dangerous criminals that Yoren has taken to be part of the Night's Watch. And one of the criminals is like, help, save me, save me. And so Arya grabs an axe, throws it to this prisoner. The prisoner grabs the axe, breaks out, and he and his 2 prisoner mates escape the cage right before the inferno engulfs them. And the prisoner is like, thank you, my child. You will see me again soon. So Arya, Hot Pie, and Gendry, and Lami, who's another character, escape right before they are taken by Amory Lorch. However, they are soon captured by another one of Tywin's men called Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides. However, unlike Amory Lorch, that may have just taken these people as prisoners, Gregor Clegane and his right-hand man, known as the Tickler, proved themselves to be some pretty horrible individuals because rather than just taking them as prisoners, they also kill Lami, one of the people traveling alongside Arya, Hot Pie, and Gendry, right then and there, and torture some of the other villagers that they have captured throughout their burning rampage of the Riverlands. Again, Gregor Clegane is someone Tywin had sent to burn the Riverlands in retribution for having Tyrion kidnapped under his nose by Catelyn Stark. But again, the real reason was just Tywin just wanted to start a war, and Tyrion being kidnapped was a perfect excuse for Tywin to try to take more of that Westerosi pie that he really wanted. Back in King's Landing, Tyrion, who is continuing to act as Hand of the King, is trying to see to the city's defenses, seeing as how Renly Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon are potentially at his doorstep. So Tyrion plots with a couple of people here, mainly with the help of Varys, in order to have a couple of blacksmiths build a chain for mysterious purposes, and a couple of pyromancers create this substance known as wildfire. It's as hot as a dragon's fire, and it's what Mad King Aerys used during his reign to torture some of the people that he wasn't too fond of. So Tyrion finds some chain, some wildfire to be used for an unknown purpose, and all the while he's trying to do all this whilst living a double life, where he's staying with Shay, the whore that Bronn brought to him in the previous book of Game of Thrones, and trying to keep his relationship with this whore a secret from Cersei and a secret from everybody else on King's Landing. Now, one of the interesting things that Tyrion does throughout his time here in King's Landing is he is beginning to realize that one of these people, one of these 3 jokesters, is consistently revealing his plans to his sister Cersei, and Cersei is consistently interrupting Tyrion, like, Tyrion, what do you mean you're sending Tommen to Dorne? Or Tyrion, what do you mean you're sending Myrcella to Dorne? So Tyrion, wanting to get to the bottom of things, he gives 3 alternate plans to each of these individuals, Pycelle, Littlefinger, and Varys, to see which one of them is reporting on him. And come to find out, one of the stories that he told was he told Grand Maester Pycelle that he promised Myrcella to go to Dorne, to be warded by Dorne in an effort to try to build a Dornish/Lannister alliance. And then he told Littlefinger that Myrcella and Robert Arryn are going to get married. And then he told Varys that, like, oh, I'm promising Tommen is going to be in Dorne. So again, he told these three different things. And when Cersei finds out, Cersei's like, what do you mean Myrcella's going to Dorne? And Tyrion's like, oh, okay. Pycelle is the one who's spying on me. He's reporting to Cersei. So then he has this idiot Grand Maester Pycelle dragged from underneath the bedsheets when he's trying to sleep with a prostitute and has him thrown into the black cells where he belongs. Now, Tyrion's not the only one who's doing stuff in King's Landing, as Sansa, throughout her time in King's Landing, has gotten a new friend. The person she helped save during Joffrey's tourney, that being Dantos. He comes to find Sansa in the Godswood, and Sansa's like, oh. So Dantos had left a letter behind for Sansa saying, like, meet me in the Godswood, I'll help you escape King's Landing. And she was expecting this knight in shining armor. And it turns out to be just Dantos, this drunken person who was now made a fool thanks to Sansa saving his life. And so as a way to thank her for saving his life, he's like, I'll get you out of this city. I just need a little bit more time. And Sansa's like, hey, please take me out of the city. Because throughout the events of the book, Joffrey has been torturing this poor girl. He has had Sir Meryn beat her. He has stripped her in front of the other King's Guardsmen before Tyrion stepped in to save her. He's been just a cruel, cruel boy. And all this stems from the fact that because Robb Stark is having so many victories in the Westerlands, Joffrey has grown increasingly more and more pissed off, and his way to vent out his frustrations is by taking them out on Sansa. So Sansa, wanting nothing to do with Joffrey and wanting nothing more to do with King's Landing, She will take any exit escape she can, even if it means trusting this drunken fool Dantos. Meanwhile, in the north, Bran Stark, again, who predominantly just functions as a window point of view perspective for the events that happen. He doesn't really have much of a personality beyond that, in my subjective opinion. He hears rumblings from the other Northmen about this bastard son of Roose Bolton called Ramsay Snow, who previously forced himself within a marriage to Donella Hornwood and then locked her up in a tower in an effort to starve her and have her essentially relinquish her lands to Ramsay Snow. And in this gruesome scene where she essentially bit her own fingers off in an effort to try to provide nutrition for herself before she starved to death, which she did. So everybody in the north in Winterfell is like, oh, this Ramsay Snow, such a horrible, horrible person. How could Roose Bolton have unleashed this person amongst us? And Roose Bolton previously was like, I want nothing to do with my bastard son. He's doing his own things. So Bran is kind of learning about this Ramsay character. All the while, there's kind of a harvest feast going on here in Winterfell. And these individuals we have not been introduced to, Mira and Jojen Reed, come to Winterfell on behalf of the Craningmans from House Reed. No idea if I said that right. Please correct me down in the comments section down below. And so thanks to these two new individuals that come to visit Winterfell, they come to learn about Bran's dreams. And they're like, Bran, these aren't just weird dreams. You're a green seer. You're seeing things through the perspective of your direwolf, Summer. And Bran is like, what are you talking about? Like, no, I know what I'm talking about because I, Jojen Reed, am also a green seer. So as Bran and Jojen Reed are trading green seeing stories back and forth, Sir Roderick Cassell, who was out just kind of doing stuff in the north, he returns back to Winterfell with stories about how Ramsay Snow was actually killed. And it's like, oh, Ramsay Snow has been killed, and we found the person who's been helping him all along, this horrible individual named Reek. And the reason he's called Reek is because he was covered, his name was already Reek, but he was also covered in feces when they found him next to the dead body of Ramsay Snow, who was shot down with a bunch of arrows by these Northmen. So Sir Roderick Cassell brings Reek to the prisons of Winterfell, where he'll stay for a good while. All the while, Jon Snow, Samwell Tarly, and Jorah Mormont are currently venturing north of the Wall, again, trying to get to the bottom of what's causing all the others to appear within the north of the Wall, going around all these abandoned wildling villages. Ghost, Jon Snow's direwolf, comes across some buried dragonglass weapons. There might be something to this, so he hands them over to Samwell Tarly, and then they stay at Craster's Keep, where Craster is this wildling who is friendly in the loosest sense of the word to people of the Night's Watch. This Craster doesn't really want anything to do with Mance Rayder, the man who's currently calling himself King of the Wildlings. Craster wants nothing to do with him, so he'll be like, hey, Night's Watchman, rid me of this Mance Rayder. I want nothing to do with him. So Jon Snow, Jeor, and Samwell Tarly are just kind of traveling around and here north of the Wall. Again, not really much of substance happens. A lot of these chapters could honestly be combined and nothing of the story would be lost. All the while, here back south, Arya and her traveling companion of prisoners, including Hot Pie Gendry and a couple of other tortured villagers, under the behest of Gregor Clegane and the Tickler, arrive at Harrenhal, where Tywin is currently staying. Tywin is currently issuing orders for the Lannister forces from his seat here in Harrenhal. Although Arya never interacts with Tywin Lannister, she does see him kind of through a door that's slightly ajar here and there. She doesn't interact with him like the show. I do think that's one of the more slightly positive changes from the show. There's someone else Arya interacts with later on here in this book that they changed to Tywin Lannister, but for the purposes of this book, Tywin Lannister barely interacts with Arya, and he's just issuing plans from Harrenhal. Arya, her and the other villagers who are prisoners of the Lannister forces, they kind of just function as understewards and workers for this Harrenhal tower in order to try to keep this decaying tower up to snuff. And Arya, during her time here in Harrenhal, actually comes in contact with the prisoner she saved back in the burning holdfast when Amory Lorch set fire to the holdfast. And that prisoner is Jaqen H'ghar. Jaqen H'ghar, this Braavosi man who has a very poetic and mysterious way, a girl knows, the girl has multiple names, a way of speaking. And so, as a reward for Arya saving his life and the life of his two prisoner buddies, for saving the lives of 3 people, the gods need to have 3 other men as payment. So all this to say, as reward for Arya saving the life of Jaqen H'ghar will kill 3 people to thank her. And so Arya immediately goes to say like, okay, well, can you kill one of Tywin Lannister's horrible men? His name is Chiswick. He and his fellow Lannister companions, they sexually assaulted in a group fashion this innocent innkeeper's daughter, and it's horrible, and I want him dead. And Jaqen H'ghar says, it will be done. And sure enough, 3 days later, although we don't see it, this Chiswick falls from the top of a tower wall, and everyone's like, how could this happen? It's the curse of Black Heron. Black Heron's curse is on us. Harrenhal is haunted. And Jaqen H'ghar just kind of winks at Arya, and Arya's like, he's my new best friend. Meanwhile, Catelyn, who's off in Bitterbridge here, she gets to meet Renly Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon's younger brother, and Robert Baratheon's youngest brother. And here she meets a couple of other people, predominantly Brienne of Tarth, Marjorie of Tyrell, who she sees from afar. Marjorie Tyrell is currently betrothed to Renly Baratheon. Renly Baratheon quickly wed Marjorie Tyrell in order to declare himself king and declare Marjorie Tyrell queen. And then Marjorie Tyrell's brother, Loras Tyrell, who is this very famous knight, very good swordsman. So Renly Baratheon, in commemoration of being the new king of Westeros, is currently having this tourney, and everyone anticipating that Loras Tyrell was going to win this tourney. No, it turns out that this unexpected victor was none other than Brienne of Tarth. Brienne of Tarth coming from the land of Tarth, a land that is known for sapphires, allegedly, and Catelyn comes to befriend this Brienne. So Renly makes Brienne one of his Rainbow Knights, and Brienne is very pleased because Brienne has a kind of middle school style crush on Renly Baratheon. It's kind of cute. Throughout this entire process, Catelyn kind of gets to know Renly Baratheon. He sees that Renly Baratheon has a rather immature view of this war. He sees it as like, oh, I'll make a name for myself and I will kill these people and I'll be great and grand. Whereas Catelyn, who is a more mature, realistic woman, sees it as like, war is horrible, dude. Like, what the heck are you doing? She also sends Robb's terms to Renly Baratheon. Renly is cordial with Catelyn. He's like, all right, I'll hear the terms of your son, the King of the North, the Robb Stark. Like, come join us. Like, let's make an alliance and let's take down the Lannisters. Like, all right, I'll help you on this, but only if you consider me as king. Like, yes, Robb Stark can be the King of the North, but he has to bend the knee to me, the true King of Westeros. And Catelyn is just like, just kind of not saying a thing. So throughout the events here, at some point, Renly Baratheon alongside Brienne and Catelyn, they venture forth towards to Storm's End, where they are currently meeting up with Stannis and Melisandre and Davos in a parley. Stannis and Renly are seeing each other for the first time in quite a while, and Stannis is like, you should bend the knee to me. And Renly is like, no, brother, you should bend the knee to me. You have no fashion sense. And Stannis is like, oh, you look like a peach. And so Renly is like, here, have a peach. If you come bend the knee to me, I will offer you Storm's End and offer you this peach. Who would deny this peach? And Stannis is like, I don't need your fruit. I also don't need your Storm's End. Like, this is my Storm's End. I can take it whenever I want. You should bend the knee to me. So they're just kind of, little school children being here like, no, I'm king. No, I'm king. And Catelyn, trying to be the mature middle person here, is like, boys. Like, what are you doing? Like, the real enemy is Joffrey, Cersei, the Lannisters. Let's make peace. We're so much stronger when we're united. Let's try to come together and kill Cersei and kill Joffrey and take back the Iron Throne for the goodness. And it's like, no, only I get to rule the Iron Throne. And Stannis is like, no, only I will rule the Iron Throne. So Stannis tells Renly, like, you have until tomorrow to bend the knee to me. And Renly is like, look at all the people that I have here. And although I don't have portraits for them, but there's like 50,000 men currently with Renly Baratheon, completely outnumbering Stannis' forces. Like, who do you think would win in a battle, me or you? And Stannis is like, I would win. I will see you tomorrow, Renly Baratheon. It's like, or I'll see you tomorrow, Stannis Baratheon, my dear brother. So nothing was solved here as Renly and Stannis are at an impasse. So Renly intends for the Tyrell forces to meet Stannis' forces in battle on the next day. And as Renly prepares himself for battle, a shadow in the shape of Stannis Baratheon comes in the middle of the night and stabs Renly Baratheon in the back and through the chest and kills Renly Baratheon. Thus, one of the 5 kings on this War of the 5 Kings dies. And Catelyn is freaking out, and Brienne is freaking out, and nobody really knows what happened. Catelyn sees this shadow. Some of the Tyrell forces immediately come inside. They're like, what happened? What? Renly is dead. What happened? And Catelyn is like, a shadow. Brienne is also saying the same thing. A shadow came. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? Are you smoking crack? And so Catelyn, the first thing that comes to her mind is like, it was Stannis. Stannis did it. And so Catelyn and Brienne flee before anyone tries to pin Renly's death on them. All the while, a lot of the Tyrell forces quickly switch allegiance over to Stannis now that Renly is dead. Some of the other Tyrell forces retreat back to Highgarden and to Bitterbridge. So Catelyn and Brienne make their way back to Riverrun. All the while, Tyrion comes to learn about Renly's death here at Storm's End. So he talks to Cersei about, like, Cersei, Renly is dead. That's one less king to worry about. Let's send someone over to the Tyrells. Only some of the Tyrells followed Stannis. A lot of the other Tyrells don't like Stannis. We can make a Lannister-Tyrell agreement. And Cersei just begrudgingly agrees. So they come up with a plan to marry off Joffrey over to Margaery Tyrell, and the person who will deliver the news is none other than Littlefinger. So Littlefinger makes his way over to Bitterbridge in order to be an envoy for this cause of having Joffrey marry off to Margaery. And then he also heads off to Highgarden to meet with the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell being the grandmother of Margaery Tyrell and the mother of Mace Tyrell, who is Margaery Tyrell's father, in an effort, again, to spur this Tyrell-Lannister alliance. Meanwhile, Tywin, he hears of all the losses in the Westerlands, so he heads off from Harrenhal to try to meet Robb Stark in battle and also kind of take care of the Westerlands here, thus leaving Arya alone here at Harrenhal, and where she comes up with a second name, this one being Whis, someone who had been kind of slave riding Arya and some of the other prisoners and villagers. Meanwhile, Theon wins an easy victory alongside Aeron Damphair at the Stony Shore, and Catelyn asks Brienne to be her sworn sword as they head up to Riverrun, and Brienne promises her services to Catelyn. So then off in King's Landing, and again, I'm sorry this is all over the place. Again, A Clash of Kings is a little bit more all over the place when compared to A Game of Thrones. Back in King's Landing, Tyrion sends Myrcella off to Dorne to be warded off by Doran Martell here in Dorne. And while all this is going on, some of the townsfolk who have grown restless over the fact that there is no food currently in King's Landing, currently the Tyrells, because this is war, have a blockade over here along the bay. Because they have a blockade, no food is able to get to King's Landing. Therefore, a lot of the King's Landing citizens are starving, and a lot of them point the finger at both Tyrion and Joffrey. So there's a huge riot that happens. People throw dung at Joffrey. Joffrey gets mad. He has the Hound, Sandor Clegane, pull out his sword, kill one of the townsfolk, and the other townsfolk get super pissed off, so they try to overwhelm the King's Guards. They overwhelm quite a few of the Lannister men. Quite a few people die. A lot of chaos going on in King's Landing. Just all sorts of ruckus. Tyrion slaps Joffrey in one of the most satisfying scenes from the book. Yes, thank you so much, Tyrion. All the while, Stannis, Melisandre, and Davos plot here in Storm's End on how to march off to King's Landing. Obviously, they haven't really taken over Storm's End. They're just kind of staying there. So Stannis sends Melisandre and Davos under the Cloak of Night to have Davos sail Melisandre underneath the castle of Storm's End at night and have Melisandre, in one of the book's creepiest scenes, birth this shadow baby from her female body parts. And this shadow baby just kind of fly into Storm's End and kill Courtney Penrose, as Davos just looks on in horror and see that this shadow is very much shaped like Stannis, and Stannis is the one responsible for these shadows that are coming from Melisandre. Well, Courtney Penrose dies, and Stannis takes Robert Baratheon's most well-known bastard son, Edric Storm, from Storm's End. Meanwhile, Theon Greyjoy, wanting the respect of his Iron Men, he's tired of not getting the respect of his father, tired of not getting the respect of his uncles and his sister, so he devises a plan to leave Aeron Damphair here with Dagmar Cleftjaw at the Stony Shore, and devises a plan to take over Winterfell, which he successfully does because he knows Winterfell's defenses in and out, having lived there for 10 years, infiltrates Winterfell, and commands Bran to relinquish the castle to Theon Greyjoy. Theon, what the heck are you doing? Bran, knowing that there's no other option, relinquishes Winterfell over to Theon, and thus Theon crowns himself the King of Winterfell. Meanwhile, in the north, Jon Snow meets up with a Night's Watch, a famous Night's Watchman named Qhorin Halfhand. As he and Qhorin venture here further north of the Wall, they come in contact with a couple of wildlings, kill a couple of wildlings. However, one of the wildlings, named Ygritte, a woman with red hair, a beautiful young woman who always says, "You know nothing, Jon Snow," interacts with Jon. Jon, feeling the blood rush, and I'm not talking about to his head, decides to let Ygritte go, feeling a little bit of compassion, and Qhorin Halfhand doesn't hold it against him. He's like, You horny teenager, you. Ah, and gives him nuggies back at base. All the while, down in Harrenhal, Arya realizing that, you know what, these people that I've been killing, they're really just undermen. They don't really have control of what's going on here in the war. They're just lackeys here. The third person on the list of people that Jaqen can kill needs to be someone who has some sort of influence over the happenings of King's Landing and of Westeros. So Jaqen says, like, you know, you could order me to kill Joffrey. I can't promise it'll happen tomorrow, but it could happen next week, could happen next year. He will die if you ask for it. However, seeing a couple of prisoners from the north being captured and sent to the prison cells in Harrenhal, she tries to bargain with Jaqen, like, Jaqen, can you save more than the third person? It's like Jaqen says, like, only 3 is all I was promised. So Arya, in a clever little scheme, says, okay, the third person is Jaqen Hagar. And Jaqen's like, what? It's like, yep, you're the third person I want to die. Jaqen is like, change your name. It's like, nope, I made my promise, third person. It's like, ah. So Jaqen begrudgingly helps Arya save the northern prisoners that are currently staying at Harrenhal from their prison cells. She brings this soup, this weasel soup, over to a couple of guardsmen who are currently protecting the prison where the Northmen are staying. They're like, oh, finally some soup for our recognition. We're finally going to eat. And then Arya and Jaqen pour the soup over the guards, and they're like, ah! They start burning, freaking out. Arya frees the Northmen, and then there's a huge battle that goes on. A lot of the guards die, and Harrenhal has fallen over to a northern claim. Roose Bolton arrives to Harrenhal, Roose Bolton being one of Robb Stark's bannermen. He's like, who is responsible for this? And everyone points to Arya, who's currently going by the name Nan, because she doesn't want to be recognized as Arya. And Roose Bolton is like, you'll be my cupbearer, young Nan. And Nan is like, yippee! Over here at Riverrun, Catelyn finally has a chance to have a conversation with Jaime Lannister over everything that transpired in the previous book. Jaime, pretty much having nothing to hide and having nothing to lose, straight up tells Catelyn the truth about everything. Tells her how he was the one to push Bran out of a window because he intended to kill him, because he saw Jaime sleeping with Cersei, thus potentially damaging Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne. He also witnessed the death of Ned Stark's father and Ned Stark's brother, Brandon and Rickard Stark, all those years ago during the Mad King Aerys' reign. Jaime is just telling her all these things, and Catelyn, wanting nothing more to do with this man, commands Brienne to take Jaime out of Riverrun and make way towards King's Landing. Not a very smart plan, but I guess in Catelyn's head she's thinking like, well, maybe if I give Jaime back to King's Landing, they'll finally give my daughters back to me, not knowing that one of those daughters is currently in Harrenhal. Meanwhile, in the north, at Winterfell, Theon's still not getting the recognition that he wants from the Iron Man and not getting the recognition that he wants from the Northmen, as everyone kind of looks at Theon as a complete idiot. He starts killing a couple of Northmen in hopes that they will finally respect him. However, Bran and Rickon have managed to escape from Winterfell. So Theon is like, no, everyone's going to think I'm a complete fool. Even though he is a complete fool, he's like, no, Bran and Rickon, where are they? I have to find them. And so he frees this prisoner who promises to help him, this prisoner named Reek. And Reek is like, oh, I can help you. And Theon is like, oh, I have nowhere to turn. Fellow prisoner Reek, can you help me? What am I going to do about this Bran and Rickon situation? So Reek convinces Theon. This is a plot twist that's revealed later on in the book, but essentially what happens is Reek kills a couple of northern Miller's boys, just innocent Miller's boys that had nothing to do with anything, kills them, dunks their head in oil, and passes them off as Bran and Rickon's heads, and then shows them off to the people of Winterfell. Theon's like, look, this is what happens when you defy me. These are Bran and Rickon's heads, even though they're really not. I killed Bran and Rickon, so now you have to respect me. Without really realizing that because he killed Bran and Rickon, well, killed, the people at Winterfell now even want less to do with him than they wanted to do with him prior. Asha, hearing of everything that's going on in Winterfell, marches on from Deepwood Mont over to Winterfell and talks to Theon like, Theon, what are you doing, you complete idiot? Winterfell is far inland. There's no, body of water nearby. You're surrounded by northern forces, and now you've killed Bran and Rickon? Are you some kind of idiot? And Theon is like, oh, how dare you talk back to me, stupid sister? You never respected me. And Asha's like, come with me. Come back to Deepwood Mont. Let's talk about this. Let's be civil. And Theon's like, no, you stupid sister. I will stay here at Winterfell. I will forever be at Winterfell. You never got respect. Now you will have my respect. And Asha's like, all right, well, you'll die here at Winterfell. Bye, brother. And so she leaves Theon behind with Reek, and Theon's freaking out because Asha was right. They are currently being surrounded by a whole bunch of northern forces, and there's nowhere to go. Theon has nowhere to escape. So Maester Luwin, who's currently being held prisoner at Winterfell, he was the Maester of the Starks, he's like, Theon, you have to relinquish the castle. Like, you're surrounded by northern forces. There's nowhere to go. What are you going to do? So Theon is like freaking out. He's like, no, what am I going to do?
So he sends out Reek, and Reek is like,
hey, Theon Greyjoy, my lord. I was under Ramsay's employ. I can go to the Dreadfort and bring back 20,000 northern men. Some of my former master Ramsay Snow's men to help us with this cause. And Theon is like, oh, you will? Thank you, Sir Reek. I trust you completely. Reek is like, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, my lord. So Reek goes off, and Theon is currently being held behind the walls of Winterfell, is being surrounded by northern men, and he's all sorts of freaking out. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it is here where we get to my favorite part in this book. Probably my favorite part in the entire series. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. So up to this point, if you couldn't already tell, I enjoy A Clash of Kings, but this book is a little bit all over the place. Although I didn't talk a lot about what happens with Dany and Jon, and even Catelyn have quite a bit of bloat in their stories. I kind of just summarized it pretty quickly here, or relatively quickly in order to kind of get to the most important parts, but there's quite a bit of bloat here. So, up to this point in the story, I'm like, yeah, A Clash of Kings is a good book, but it didn't quite grab me as much as A Game of Thrones. However, that completely changes with this book's climax, because now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the famous Battle of Blackwater Bay. Oh my gosh, I love this moment. This giant moment that encapsulates, I think, like 70 to 75 pages of this book. It is a sequence that jumps from chapter to chapter between 3 different POV perspectives as we jump between Sansa, Tyrion, and Davos as they narrate different parts of this Battle of the Blackwater Bay, and we see this battle up front. And it's suspenseful, there's tension, it is glorious, it is George R.R. Martin at his finest when it comes to writing action scenes anyway. So, previous to the Battle of Blackwater Bay, Tyrion had Tommen sent out of town in order to help protect him. He's somewhere in Rosby. And, one thing I forgot to mention, Aerys Oakheart, he also went with Myrcella off to Dorne. So Myrcella and Aerys Oakheart, her Kingsguard protector, are off in Dorne, and Tommen is somewhere in Rosby, thus leaving the Lannisters here at King's Landing by themselves. So Stannis Baratheon, now having no one in his way, commands a force that travels by night through different campgrounds until they reach King's Landing from the west. All the while, Melisandre is staying back at Dragonstone, and Davos is traveling by ship with Imry Florent here from the east via Blackwater Bay. So the King's Landing forces are trapped on both sides by a seafaring army and by a horse army. What's going to happen here? So Tyrion, having devised the plan throughout the entire book, just for this very moment, has a couple of lowly barges here in the Blackwater Bay filled with this liquid, this substance that we had been informed of earlier in the book, this wildfire substance. And Davos sees this wildfire substance and immediately knows what's happening. He screams, "No!" as one of the ships accidentally collides with one of the barges full of this wildfire liquid, and immediately the entire Blackwater Bay explodes in this engulfment of green fire. A lot of ships are set on fire, including Davos' ship, which Davos is then thrown overboard, and as he's swimming, he looks above the surface of the water, and he sees that a chain currently being raised up by Bronn and a couple of Oxmen here at the entrance of the Blackwater Bay, are currently ensnaring all the ships that are within the Blackwater Bay inside the Blackwater Bay. So now they are trapped with all the wildfire. So there's nowhere for these ships to go except further west towards King's Landing, the ships that survived the wildfire explosion anyway. But Tyrion knows this isn't enough. Tyrion knows it's like, all right, well, obviously we have wildfire, but there's still a lot of forces here, and we've also got forces just kind of ramming here at the King's Gate. They want to enter, so Tyrion is like, I'm going to go onto the field and do something about it. Tyrion goes off here into the King's Gate to try to meet Stannis' forces head on, all the while Sansa, who is trapped with Cersei at the Red Keep, has to suffer quite a few torturous conversations with Cersei. Cersei comes to learn that Sansa is currently flowering. She finally had her first period, and Cersei is like, oh, Joffrey will put a baby in you soon enough, and Sansa's freaking out. She's like, oh. Even though by this point, Cersei has kind of agreed to promise Joffrey off to Marjorie, but Cersei just wants to torture Sansa. So Tyrion goes to meet a lot of Stannis' forces, alongside with Sandor Clegane, goes to meet them head on. However, When Sandor Clegane sees a lot of the wildfire that's happening here in Blackwater Bay, Sandor Clegane decides to ditch, and Tyrion's like, what the heck are you doing? And he's like, bugger you. It's like, what about Joffrey? Bugger the king. Bugger you. It's like, no. So Sandor Clegane officially ditches camp, so Tyrion, alongside with his squire, Podrick Payne,
and Sir Mandon Moore, one of Joffrey's Kingsguardmen whom Cersei assigned to stand alongside Tyrion and Joffrey, remember him for later,
are on their own here at the Kingsgate. They're trying to stop Stannis' forces. At some point, a lot of the ships here that were engulfed in the explosion of the wildfire kind of start linking together in this sort of bridge, this bridge of ships that connect King's Landing to some of the land here on the south of King's Landing, thus allowing a lot of Stannis' forces to run along the ships and ram their battering ram into one of the gates. Tyrion is like, no, you don't. So he rides a horse up along the bridge of ships, and as he boards a ship and engages some of these people in battle, Tyrion's quite an athlete here in this Battle of Blackwater Bay sequence. Sir Mandon Moore decides now is the perfect time to betray Tyrion Lannister. So as Tyrion kind of gets overtaken by this battle, and he starts kind of losing this battle, and a couple of Stannis' forces kind of start taking him, Tyrion kind of falls through some of the ships, and he's getting tired, badly damaged, he's on his last legs. Sir Mandon Moore pulls out his sword and swipes 3/4 of his nose, thus leaving Tyrion noseless for pretty much the rest of the series. Tyrion, unconscious, not really knowing what's going on, being struck down by Sir Mandon Moore, looks off into the distance, and he sees something strange off in the distance. He sees Renly Baratheon. Renly Baratheon here, or at least someone who appears to look like Renly Baratheon, kind of fighting off Stannis' army here in the west, alongside what looks to be a couple of other forces here. Something's going on. Tyrion is a little bit confused. He doesn't know what's going on. However, before Tyrion can kind of fully get a grasp of the situation and pull himself up, Sir Mandon Moore stands over him, about to deliver the killing blow. And as Sir Mandon Moore is about to strike down one of the fan-favorite characters of the series, Podrick Payne. Oh my gosh, little lowly squire Podrick Payne pushes Mandon Moore out of the ship, pushes him overboard, and saves Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion can't believe it. He's a little bit confused. He's loopy. He thinks Jaime Lannister may have saved him, but no, it was Podrick Payne. And so Tyrion kind of goes unconscious. All the while, Sansa retreats to her quarters, to her room, just all sorts of sad, all sorts of angry, all sorts of depressed, just really wanting this battle to end, wanting Joffrey to die, wanting Cersei to die. She doesn't want to be here at King's Landing anymore. She just wants to be away. And so who does she see in the shadows of her bedchamber but this man, Sandor Clegane, who has officially ditched the Lannisters? And Sandor, he's like, I can take you with me. I can take you away from here for King's Landing. However, Sansa has kind of a change of heart, and she's like, maybe it's not so good of an idea. So Sandor pulls out a knife, kind of threateningly, kind of like a madman, drunk. And he like puts his knife in Sansa's mouth and is like, Sansa, little bird, you will sing me one last song before I depart from here, or I will cut you open. And so Sansa, kind of fearful, she sings this sad song, this hymn, this mother's hymn to Sandor, and she grabs Sandor's cheeks and feels Sandor's tears. Sandor, having seen the wildfire and experienced all this bloody war business that has gone on, and obviously as she's cupping his cheeks and sings him comfortably, she opens her eyes and Sandor's gone. He's gone missing. So Sansa takes Sandor's white cape and goes to sleep. And when she wakes up, she sees Sir Dantos singing and dancing and celebrating in victory, and he's like, oh, my glorious Jonquil, like Florian and Jonquil, my glorious Sansa, the battle is over, the battle is won, the Lannisters have won. And she's like, oh, great, that's not good news. And he's like, oh, the day is saved. Tywin Lannister, Randyll Tarly, and Mace Tyrell, and Renly Baratheon. And she's like, Renly Baratheon? What the heck is going on? Renly Baratheon have saved us. The city is saved. The Tyrells are heroes. Tywin is a hero. And so Sansa's like, oh, great. So the Battle of Blackwater Bay ends. Stannis and Davos retreat back to Dragonstone, pretty much having lost most of their forces.
This is technically not true. Only Stannis returns to Dragonstone. Davos is actually still lost at sea.
Essentially licking their wounds off in Dragonstone. Tywin has arrived into King's Landing. Tywin has been given a bunch of honors. Tywin is now the hand of the king as he was originally supposed to be until you had named Tyrion. But now he's back to reclaim the position as hand of the king. Meanwhile, Tyrion is off in his bedchambers just lamenting the fact that he's bedridden and everyone else is being named all these honors. Marjorie Tyrell has officially been betrothed to Joffrey Baratheon. Loras Tyrell, Marjorie Tyrell's brother, has been given a spot on the Kingsguard. All sorts of happiness and celebrations going on in King's Landing, except obviously Sansa and Tyrion are not happy about any of this. So that ends that spectacular moment of A Clash of Kings. However, the battles are not over, as Reek has returned with his promised 20,000 men, and Theon couldn't be happier, and he's like, Reek, you came back to save me! And so the northern forces that had surrounded Winterfell all get taken down by Reek's forces of 20,000 men from the Dreadfort. And Theon is like, wow, I don't believe it. How did you do it? How did you manage to convince the men of the Dreadfort to follow you, fellow Reek? And Reek is like, I'm not Reek. I'm Ramsay Bolton. And Theon is like, oh, okay. Well, thank you, Ramsay. How can I thank you? And that moment, Reek knocks out Theon Greyjoy. And he's like, oh, how dare you ever call me anything but your lord? And so Reek, or Ramsay Bolton, commands that Little Walder and Big Walder be removed from Winterfell. Why all so friendly with the phrase all of a sudden, fellow Bolton, Ramsay Bolton? And then Ramsay commands his force of Dreadfort men to burn Winterfell. So Ramsay takes Theon Greyjoy back to the Dreadfort, where there he'll stay for the foreseeable future. He's not dead. When I first read this book, I thought Theon was dead, but he's not dead. And speaking of Bolton, all the while Arya here in Harrenhal, after saving the lives of all the northern men, Jaqen H'ghar goes off to Braavos, but not before leaving a coin behind for Arya. Says, should you ever need me, should you ever need help with anything, or need to reach Braavos or reach me, show this iron coin and yell out as loud as you can, Valar Morghulis. And Jaqen H'ghar leaves behind Arya. So Roose Bolton had showed up to Harrenhal, made Arya his cupbearer, and Arya intends to reveal herself to Roose Bolton. However, there's something about Roose Bolton that just kind of strikes her a little suspicious. So she continues to go about this facade that she's garlic non. And during her time at Harrenhal, she comes to learn of a potential breaking of a betrothal. Apparently there's a Frey who's not going to marry. Something about Robb Stark, a broken betrothal. Everyone's upset. And then Roose Bolton, for some weird reason, who's being particularly super chummy with the Freys all of a sudden after hearing about this broken betrothal, whatever that means, all of a sudden sends a lot of northern forces off to Duskendale in a potentially losing battle. And Arya and me as a first-time reader, when I read it for the first time, I'm like, what is going on? On a second read, I'm like, Roose Bolton, you sly, horrible man. But we'll get to that later. So Arya not trusting Roose Bolton, and Roose Bolton being all sorts of sus, sending out the men to their potential death at Duskendale, being super chummy with these horrible Freys. Well, soon to be horrible Freys. Arya steals a map and a couple things from Roose Bolton's solar, and grabs Hot Pie and Gendry, and they all run away from Harrenhal. So where? Who knows? But they know that they're just going to run away and get out of here. Up in the north, Jon, who's currently with Qhorin Halfhand, gets a surprise visit from Ygritte, who has returned with a couple of wildling friends, this time with the intention of killing Jon Snow and Qhorin Halfhand. Qhorin Halfhand previously telling Jon Snow to follow the wildlings, whatever they say. Jon Snow is like, wait, I want to be one of you wildlings. And Rattleshirt, who's currently traveling with Ygritte, is like, prove it then. Kill your fellow companion Qhorin Halfhand. So Jon Snow, having no choice, and Qhorin Halfhand knowing that Jon has to do what he has to do, agrees to this duel. Jon Snow, with the heavy assist from Ghost, the direwolf, kills Qhorin Halfhand and agrees to join up with the wildlings and join up with Ygritte. Off in the east, which we've barely really talked about throughout this entire book, again, Daenerys doesn't really have much going on. The only thing of note, the two things of note here with Daenerys' story are that at one point Daenerys goes to the House of the Undying, this house housing these weird kind of shape-shifty individuals, know the Undying, and throughout this house Daenerys sees a lot of events that have happened throughout history, including seeing her previous brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, some of the things Rhaegar has done, kind of seeing history play out. She also sees future events, including a dead wolf with a crown on his head, that being a huge foreshadowing to the Red Wedding that happens in the next book. She sees all these events, and it's really cool on a reread, but besides that, there's really nothing else of note that happens here in Daenerys' story. The other thing being that an individual known as Arstan Whitebeard, who Jorah Mormont, who has been traveling with Daenerys Targaryen throughout this entire story, kind of half recognizes. He's like, I feel like I've seen this individual somewhere before. And Arstan, recognizing who Jorah Mormont is like, I know who you are. But saves Daenerys from being bitten by a manticore at a Karth market. And Daenerys is like, wow, I am indebted to you. And Arstan Whitebeard is like, me and my companion Strong Belwas have been sent to retrieve you, Daenerys Targaryen. We have been sent by Illyrio Mopatis to bring you back to Pentos. And Dany is like, okay, sure, whatever you say, Sir Arstan Whitebeard, sir, someone I've never met before but has saved my life for no reason. And Jorah Mormont is like, something suspicious about you, Arstan, something suspicious. So yeah, that's where Dany's story ends. But where the book really ends is off in Winterfell. These two boys, Bran and Rickon Stark, with Mira, Jojen Reed, Hodor, and Osha, their wildling protector, rise up from the crypts where they were staying at. They never ran away from Winterfell. They were at Winterfell all along. They were just staying within the crypts. Push a boulder out of the way, rise up from the crypt, and they see a burned Winterfell. But despite it being burned, they see that the stones, although broken, are still standing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where A Clash of Kings ends.
Which leads us to A Storm of Swords. Released on August 8 of the year 2000, is the third book within George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series. And it is also my personal favorite within the series. Why so? Well, I'll tell ya in this summary of A Storm of Swords.
So previously in A Clash of Kings, we had Stannis, Melisandre, and Davos who lost at the Battle of Blackwater Bay. They were not able to take over King's Landing, and unfortunately, Stannis and Melisandre in particular had to go back to Dragonstone, while Davos here is somewhere lost out in the middle of the sea. As opposed to Tywin, Cersei, and Joffrey, who are recently reeling from a victory, having just won the Battle of Blackwater Bay. Now with Marjorie, Loras, and Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns here in King's Landing, we've got a new Tyrell-Lannister partnership going on, something that'll be very scary for all of our other opponents here in the War of the Five Kings. Renly, one of the previous Five Kings, has died. Balon Greyjoy off in Pike. He's doing okay, but he did just lose his son that he wished wasn't his son, Theon Greyjoy, at the Battle of Winterfell, with Ramsay Bolton, or the recently revealed Ramsay Bolton, having taken Theon Greyjoy as his hostage. And Robb Stark, although he does seem to be doing pretty well for himself, something tells me he is coming off the peak of his powers here in Westeros, and he might be readying himself for a nasty, nasty downfall in this coming book. So the events of A Storm of Swords begin here at the Fists of the First Men. Samwell Tarly is here, along with our prologue point of view character named Chet. Chet is someone who previously worked for Maester Aemon, someone who was helping Maester Aemon with all of his tasks at the Wall. However, that job got taken away by Jon Snow and placed into the hands of Samwell Tarly, and Samwell Tarly was happy to help out Maester Aemon with all the things that he had doing. However, Chet did not like Jon Snow for that, in addition to Chet just not being a very good person. So Chet and a couple of his fellow pals decide to do a little impromptu mutiny here at the Fist of the First Men. They start plotting and scheming that they want to escape from the Fist of the First Men, but not before paying a little visit to Samwell Tarly and killing him right then and there before running away with some of the dogs and running away with some of the food. However, before Chet can sneak into Samwell Tarly's bedroom and stab our beloved pudgy individual right in the stomach, all of a sudden, our Night's Watch Rangers are woken up by not one, not two, but 3 blows of the horn. And everyone on camp is woken up. Because you see, when the horn is blown once, that usually indicates Night's Watch Rangers returning to camp. When it's blown twice, that indicates a wildling attack. However, if it's blown thrice, then that can only mean others are on the way. So Samwell Tarly awakes from his bed, and he's like, oh, what the heck is going on? And he sees Chet. It's like, oh, Chet, you're awake. Perfect. Let's take care of these others' problem. And Chet is just like, why, Samwell? Why others? Perfect timing, blah. So everyone at the Fist of the First Men is attacked by the others, and unfortunately that means the end of quite a few of our Night's Watch companions here at the Fist of the First Men, including our pretty unlikable POV Chet here at the wall. So while chaos is reigning supreme north of the wall, here south of the wall we've got something a little bit less chaotic, but still kind of stressful, as Brienne and Jaime are currently on the run from a couple of Riverrun forces. Edmure Tully not being too pleased with Catelyn's decision to have Brienne of Tarth release Jaime from his prison and escort Jaime back to King's Landing, Edmure Tully, Catelyn's younger brother, sends out a couple of Riverrun forces after Brienne and Jaime in an effort to recapture the Kingslayer and bring them back to Riverrun. Brienne and Jaime see that they're currently being chased by our Riverrun forces. They give them chase, and then eventually Brienne, with some quick thinking, is able to roll a couple of boulders off of a cliff and sink one of our Riverland ships, meaning that Brienne and Jaime are good to go for the rest of their adventure. Along the way, Jaime starts saying some not nice things about Brienne. Jaime is still not a very likable individual, sleeping with his sister, pushing little boys off of windows, injuring Ned Stark's men, the usual king-slaying things. And Brienne, not wanting to put up with this abuse, just shuts Jaime up and is like, I can strike you down right here and now if I wanted to. And Jaime's like, go ahead. I have nothing to live for. And Brienne is like, don't tempt me. And Jaime's like, oh, I wish you would, you wench. And so off they go like an old married couple. Meanwhile, at King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister, having woken up from his recent injuries at the Battle of the Blackwater Bay, wakes up to find King's Landing a much different place than what it was prior to Tyrion Lannister falling asleep after the long and exhausting Battle of Blackwater Bay. He sees that his former mountain men, the mountain men that he had befriended in the first Game of Thrones book and stationed at places of security guard duty here at King's Landing, are no longer there. Bronn has now been made a knight, and a lot of his former companions are either no longer there or dead. So Tyrion is pretty much all alone at his bed. He's like, did they find Shae? Hopefully they haven't found Shae. Shae being the prostitute who's been sleeping with Tyrion this whole time. In a typical arrangement, Tyrion has been paying her in an effort to keep up this relationship, despite the fact that Shae has told him from the very beginning that their relationship is merely a financial transaction. So Tyrion, finding that Shae is still in safe hands, decides to have a chit-chat with his father about, hey, father, why didn't you come visit me at my bedside when I was, ill and bedridden after saving the city of King's Landing from Stannis' forces? And Tywin Lannister is like, I did see you. Maester Pycelle informed me that you would be fine, so I didn't need to see you anymore. And Tyrion's like, oh, well, thanks for being my father, Dad. Also, Father Tywin, I see you're writing a couple of letters. Who are those letters for? And Tywin's like, it's none of your business. Totally not a future Red Wedding foreshadowing or anything like that. So Tyrion is talking to his father, and he's like, all right, well, Jaime Lannister, presumed dead, but if he's not presumed dead, he is still a member of the Kingsguard. He is not allowed to father a son, he's not allowed to have a wife or lands, meaning that you currently have no heir to Casterly Rock, Sir Father. So, with no heir present, how about rewarding Casterly Rock to me, your son, who just, again, saved the city of King's Landing from Stannis' forces? And Tywin just mulls this over for a quick millisecond, and he's like, I would rather be consumed by maggots before mocking the family name and making you heir of Casterly Rock. And Tyrion's like, why? And Tywin says, why? You're a disgusting creature full of lust, low cunning, and envy. Men's laws give you the right to bear my name and call you a Lannister? Well, no gods or men can make me make you heir of Casterly Rock. Go, now, and speak no more of your rights. So Tyrion, depressed after another just lovely conversation with his father, walks out of the room, but before he walks out of the room, Tywin gives him one final warning. Oh, one more thing. The next whore I catch in your bed, I'll hang. And Tyrion just walks dejected. Oh, father-son relationships. Gotta love them. Meanwhile, Sansa, who is still at King's Landing, meets with Olenna and Marjorie Tyrell, the most recent arrivals into King's Landing, And after having a fairly good conversation with these Tyrells, thinking that, these Tyrells aren't so bad, and Olenna promising Sansa that, oh, Sansa, oh, you lovely child, wouldn't you like to leave this city of King's Landing and like to marry a Tyrell? And Sansa's super happy. She's like, oh boy, would I ever? However, when she then meets with Dantos later that evening, Sir Dantos gives Sansa a little dose of reality that, like, Sansa, these Tyrells may seem like flowers on the outside, but really, these flowers have thorns. They're just like the Lannisters, except more flowery. There's nothing different about them. And sure enough, Sansa comes soon to find out that had Sansa followed through with Olenna Tyrell's desire to marry Sansa off to a Tyrell, she would have been married off to not Loras Tyrell, who Sansa sees as this beautiful knight in shining armor, but rather Willis Tyrell, a Tyrell nonetheless, but someone who was recently paralyzed not too long ago by Oberyn Martell. And so Sansa realizing that, like, oh, the Tyrells just wanted to marry me off to this paralyzed individual just so that they can get their greedy little mitts on Winterfell, is dejected. But Sir Dantos reminds Sansa that, like, it's okay, Sansa, we're still going to get you out of this city. By the by, do you still have that hairnet that I gave you? Make sure you wear that during Joffrey's upcoming wedding with Marjorie Tyrell. So Sansa looks over this hairnet and she's like, all right, sure. I mean, it just looks like it's got little purple amethysts or whatever these things are called. But sure, yeah, I'll wear it to the wedding or whatever. Meanwhile, in the middle of Blackwater Bay, Sir Davos, surviving off of little crawfish or whatever kind of sea creatures he can find, stranded on this lowly rock in the middle of the Blackwater Bay, on the verge of death, is spotted by a Lyseni ship. And Davos waves to them and he's like, here, over here, save me, save me. And the people of the ship come up to Sir Davos and they're like, oh, are you Sir Davos? And Davos is like, yes, I come to see my king. And they're like, well, we gotta check to make sure. Which king? And Sir Davos says, the one true king, Stannis Baratheon. And of course they respond with, of course that's our king. So they board him up on their ship and take Sir Davos off to Dragonstone to be reunited with Stannis. Meanwhile, off in the north, Jon, who is now full BFFs with our wildlings, including a lovely young lady with red hair named Ygritte, comes to meet the king beyond the wall, Mance Rhaegar. Mance, being just a ordinary-looking man with long gray hair who likes to play on his harp, his little instrument, sees Jon and he's like, you? A turncloak? I've met you, Jon Snow. And Jon is like, oh, how have you met me before? Like, we've never met. He's like, oh, you didn't see me, but I was there in Winterfell at the beginning of the very first book of Game of Thrones. I was there to see King Robert Baratheon, and I saw your father, and I saw your family, and I saw you, Jon Snow. So, Jon, you better have a good reason for wanting to join the Wildlings. And so Jon, thinking pretty quickly on his feet, gives Mance Rayder a kind of a BS reason for joining the Wildlings. Truthfully, one of the few good changes that the TV show does when compared to the source material that they change is Jon Snow's reasoning for joining the Wildlings. In the book, Jon Snow is like, Mance, my family was sitting up on the high table, and where did they seat the bastard? Way in the back, away from everybody else. They had no respect for me, so therefore I, in retribution for some sort of lack of respect that I believe I was owed, I decided that I'm going to become a wildling now. And Mance Rayder is like, makes perfect sense, no flaws in your logic, I like a kid, come join the wildlings. But in the show, his reasoning is a little bit more realistic, and I think lends itself more credence to the actual theme of this whole show, which is the threat that everyone in Westeros seems to be neglecting or ignoring or avoiding. That is the true threat that's going to wipe everyone out, and that's the others. Jon Snow in the show, his reasoning for wanting to join the wildlings is because he wants to join the people who are actually doing something about the others, who are actually confronting the others. And Mance Rayder is like, you're no longer going to wear the black. You're going to wear whatever you want. Wear some wool. And I think that reason is a much better reason for wanting to join the wildlings than just, oh, my family didn't love me. I'm just a little bastard and they sat me in the back. Boo-hoo-hoo. Well, from one climate to another, we're meeting up with Daenerys now. Her and Jorah Mormont and her new companion, Arstan Whitebeard, and his knight, Strong Belwas, are leaving Qarth, traveling by sea, and heading off to Pentos. However, Jorah Mormont, still not trusting this Arstan Whitebeard completely, continues to warn Daenerys, like, Dany, there's something about this Arstan Whitebeard that just strikes me as a little suspicious. I don't know if I should trust him. Why are we heading back to Pentos? Dany, our fight is in Westeros, not going back to Pentos, and I know a way we can help you reclaim your land of Westeros. And Dany is like, all right, well, shoot, tell me, brother, what's up? So Jorah Mormont tells Dany about these soldiers, these super soldiers called the Unsullied. These soldiers that will do whatever they're told, whatever they're tasked, and will not balk at anything and will not question the decision-making of their master. And Dany's like, oh, yeah, I could totally use these big, strong people who are well-disciplined and will not backtalk me. Where are they? And he's like, go to Astapor. You will find them there. So Dany changes course and decides to head off with Arstan Whitebeard and Jorah Mormont off to Astapor. But Jorah Mormont, who's gotten a little too overly chummy with Dany over these past couple of books, starts thinking of himself as an actual White Knight, like Arstan Whitebeard over here. And it's like, this Dany, she really likes to come to me for advice. She even listened to me when I told her that she should go to Astapor to buy these Unsullied. Maybe she likes me. So Jorah Mormont, completely unable to read the room, at one point when he's meeting up with Dany, he decides to kiss Dany on the mouth. And Dany, pissed off, understandably so, that this man just kissed her unsolicitedly, is like, never do that ever again, or I will have you killed. And Jorah is like, my apologies, Dany. So anyway, that's happening there. All the while, Bran, who is currently on his own adventure, heading north of the wall to see the Three-Eyed Crow being this individual who Bran continues to have visions of during his nighttime sleeps, in addition to his visions of him warging into his wolf, Summer, having these wolf dreams where he is actually his wolf, Summer, is consistently woken up by Jojen, being reminded by Jojen, who is currently traveling with Bran, Jojen and Mira Reed being the Crannogmen, alongside with Hodor, continues to remind Bran that, Bran, you probably should not be overly relying on your wolf dreams, getting too lost in your wolf dreams, and sooner or later you'll actually become the wolf and cease to be the boy. And Bran is like, no, but I want to have 4 legs and I want to run around and do all these things that I can't do. I'm such a sad, sad boy with 0 legs. So Bran, Jojen, and Mira continue to travel north, and as they do, they relay stories to Bran about Rhaegar Targaryen and the tourneys that he participated in, and a little bit of foreshadowing here about how Rhaegar at one point decided to name the most beautiful woman that he had ever laid eyes on at the end of one of the tourneys, and gave his little flower bead to a certain lady that unfortunately Mira and Jojen Reed don't really elaborate on because it's a very sad story, but they relay stories to Bran, and Bran is all eager to hear these stories as they travel north. Oh, and Rickon continues to go who knows where with Osha. We'll come to find the answer to that in A Dance with Dragons. All the while, off in Dragonstone, Davos, recently arrived, continues to think over all the things that happened at the Battle of Blackwater Bay, how things went wrong, how they lost, and he faults their defeat on Melisandre. Everything that has gone wrong for Stannis in this War of the Five Kings, he lays on Melisandre. In his mind, anyway, he doesn't tell her. So at one point, he sees this little boy named Edric Storm, who is currently being imprisoned on Dragonstone as well. Edric Storm is this little boy who is Robert Baratheon's most well-known bastard-born child, who was living at Storm's End. However, Stannis took this boy from Storm's End and took him with him to Dragonstone on Melisandre's behest, as Melisandre informs Stannis that they need blood of royalty for their sacrifice in order to kill Edric Storm and revive the stone dragon that lies within the castle walls of Dragonstone. Davos, wanting nothing to do with that and wanting no child to die, goes to see this little boy, sees that he's a sweet little boy, and takes it upon himself that, you know what, Melisandre keeps trying to lead Stannis astray. I need to do something about it. So he begins to plot how to kill Melisandre. And at one point, as he's about to pull together this plan of trying to kill the Red Priestess, Axel Florent, one of the men under Stannis' payroll, enters into Davos' quarters and immediately puts Davos under arrest, as Melisandre, being one step ahead, had seen Davos' impending assassination of Melisandre in her flames, her magical flames. So they arrest Davos and put him in jail. Meanwhile, off in the Riverlands, Arya, who's currently on the run after having escaped Harrenhal with her new BFFs, Hot Pie and Gendry, enters a wolf dream similar to Bran, where she wargs into her dire wolf, Nymeria, Even despite the fact that Nymeria and Arya are no longer together, Arya somehow still has the ability to warg into her still alive direwolf and kill the brave companions that are giving Arya, Hot Pie, and Gendry chase as they had escaped from Harrenhal and these people were chasing after Arya. But the direwolf easily disposes of these people, kills them with a couple of wolf bites from her wolf pack, and Arya and Hot Pie and Gendry continue to be on their way. However, not before they eventually get lost here along the, I believe, the Red Fork at one point, and then eventually get captured, not by the brave companions, but this time by a crew of people known as the Brotherhood Without Banners, a crew that had been sent out by Ned Stark in the first book in order to reel in Gregor Clegane when Gregor Clegane was burning the Riverlands. This crew, who is now without King Robert Baratheon, but is still prowling around the Riverlands, decides to take Arya, Hot Pie, and Gendry as their prisoners in an effort to potentially ransom them off or allow them to join their gang or just do whatever. However, before they know who they really have, Arya at one point notices that Harwin, one of Ned Stark's men, is currently traveling with the Brotherhood Without Banners, and Harwin recognizes Arya, and they're like, "Brothers, Brotherhood Without Banners, Lemon Cloak, Angie, Thomas Seven Streams, put your harp down, look who this is Arya Stark." They're like, "Arya Stark of Winterfell?" It's like, "Yes, Arya Stark of Winterfell. We should totally ransom her off to her mother and collect some gold." And Arya's like, "What? You're gonna sell me out? But what about, your former partnership with my father, with your lord, Ned Stark?" And Harwin is like, "Ned Stark is dead. I no longer respond to the North. I am now a brother without a banner." And Arya is like, "No." And speaking of Arya's family, Robb Stark has currently returned back to Riverrun after doing a little bit of cleansing here in the Westerlands. Catelyn currently still being imprisoned after her decision to release Jaime Lannister from his prison. Catelyn is held within the walls of Riverrun as punishment for her decision-making. But when Robb returns, he's like, "Mom, why are you in jail?" It's like, "Oh, I let Jaime Lannister go." And Robb takes the news rather well. He's like, "Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I guess we did need to get my sister's back, your daughter's back. Yeah, that's totally cool." And Catelyn is like, "Huh, you're playing this rather cool. What's going on here, son of mine, King of the North, Robb Stark?" And so Robb officially introduces Catelyn to someone she did not intend to be introduced to this early in her son's life. And Robb Stark says to his mother, "Mom, I want to introduce you. This is my wife, Jane Westerling." And Catelyn is horrified at what she's hearing. "Robb, you idiot. You just lost the phrase. Oh my gosh." Robb Stark broke his betrothal with his Frey companions. Thus, this makes complete sense within Catelyn's mind why a lot of the Freys decided to ditch Riverrun a couple of days ago. Something about a broken betrothal? I don't know. Something was going on. Catelyn didn't really pay much mind to it. She just saw that they were trampling over the Stark banner, these Freys, and she's like, "Oh, that's weird. Why would the Freys trample over the Stark banner? Something must have pissed them off." Well, this is why they're pissed off. Robb Stark literally pissed in their cereal by saying to them that, "Oh yeah, your little Frey girl, yeah, I don't want anything to do with a Frey wife. I want me a Westerling wife. Yum, yum, yum." So, Freys didn't take that too well, so they retreated back to the twins. All the while, Robb Stark has essentially lost half his forces. Now, once again, and I'm going to try not to compare the books with the TV show too much, and if I do, I'm so sorry. But one of the deviations that the show makes from the book, and this is one of the many deviations that make the TV show less good when compared to the much superior book source material product, is Robb's reasoning for wanting to marry Jane Westerling. In the book, Robb Stark, after hearing the news of the death of Bran and Rickon, well, death as Theon didn't really kill Bran and Rickon, but Robb being super sad after hearing this news, had recently taken over the Crag, recently taken over a couple of towns, the Spicer Town, the town where the Westerlings were seated at, and not knowing where to turn, he was crying tears, just crying all sorts of sadness. And Jane Westerling, the closest woman that was there, the closest woman that would listen to Robb Stark, was hearing all of this. And having nowhere else to turn, Robb Stark, in an air of judgment, he is overly comforted, and Jane Westerling comforts him in a specific way where Robb Stark essentially loses his virginity. And because Robb Stark lost his virginity, he didn't want to essentially spoil Jane Westerling, having stolen Jane Westerling's virginity. So because of that, Robb Stark decided to marry Jane Westerling right then and there, so that it was okay for Jane Westerling to no longer be a virgin. Again, this is medieval times where virginity is held in such high regard, and if you are not married and you're not a virgin, you're seen as this just kind of disgusting creature. So that was the reasoning for the book. The show takes the much less cool, less layered approach of, oh yeah, Robb Stark just saw this hot girl out in the battlefield and decided to fall in love and have sex and get married. Heck yeah. And it's so much less layered. There's so many more layers to the book reasoning for why Robb Stark decided to break his betrothal when compared to the show, that I think the show just really did this part a disservice. Anyway, Catelyn informs Robb that this is definitely not good and they need to win the Freys back. So Robb and Catelyn try to devise a way, okay, what can we do here in order to appease Walder Frey for this thing that he'll essentially take as a slight against him? Because again, Walder Frey is not a man that takes slights against him unseriously. No, he takes these slights very seriously. Speaking of betrothals and marriage proposals, Tywin Lannister, trying to make the most of his family situation and trying to make the most of his time here in King's Landing, decides to order up a couple of marriages for his sons and daughters, including trying to marry off Cersei Lannister with Willis Tyrell, the Tyrell that was previously proposed to Sansa. Tywin, catching wind of the Tyrell's desire to marry Sansa off to Willis in an effort to get Winterfell, wants to stop the Tyrells before they even try to negotiate this marriage pact, and is like, no, you know what? I'm going to marry Willis to Cersei. That way I'm going to stop the Tyrells in their tracks from trying to get Winterfell. And then, because Tywin wants Winterfell, he's like, oh, but don't worry, Sansa's not going to stay unmarried. Because Tyrion, fellow son of mine, you will be the one to marry Sansa. And Tyrion's like, what? I want nothing to do with... What? This is stupid. What? Sansa's a little girl. She's like 12 or 13. That's disgusting, you old man. And he's like, oh, well, when she comes of age, you'll put a son in her. And when that son becomes a grown-up, he'll be the Lord of Winterfell, and thus the Lannisters will have positions all over Winterfell. And Tyrion is like, you're disgusting, you old man. I hate you, father. Anyway, while we're on the subject of hatred, why aren't you super hateful and mad about the Westerlings? I heard that they ran off with Robb Stark and decided to marry Robb Stark, thus take away any potential claim of Winterfell that you think you have, because whatever claim Winterfell will have will probably lie at the doorstep of whatever son that Jane Westerling and Robb Stark decide to have. So Tywin he doesn't smile, but he almost smiles. Because Tyrion is like, don't they know anything about the reigns of Castamere, how you, Tywin Lannister, decided to essentially silence a couple of petty lords who didn't want to pay their taxes to you, and so you burnt their towns and made it into a song called The Reigns of Castamere? And Tywin is like, oh, rest assured, the Westerlings know about the reigns of Castamere. And so it's clear that Tywin has a couple of schemes that he has yet to reveal to Tyrion. Anyway, Tyrion is forced to marry Sansa in this very awkward wedding. Neither of one of them want to be married to each other. Tywin is just like reassuring himself, like, yes, Winterfell will be ours. And as a gift, well, he creates a wedding gift, but not for his son Tyrion. He creates a wedding gift more for himself by smelting down the ice sword that was previously Ned Stark's and smelting it down into two separate swords. Two swords made of Valyrian steel. One that is intended for Jaime Lannister whenever he returns to King's Landing, as Tywin Lannister is now aware that Jaime is on his way back, and another Valyrian sword that he will reward to Joffrey whenever Joffrey gets married to Margaery Tyrell. So yeah, all sorts of awkward wedding shenanigans are going on in King's Landing. Tyrion at one point is like, alright, I guess I have to do my duty and seal the deal here with Sansa. And Sansa just kind of in tears, and it's so sad, just kind of taking off her dress. Tyrion is like, no, I'm not going to force you. And Sansa's like, oh, okay, thank you. But Tyrion was kind of half hoping that, Sansa would get naked for him, because Tyrion, he's not a saint like he is in this show. Anyway, back in the Riverlands, Robb Stark, having found out that a couple of his men had killed Willem Lannister and Tion Frey, two individuals who are currently imprisoned by Robb Stark, who he was going to ransom off to the Lannisters in exchange for a couple other northern prisoners, are now dead, because the Karstarks, some members of the Karstark family, wanting a couple of Lannisters to be dead in retribution for the Karstarks having lost a couple of their own family members in the Battle of the Whispering Woods in the first book, that battle where Jaime Lannister was captured, wanted to kill Jaime Lannister, and now that Jaime Lannister is no longer present, they kill the next best thing, and they kill some of the Lannister prisoners. Robb Stark, disgusted with Rickard Karstark and his children for wanting to do this murder behind Robb Stark's back, decides to kill Rickard Karstark, and just teaching everyone else a lesson about what happens when you defy the King in the North, and that we do things my way. We're going to ransom off prisoners, not kill them. Jaime and Brienne still on the run, heading out towards King's Landing away from the Riverlands. Brienne gets a little too fed up with Jaime's disgusting insults, calling Brienne a wench one too many times, and Brienne and Jaime get into a little bit of a sword fight. Jaime, thinking that despite the fact that he's chained, he can easily overcome Brienne, is surprised that Brienne is a lot stronger and a lot more skilled than he gave her credit for. Brienne more than holds her own, and in fact, is pretty much winning this impromptu sword fight, this impromptu battle. They keep going until at one point Jaime is down for the count, and it looks like Brienne is about to finally get the upper hand on Jaime, until both Brienne and Jaime get captured by a couple of nasty individuals from the Brave Companions. And Jaime is like, "Brave Companions, it's me, Jaime Lannister, Tywin Lannister's son, his famous son, the one son that he actually loves. Take me back to King's Landing and I'll give you all the Lannister gold. The Lannisters always pay their debts." And Vargo Hoat is like, "I don't care about your stupid gold. I want your hand." So he commands one of his men called Zalo to take out this giant butcher's axe, and without thinking, cuts Jaime Lannister's hand off, his arm, part of his arm, and Jaime Lannister screams, because not only did he lose his hand, he lost his sword hand, he lost his right hand, and Jaime Lannister is powerless as these Brave Companions immediately overpower Brienne and Jaime and take them back to their castle in Harrenhal. Meanwhile, off in Essos, Dany sees the full power of the Unsullied in Astapor, decides to question the slave masters, having recently discovered that not everywhere in Essos is free of slaves, and she's like, "Oh, these are slaves? How horrible!" So she wants to buy all the Unsullied slaves from underneath these Astapor slave masters, and the Astapor slave masters are like, "Sure, what do you got?" And she's like, "Oh, I've got everything on my ship." And they're like, "I guess we can make a deal." And it's like, "Also, I'll give you one dragon." And they're like, "Boy, do we have a deal." You see, Dany's newly hatched dragons are no longer hatchlings, but they're growing into young, budding teenage dragons. They're getting bigger and bigger. And these dragons will someday be fully grown adult dragons. And everyone in Westeros and Essos, despite the fact that no one has seen a dragon for more than 150 years, people are very well aware of what chaos these dragons ensued on all of Planetos. So slave masters, knowing the full power of a dragon, they're like, "Oh boy, if I have a dragon, I'll rule the world." So they decide to give Dany all of the Unsullied slaves that they have in exchange for, like a lot of the stuff that Dany has, but really that's just icing on the cake, because what they really want is one of Dany's dragons. So Dany does away with one of her dragons, and Arsene Whitebeard is like, "What are you doing? That's your ticket into getting into Westeros, you fool! You let go one of your dragons!" And she's like, "No, watch this. Drogon Dracarys." And right then and there, this dragon that was misbehaving and not necessarily wanting to go with his new slave master burns the slave master right then and there, burns the Astapor slave masters, and Dany gets to keep all of her stuff and her dragons and her Unsullied free of charge. So Dany and her new Unsullied companions decide to venture forth towards the Yunkai in an effort to collect more Unsullied on the way, and also do away with any slave mastering going on in any of these other Essos cities. Meanwhile, Arya, traveling around the Riverlands with Tom of Seven Streams, Lem Lemoncloak, Angie, and the Brotherhood Without Banners, decides to have a couple of conversations with them. At some point, they tell her about the Lannister song, The Rains of Castamere, and Arya's like, "What's the Rains of Castamere?" So Thomas Seven Streams decides to play it on his harp, the "Who are you?" But da, da, da. I don't know the lyrics to that song, but you know The Rains of Castamere, you've heard it before. And Arya's like, "Oh, what a creepy song." And Thomas Seven Streams is like, "Oh, little lady, if you ever hear this song, The Rains of Castamere, bad things are bound to happen." And Arya's like, "Oh, I hope I never hear that song." And Thomas Seven Streams is like, "Oh, sure you don't hear The Rains of Castamere anytime soon." So they start talking about stories about how they got their start, how they were formerly Ned Stark's men, but now a lot of them are just kind of lawless and don't really know what to do, don't really know who to follow. They're just kind of doing their own thing. Arya does get a little bit of foreshadowing from the Ghost of Highheart, this creepy old lady that they see around a campfire. She tells Arya stories about Balon Greyjoy, something about Balon Greyjoy swaying along a bridge, and maybe that this crow who likes to feast, this eye of a crow, this crow's eye. I don't know, something about a crow's eye here, and a swaying bridge with Balon Greyjoy. Something about a wolf without a head, a little girl with serpents in her hair, a hairnet of amethyst, and then a lady, a dark and hateful lady, a lady of a stone-cold heart. Do we know of such a stone-hearted lady? Maybe somewhere down the line we'll know about this lady? Yes, a lot of just on a reread, a lot of on-the-nose foreshadowing, but on a first read-through, just a lot of things that seem like pure gibberish to both Arya and the reader. But all this to say that at one point, the Brotherhood Without Banners is currently going around the lands, putting to death a couple of lawless people. And at one point, someone who is under arrest comes to them. Someone who was formerly a hound, Sandor Clegane, comes into the encampment, imprisoned, chained by the Brotherhood Without Banners. And Arya immediately recognizes this man as like, I know who you are. Meanwhile, north of the Wall, Sam continues venturing further south as he tries to make his way towards Castle Black after all the chaos that ensued at the Fist of the First Men. And Jon Snow, Ygritte, and Mance Rayder come to the Fist of the First Men to see a whole bunch of dead Night's Watch companions and evidence that there was an attack by the others. So Mance Rayder immediately turns to Jon, angry with him because Jon at one point told him that the Night's Watch had been venturing north of the Wall, just doing a simple ranging, not telling him that they were actually in search of what to do about the others. So Mance immediately turns to Jon, pissed off at him like, Jon, you lied to me. Like, I will have no more of these lies. What were these individuals doing? So Jon is just straight up with him and is like, yeah, we were ranging for others. It's like, Jon, why did you lie to me? Okay, tell me the truth, and I'll know you're lying. How many men are at each castle? So Jon, knowing that I can't really lie, just tells Mance Rayder how it is, that there's not too many men. So Mance is like, all right, good. I can tell you're not lying to me. Because, oh boy, if you lied to me, Rattleshirt will love to kill you right here and there. Rattleshirt being one of the few wildlings that does not like the fact that this Turncloak is here. But Ygritte comes in clutch here, because at one point when Mance Rayder is about to give him a huge yelling lesson here, Ygritte just kind of tells Mance, like, Mance, calm down. He's my boyfriend. We're lovers. And Mance is like, all right, you lovers go and do your loving thing. So Jon and Ygritte along their way as they venture forth towards the wall with the intention of climbing the wall with their other wildling companions. They make love here and there at a couple of occasions. Good job, Jon. She's quite a catch in my opinion. You did good. So yeah, Jon is a little bit in love. They make their way down towards the wall. They climb the wall, make their way south of the wall, and come across a little village here south of the wall where there's just a lowly villager here just minding his own business. And so, in order to truly test Jon Snow's loyalty to the wildlings, he gets charged with, all right, Jon, we're south of the wall. Here's this lowly villager. Go ahead, kill this villager, this old villager. And Jon is like, oh, I can't do that. I don't know. Why would I do that? It's like, you should kill this villager. Meanwhile, across from this lake, Bran, who's currently staying in a tower just right across, he sees a commotion off in the distance, doesn't know what's going on, goes to sleep, and he wakes up in the body of his dire wolf, Summer. So Summer, knowing something's going on here with the wildlings, Jon refuses to kill this villager, so Ygritte kills the villager for him, and Ygritte's like, what's going on? What's gone into you, Jon? I thought you were my boyfriend. I thought we were lovers. And Jon is like, oh, we are. I just couldn't kill this man. So the wildlings wanting nothing more to do with this Jon Snow, it's like, he's a Turncloak. Formerly a crow, always a crow. So as they are about to kill Jon Snow, who saves him, but none other than Summer / Bran. Summer hops in, decides to kill a couple of wildlings. Jon is like, now's my chance. I gotta get away. I gotta run away. So Jon mounts a horse and rides off towards Castle Black to inform everyone of what has gone on, about how the wildlings have crossed south of the wall, and how there's a bunch of wildlings headed their way towards Castle Black in an effort to take over the wall and have all the wildlings cross en masse through Castle Black. So as Jon makes his way towards Castle Black on his horse, he gets shot in the knee by an arrow, and he sees that the arrow was shot potentially by Ygritte, as Ygritte looks heartbroken and sad but angry at Jon. But not only does Jon see his ex-girlfriend, super sad and hurt. But he also sees in the distance a wolf. A wolf who he at first thinks is Robb Stark's direwolf, but he takes a closer look. And then it dawns on him. He kind of has like a split-second aha moment. And he believes he sees Summer, Bran Stark's direwolf. But Jon doesn't have too much time to think about it as he's continuing to gallop away towards Castle Black. So Bran, waking up, communicates to Jojen and Mira that like, oh, I thought I saw Jon Snow? Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I see Jon? And everyone's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I think you're saying things, Bran. But Bran is like, Jon, is that you? And Jon on the other end is like, Bran, is that you? So a close encounter, one of the very many close encounters that you see throughout the series. This series is so good at making us want to see a reunion happen at some point. The only point in time where all these characters were kind of together under the same roof was at the very beginning of the first book. They've all kind of gone their own separate ways, and we're all just waiting for the moment when even just two of these characters interact with each other once again, and the payoff will be so, so good. But Sam, who's north of the wall, has no time to think about anything that's going on south of the wall, because when he's at Craster's Keep, at one point, there's a mutiny that happens. They arrive at Craster's Keep just kind of as a rest stop on their way back to the wall, and a lot of the Night's Watch companions who are traveling with Jeor Mormont and Sam get fed up with Craster over the fact that Craster is withholding a lot of food, withholding a lot of supplies from them, making them sleep on the floor, just making them just die out in the cold. Night's Watch companions, having suffered an attack from the others, are fed up with Craster, so they overpower Craster, slit his throat, and then sexually assault. Just a disgusting display of humanity. They sexually assault a lot of Craster's wives and daughters, and it's this wild moment of chaotic mutiny here in the Night's Watch. At one point, Jeor Mormont gets murdered in the chaos. Samwell Tarly is very, very sad. He's like, Jeor, the Lord Commander, no. So Jeor Mormont, in Sam's arms, tells Sam, like, Sam, please tell my son, my stupid son, Jeor Mormont, who's off somewhere, tell him that I forgive him and that I love him. And so Jeor dies in Sam's arms, and it's very sad. But a lot of the wives who are there with Craster, like, run along now, no time. Like, the others are coming. And Sam is like, how do you know? It's like, I feel it in my bones. You better get out of here, boy. So they pretty much shoo Sam out of here, alongside with a few of the Night's Watchmen who decided not to join along with the mutiny. Sam runs away, but not before coming in contact with this wildling young lady, this wildling former wife, former daughter of Craster named Gilly. Gilly sees Sam and is like, oh, are you leaving? Take me with you. Take me and my son with you. You see, Craster, being a man of simple pleasures, he likes women, but he doesn't like men. And so any time that he impregnated one of his wives and they gave him a daughter, he decided for that daughter to stay. But if one of his wives ever gave him a son, he took out the son in the middle of the woods and would kill that son. Just a disgusting person this Craster is. But anyway, Sam, Gilly, and Gilly's baby, they run south of the wall. At one point, they do get attacked by others, but who comes in to save them? But none other than this strange man who's not Benjen Stark, and also not Sir Duncan the Tall. Come on, guys, if Cold Hands was Dunk, the text would almost certainly draw attention to his extraordinary height. But this strange man wearing a cloak who's got cold fingers and cold eyes, this individual who comes by the name of Cold Hands. Cold Hands rescues Sam and is like, come with me, Sam. Come with me, Gilly and Gilly's baby. Come with me. I'll take you out of here. And Sam is like, oh, thank you, sir. Cold Hands. Cold Hands. Thank you, Cold Hands. So they make their way towards some unknown destination, towards the wall, perhaps south of the wall. We'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, out in the Riverlands, Arya observes Sandor Clegane as he engages in a trial by combat with none other than this man known as Beric Dondarrion. Beric Dondarrion, who looks a tad bit different than last time Arya saw him. Arya previously saw Beric Dondarrion and Thoros of Myr, an attorney in the first book, Game of Thrones. Both Beric and Thoros looked much younger, much more spry. Here, Beric Dondarrion looks a little bit more beat up. He's got kind of his head caved in. He looks definitely like he's been dead a couple of times, so to speak. So this Beric Dondarrion engages in a trial by combat with Sandor. Arya really wants his Sandor to die. At one point, Beric Dondarrion's sword comes alive with fire. Sandor Clegane wants nothing to do with this fire. He's very scared of fire, but Sandor Clegane is able to overpower and beat Beric Dondarrion in this trial by combat, as the Brotherhood Without Banners essentially put a bunch of crimes against Sandor Clegane, and Sandor is like, I didn't do half that stuff, but Sandor won, and they're like, all right, I guess the Lord of Light has blessed Sandor Clegane with this trial by combat, so Sandor is not guilty of all these crimes. And Arya is so pissed off. She hates Sandor Clegane. She's like, that's not true. That's not true. And this horrible man, he killed the butcher's boy. He killed Micah in the first book when Micah was just an innocent boy and Joffrey had him killed. Sandor Clegane was the one who did the execution. And they're like, sorry, little girl, for the moment, the Lord of Light must have some other purpose for him. And Arya's like, no, tell them, Sandor, tell them what you did. You're a stupid, horrible man. I hate you, you stupid, horrible man. And Sandor just admits to Arya, it's like, yes, of course I killed that little boy. It was me. I was the murderer. Just kind of admitting to his crime right then and there in front of everybody. Meanwhile, Robb calls over lame Lothar Frey and Walder Rivers from the twins in order to renegotiate a potential renewed partnership between the Freys and the Starks in hopes of Robb being able to reclaim his hold on Westeros, as Robb has lost not just the Freys, but he also lost a third of his forces in this alleged Battle of Duskendale. Apparently, Roose Bolton had sent Glover and Tallheart to Duskendale, where they inevitably got thwomped by Randall Tarley, and Robb Stark is like, who sent them to Duskendale? And Roose Bolton's over there in the corner like, So Robb Stark, needing to get the Freys again in this renewed partnership, discusses terms with the Freys. Lame Lothar Frey and Walder Rivers are like, all right, yeah, Walder Frey will take you back, but on two conditions. One, you have to give Walder Frey an apology in person. And two, we require the hand in marriage of someone from your encampment. So they all look at Edmure Tully, and Edmure Tully is like, what, me? I have to marry one of those Frey swine? And so the Freys are like, So like Edmure is like, all right, fine, I'll do it. So Robb Stark and Catelyn agree to Walder Rivers and Lame Lothar Frey's terms, but not before burying, or more appropriately, burning the body of Hoster Tully, Catelyn Tully's now deceased father, out at the river as Brynden Blackfish Tully, Catelyn's uncle, shot a flaming arrow into the sky and it landed into a rowboat holding the body of Hoster Tully. Hoster Tully was pretty old. He was getting sick as well. He was an ailing old man, so it was only a matter of time before he died. Prior to his death, Hoster Tully was talking to Catelyn something about Tansy and Lysa and a baby, and Catelyn didn't really fully understand everything that her father was saying, but the maester assured her that, oh yeah, he's just an old man, he's speaking on some random things from his childhood. It's like, oh okay, I don't know who this Tansy is, but it must be someone important in Hoster Tully's past. All the while, back in Dragonstone, Davos still seething from Melisandre's discovery that Davos was going to attempt to murder Melisandre after discovering that Melisandre wants to burn Edric Storm in order to revive this famous stone dragon from Dragonstone. Davos is like, this is all sorts of insanity. Have we learned nothing from Summerhall? Have we learned nothing from the mistakes of the past? Edric Storm needs to be freed and rescued. So Melisandre goes to visit Davos in the middle of his jail cell in the middle of the night, and basically tries to comfort Davos, like, why do you fear, Sir Davos? Like, do not fear anything. Edric Storm will be with the Lord of Light. It's like, get away from me, you crazy lady. You're bat poop insane. So Melisandre sees that Davos is very noble to Stannis' cause. So at one point, Stannis decides to finally free Davos from his jail cell. He decides to burn Alistair Florent for just his misdeeds. And Stannis raises Davos, not just as an onion knight, but as one of Stannis' knights. He is now the Lord of the Rainwood and Hand of the King, the one true king, Stannis Baratheon. Because you see, Stannis now communicates to his Hand of the King that, Sir Davos, I intend to invade Claw Isle in this next battle of this upcoming war. And Davos is like, what are you smoking? There is nothing on Claw Isle. What are you talking about, Claw Isle? This is ridiculous. And Stannis, being the true menace, he's like, no, Sir Davos, I'm talking about the real war, the real battle, the battle against the Great Other. And Davos is like, have you lost your marbles? And Melisandre is like, yes, the great battle against the Great Other. And I, as a reader, I'm like, yes, the one true king, Stannis, my lord, my king. You're the only one that does something about the others. Everyone else is just so preoccupied about these little petty power squabbles. But you, Sir Stannis, are the true menace. He also fills 3 leeches with Edric Storm's blood, into a campfire that Melisandre has created for these leeches, and each one of these leeches is supposed to represent the death of one of the 3 remaining kings, those being Joffrey Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark. Speaking of Joffrey Baratheon, Oberyn Martell with a retinue of 300 Dornishmen come to King's Landing because they are invited guests of the royal wedding that is soon to happen between Joffrey Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell. Tyrion Lannister with his squire Podrick Payne go out to meet this Oberyn Martell. They're a little bit confused as to why Oberyn Martell is here and not the actual Lord of Dorne, that being Doran Martell. Oberyn Martell assures them that, like, oh, there is nothing to worry about. It is only me, Oberyn Martell. Doran Martell is much too sick with gout, which he is, to come to the wedding. So instead, it will be me. So Tyrion is like, all right, great. Well, that's totally not suspicious. So what can we do for you, Red Viper, Oberyn Martell? So Oberyn Martell decides to tell this story about when he was a little boy. He and his sister Elia Martell visited Tyrion when he was just a little baby off at Casterly Rock. And essentially, Oberyn Martell, thinking that he was going to see the great monster of Casterly Rock, the great monster of Tywin Lannister, and he was just kind of annoyed that it was just this little baby Tyrion Lannister, and Tyrion is like, oh, you're full of jokes. Great. So, obviously, the Lannisters, Cersei, and Tywin are not very happy with seeing Oberyn here. They expected Doran Martell, so they know something is up. And the person who's definitely pissed off at seeing Oberyn Martell is Mace Tyrell, Margaery Tyrell's father. The Tyrells and Martells have this long-standing feud that has gone for centuries, for generations, but in one point in the recent past, Oberyn Martell, using a poison weapon, he defeated Willis Tyrell, one of Mace Tyrell's sons, in this tourney battle, and because Oberyn Martell was using this poison weapon, it inadvertently caused some sort of nervous system damage to Willis Tyrell, so now Willis Tyrell is a paralyzed person, whereas Oberyn Martell kinda walks, talks, and just does all these things. Off in the east, Dany, now with her new traveling unsullied forces, decides to make her way towards Yunkai. Here at Yunkai, she is met with a sizable resistance by a couple of leaders of the band called the Stormcrows. The Stormcrows are essentially the slave masters in charge of the city of Yunkai. One of these Stormcrows includes this handsome blue-haired young man named Daario Naharis. And Daario and his famous Stormcrows meet Dany out here outside of the walls of Yunkai, and Dany is like, open your doors, let us inside, or else we'll take this city on the morrow. And Daario and the 2 Stormcrow companions are like, come back a different day. So Dany takes this as an insult, so as she's preparing her Unsullied for battle, Daario, in a change of conscience, or maybe perhaps his own schemes, he kills his 2 Stormcrow companions, and delivers the heads of his 2 companions to Dany, and is like, Dany, look what I brought you. I brought you the heads of these 2 former Stormcrows. The city of Yunkai is yours. Do as you please. So Dany is like, oh, thank you very much, my sexy new blue-haired man. So Dany's Unsullied men easily infiltrate the city of Yunkai, take it over, and Dany now has a growing Unsullied army and has freed more slaves. Hooray for tearing down slavery. Unfortunately, now they have a bunch of mouths to feed, so despite the fact that we have this really cool scene within the book and the TV show, where these slaves kind of come out of the city of Yunkai and call her mother, Misa, Misa, and are so happy to see her, Dany now has a growing problem with she has thousands of mouths to feed now. A lot of them which can't really carry weapons, a lot of them which are not of super use to them. So Dany now has to find new sanctuary fast, or else her growing army of not just Unsullied, but her growing army of slaves is going to eat through her stores of food pretty quickly. So, taking the advice from either Arson or Jorah, her and her Unsullied companions, and all her other companions, head towards Meereen, where she hears that there's sanctuary there and a huge bounty of food that is able to feed all of their people. Off in the Riverlands, Arya gets kidnapped by Sandor Clegane. After wanting nothing more to do with the Brotherhood Without Banners, she attempts an escape, and Sandor Clegane catches her and decides to run off with her, now with the intention of ransoming Arya off to Catelyn Stark. Hearing about this new wedding that's going to happen at the Twins, he decides to head off to the Twins with Arya in an effort to sell Arya off for some gold. And Jaime and Brienne, having been captured by the Brave Companions, arrive at Harrenhal, where they are greeted by none other than totally not suspicious, just lowly vampire, bleach, blood-sucking, disgusting Roose Bolton. Roose, you're one creepy Northman. You know that, Roose? So Roose Bolton tells Qyburn being a maester without a chain, to clean Jaime's stump. Jaime currently is handless, armless, if you remember right. And so it's gotten infected, so Qyburn is cleaning it. Jaime screams. Jaime is not himself anymore. And so this Jaime who's been weakened, this armless Jaime who just wants to clean himself of all the filth that he has accumulated over the trials of the road, he decides to take a bath with Brienne. Brienne is already in one of the stone baths in Harrenhal. Brienne is like, go to some other tub. What are you doing here? And Jaime's like, no, this one will do just fine. So Jaime and Brienne have this awkward bathtub scene that immediately turns into one of the best scenes in the book, because it is here where Jaime, who over the course of the road has slowly been kind of peeling away the layers of who he was, kind of going through a bit of an existential crisis, questioning who he is. Maybe it's the fumes of the hot baths, the fumes of the onsen, but are kind of starting to get to Jaime. So for some reason, he decides to just spill everything about his past, everything that happened when Jaime was tasked with kingsguarding the Mad King, King Aerys. So Jaime informs Brienne about how at one point Mad King Aerys had burned Brandon Stark and Rickard Stark, Ned Stark's father and brother, and Ned Stark was coming down south. Robert Baratheon had just killed Rhaegar Targaryen, so Mad King Aerys, he had commanded his pyromancers to stash caches of wildfire amongst the city, and Mad King Aerys had intended that when the Lannister forces would arrive into King's Landing, to light the entire city in a green torch of fire, and Mad King Aerys believed that within this fire, he would be revived as a green golden dragon that would then destroy his enemies. Jaime Lannister, wanting nothing to do with this potential revival of a green dragon, and also, more importantly, not wanting to see the death of so many innocents at King's Landing, decides right then and there to put a sword through Mad King Aerys, and thus save Westeros and King's Landing from any potential wildfire explosion. Unfortunately, Ned Stark arrived at quite an awkward time when Jaime decided to have a little ego trip and sit himself on the Iron Throne after having slain the Mad King. Ned Stark saw this, immediately judged Jaime Lannister as guilty, and here we are now, Jaime Lannister having the infamous moniker of the Kingslayer, where everyone just looks at him as someone who is disgusting. And Brienne relates to Jaime like, oh, why didn't you tell anyone about this? Why did you keep this to yourself all these years? And Jaime's like, who wanted to hear my side? Certainly not Ned Stark. So it's through this pivotal scene that Jaime Lannister, again, starts peeling away his layers. You start seeing kind of a little bit, not so much of a redemption arc, but kind of a turning of a new leaf for Jaime as he kind of starts acknowledging the disgusting things that he's done in his past, despite the fact that those disgusting things kind of saved thousands of lives, and acknowledging the things that he's done, pushing little boys off windows, sleeping with his sister, all these things. There's a little bit of a changing of a character for Jaime, and it makes for such a worthwhile read. Jaime Lannister honestly has the best character arc of this book. But before Jaime can truly get to know who he really is, Roose Bolton decides to send Jaime away with his maester Qyburn, and he's like, oh, go to King's Landing. Tell them that anything that happened to your stump, it was not my fault, it was Vargo Hoat. Absolve me from my crimes, fellow Jaime Lannister. And Jaime is like, alright, that's fine. In the meantime, send Robb Stark my regards. However, despite the fact that Jaime gets to ride free towards King's Landing, Brienne, on the other hand, is commanded to stay at Harrenhal in order to be a new plaything for Vargo Hoat. Brienne is like, why? Roose Bolton, you're a Northman. You're sworn to Robb Stark, to King Robb Stark. I'm representing Catelyn Stark, someone of the North. Why are you keeping me here with Vargo Hoat? And Roose Bolton is like, oh, don't worry. I'm going to tell Catelyn that you're at Harrenhal. I'm going to the wedding as well. I've been invited to this wedding, this famous wedding. You stay here. So Brienne has to stay at Harrenhal with Vargo Hoat
As Roose goes off to the twins.
and Jaime, again, kind of starting to come into his own as his own person, as his own character, has a dream where he's underneath a mysterious cavern that doesn't exist in Casterly Rock, and he's being attacked by all these former kings, by all these former people, all these former Kingsguard. He's being attacked, and the only person who stands up to defend him is Brienne of Tarth, his knight in shining armor, his light. And he wakes up, and he tells Qyburn, like, Qyburn, we have to go back to Harrenhal. I left something in Harrenhal. And Qyburn's like, all right, fine, we'll make it fast. So Jaime and Qyburn make their way back to Harrenhal just to see how Brienne is doing, see what she's up to. And sure enough, when he gets back to Harrenhal, he sees that Brienne of Tarth is inside this bear pit, having this mock battle with a bear. However, despite the fact that Brienne is holding her own against the bear, she was given a wooden tourney sword. And Jaime's like, what? You stupid goat, what are you doing? She was given a tourney sword. It's like, well, that's my bear, and I only have one bear. I don't want my bear to be damaged. So Jaime Lannister jumps into the bear pit in an effort to save Brienne, not really knowing that, like, okay, what are you going to do when you jump into the bear pit, Jaime? Like, are you going to rescue Brienne? Okay, what's your big plan here? And Jaime's like, I don't know. I was just kind of thinking on my feet. But right then and there, Qyburn's men immediately put a bunch of arrows into the bear's stomach. The bear dies, and Jaime is able to get Brienne out of Harrenhal. And so Jaime is like, oh, sorry about your sapphires, Vargo Hoat, but the Lannisters always pay their debts. So Jaime, Brienne, and Qyburn decide to finally head out to King's Landing to finally complete their quest. Up further north, Jon Snow arrives at Castle Black in order to inform everyone at Castle Black that, oh, the wildlings are coming, we gotta shore up our defenses. And Robb and Catelyn, who have been traveling towards the twins, finally make it towards the twins. Along the way, Robb communicates to Catelyn that he intends to legitimize Jon Snow as a true-born Stark. Catelyn has reservations about this, but Robb is like, it doesn't matter, I'm the king and I can legitimize Jon Snow if I want. He also overhears that Euron Greyjoy at one point arrived to Pike. Balon Greyjoy mysteriously fell off some kind of bridge. Euron Crowseye suspiciously arrived here just in time for Balon Greyjoy's timely demise. So that's another one of the 5 kings who is now deceased. Euron Greyjoy has seated himself on the sea stone chair. But anyway, Robb Stark doesn't have much time to think about that. So they head off towards the twins. Roose Bolton arrives towards the twins. They all meet, commingle, discuss plans for what will happen after the wedding of Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey, plans about shooing Victarion Greyjoy from Moat Cailin, taking back Winterfell, just all these plans they have. And it is here, ladies and gentlemen, it is here, from this point forward, that A Storm of Swords just gets crazy. So up to this point in the book, I would say A Storm of Swords is a pretty great read. I mean, all in all, it's definitely my favorite book in the series. But up to this point, you kind of don't feel that. It just feels like a Clash of Kings plus. It feels like more of a Clash of Kings, which is certainly not a problem, but it definitely has that same kind of fragmentation going on that a Clash of Kings has, where we check up on a group of characters. Cool, they're doing stuff. Some of it is interesting. Cool, let's check up on another group. And it's just kind of bouncing around, kind of playing hot potato. But it is here where the book just delves into mass pandemonium. And it begins here at the twins with the most infamous sequence of events in the entire series, both in the book and in the TV show Game of Thrones adaptation. And that being the Red Wedding. However, prior to this wedding, Walder Frey meets with Robb Stark, and he just mocks Robb Stark. He's like, oh, you showed up. Oh, finally, the King of the North showed up. Look at you. And so Robb Stark apologizes in person to Walder Frey, like, I'm sorry for betraying you. I'm sorry for all this. And by the way, per Catelyn's recommendation, he's like, oh, Walder Frey, may we be seated underneath your table and have bread and salt. May we have the guest right. Because I'm sorry I didn't explain this before, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of things to explain. But in medieval society, if you were given guest right, then that means you were a guest under someone's home, and everyone agreed to set aside their weapons. This was not a time for war, not a time for battle. It was just a time for parlaying amongst a feast, a parlaying amongst food and drinks, and that was it. So he asks Walder Frey for the right of guest right. And Walder Frey just laughs like, you want bread and salt? Of course, of course. Oh, I can't wait for the wedding tomorrow. The red will run. So during this reunion here with Walder Frey, Grey Wind, who's Robb Stark's direwolf, has been attacking quite a few Freys ever since they arrived at the twins. Grey Wind's just been very on edge, very just agitated. Something is up with these Freys, and Catelyn immediately notices it, and she's like, Robb, pay attention to your wolf. Grey Wind is trying to tell something to Robb Stark here. Hey, these Freys are bad people. What are you doing, Robb Stark? What are you doing? And Robb Stark's like, oh, Grey Wind's just being agitated. He's just being his usual self. These Freys have nothing to hide. They're just here to celebrate this wedding of my Uncle Edmure. Everything's gonna be fine. And Catelyn is like, no, something is up. And sure enough, ladies and gentlemen, sure enough, the next day, during the actual wedding, Catelyn Stark notices that a couple of things are amiss. First of all, the people who are playing in the gallery, the violin players, It's as if they're not musicians. They're playing some really horrible music. They are being served horrible food at this wedding. There's a couple of pavilions that look like they're rigged with something. Oliver Frey, who was Robb Stark's squire, seems to be missing from the wedding feast. A lot of people that Robb Stark really liked and got along with during his trials and tribulations in the Westerlands seem to be strangely missing. But the two things that really signal to Catelyn that something is off are, one, when Edwin Frey does not want to dance with Daisy Mormont and he walks off, Catelyn Stark starts running off towards Edwin Frey, thinking that Edwin Frey is being super suspicious. And two, she hears the musicians play, despite the fact that they were playing horrible music all throughout, for this one song, all of a sudden their musical talents have improved tenfold. And they're playing the Rains of Castamere. And Catelyn is like, oh no. So she finally catches up to Edwin Frey. She sees that he's got chainmail underneath his cloak and slaps Edwin Frey and turns to Robb and yells, Robb! But before she can get a word out, one of the musicians who are in the gallery, they're all secret crossbowmen. They had a crossbow bolt directed towards Catelyn Stark and they shot her in the chest. And they immediately start shooting all the wedding guests, despite the fact that they were given guest right, all the wedding guests underneath Walder Frey's roof. And Walder Frey just takes it in greedily, just laughs it off like, ah, yes, I am able to forgive their apology now. And it's disgusting and it's despicable. And all of these Northmen start falling like flies. The great John Umber, Daisy Mormont, a lot of these Northmen. And at one point, Roose Bolton and his Northmen open the doors and arrive into the gallery. And Catelyn couldn't be happier. She's like, oh, we've been saved. But that split-second relief immediately goes away when Roose Bolton's men immediately start killing the other Northmen, and Catelyn is confused, and Robb Stark is on the ground after being stricken by a bunch of crossbow bolts. The great John Umber had put a table in the way so that Robb Stark would not be killed by these crossbow bolts, despite the fact that he was shot 3 times already, so everyone is horrified. Catelyn Stark eventually manages to get up from the mess. Robb Stark eventually manages to stand up, and Walder Frey raises his hand, ceasing all the awfulness that is going on. And so Catelyn Stark pleads with Walder Frey like, Lord Frey, like you've had enough blood. He is my son, my only son. Let us go and we will forget this, we will swear no vengeance. And Walder Frey is like, oh, the king in the north arises. Oh, sorry about your Northmen being dead. I'll send you an apology. That'll fix it right up, right? My apology, huh? And so Catelyn is just horrified that this horrible man, could be up to this just disgusting thing. So she grabs Walder Frey's mentally challenged boy, called Jingle Bell, and she holds up a knife to his throat. And she's like, Lord Walder, let it end, or I will cut your son's throat. And Walder Frey just dismisses it. It's like, ah, that's a grandson, and he was never of much use. And Catelyn is horrified, and Robb Stark looks at Catelyn, having stood up after having 3 crossbow bolts, and he looks at Catelyn like, Mother. And Roose Bolton, this disgusting vampire Northman who flays skin, this disgusting man who fathered this horrible Ramsay Bolton person, goes up to Robb Stark, and relaying Jaime Lannister's words to Roose, he tells Robb, Jaime Lannister sends his regards. And he kills Robb Stark, stabbing him through the chest with his sword. And Catelyn is horrified. Honoring her word, she slits Jingle Bell's throat and starts laughing maniacally. And all the Freys are like, put an end to it, put an end to it. So one of the Freys goes up to Catelyn, puts a knife to her throat, and slits her throat. And thus, Catelyn Stark, Robb Stark, the great John Umber, Daisy Mormont, and virtually the entire Northern Army is laid waste here in this surprise assassination at the Twins. And Walder Frey just laughs and laughs and laughs. And it is this moment, this horrible, horrible moment, that I couldn't stop thinking about when I first read, that I pretty much threw my book across the wall. I was swearing up a storm at Walder Frey. That, again, reinforces the fact that a lot of these characters who you come to know and love they may have expiration dates. Sure, George R. R. Martin is not the, oh, George R. R. Martin is going to kill all your favorite characters kind of person that a lot of people have given him the reputation for, but he will kill important people. This story has stakes. People will die. If we just read a book thinking that like, oh, this person is the good guy, they're going to get out of it at some point, yeah, we'll be invested, but not as invested as if we truly believe that this person could see the end of the light of day.
But anyway,
it is this moment that officially, almost convincingly, ends the War of the Five Kings. Meanwhile, Arya and Sandor, who finally arrived to the twins, but it couldn't have arrived at a possibly worse time, they hear a whole bunch of commotion going on inside the twins, and Arya's like, oh, my mother and brother are inside, I have to go inside! And Sandor Clegane immediately was like, something's afoot. But as soon as Arya tries to go inside, and Sandor sees just all the chaos that's happening around the twins, Sandor immediately knows something's up, kills a couple of the Freys, knocks out Arya, and takes her away from this dreaded place. To go who knows where, but away from the twins. And we receive this information in flashback, but at some point, the Freys, because again, they're not done being horrible, horrible people, they kill Grey Wind, despite the fact that Grey Wind began attacking some of the other Freys and managed to kill a couple of Frey soldiers and men. The Frey men managed to subdue Grey Wind, chop Grey Wind's head off, chop Robb Stark's head off, and sew Grey Wind's head onto Robb Stark's body and parade him around, mockingly saying, "The King in the North, the King in the North." And it is disgusting. And again, we are reminded that Walder Frey, Roose Bolton, and the Freys and Boltons are horrible people, and we hate them. So the news about the Rey wedding makes its way across the land. Tywin Lannister hears about it via raven sent to his Solar, essentially saying that Rosalind Frey was given 2 wolf pelts as a wedding gift, signifying that both Catelyn and Robb have been killed in this wedding. And Tyrion is like, Walder Frey didn't plan this thing on his own. You helped him. And Tywin was like, yes, of course. Those letters that I was writing at the beginning, that was my doing. Roose Bolton will be named the Warden in the North. One of Walder Frey's sons will be named the Lord of Riverrun as soon as we can shoo away Brynden Blackfish Tully from Riverrun, and everything will go according to the Lannisters' plan. However, dear son of mine, when will you put a son in Sansa? And Tyrion is like, when am I supposed to put a son in her? Before or after I tell her about the Red Wedding? And Tywin is like, one way or another, you will put a son in her. And we, the Lannisters, will hold all the cards in Westeros. So again, some just riveting, lovely father-son conversations between Tyrion and Tywin. Stannis and Davos hear about what happened at the Red Wedding. Davos is horrified. Stannis is like, the leeches are working. Balon Greyjoy is dead. Robb Stark is dead. The only one that's left is Joffrey, that disgusting Lannister bastard-born son. And Davos is like, I don't think those leeches had anything to do with anything. I think that was perhaps Euron Crowseye Greyjoy, mayhaps, and Walder Frey who did all that stuff, none of your leeches. So at one point Davos, he's just kind of hanging around in Dragonstone, he's learning to read, and one of the letters that he happens to read is a letter from the North, from Jorah Mormont. Jorah Mormont, having just been defeated by the Whites at the Fist of the First Men, had sent a bunch of ravens throughout all the lands of Westeros, asking for help, asking for more men to help man the wall against the others. Davos sees this letter, he shows it to the Maester, and the Maester is just like, it's just a bunch of rubbish filth. But Davos thinks quick on his feet. He's like, no, there's something here to this. So Davos, again, not wanting Edric Storm to be sacrificed, he finds a way to free Edric Storm from his imprisonment and potentially being burned by Melisandre, has Edric Storm sent out on a ship manned by Salador San, or one of Salador San's men, and then he goes up to Stannis and tells Stannis and Melisandre, like, Edric Storm has been freed. He can no longer be burned by you. And Stannis is like, what? But Davos is like, wait, before you even think about punishing me, there's something I need to show you. And he shows Stannis and Melisandre this letter, and we are left at a cliffhanger. For now. Speaking of troubles at the wall, Jon Snow, who recently informed all the Night's Watch companions at Castle Black that there's an incoming wildling attack, mans the wall against said incoming wildling attack, and immediately repels away the wildlings, including repelling away Ygritte, who in a tragic turn of events was shot down by one of the Night's Watchmen manning the wall. Jon Snow immediately sees that something went wrong. He he goes to Ygritte and sees that Ygritte is on her dying breath. And he's like, Ygritte, no. And Ygritte is like, you know nothing, Jon Snow. And Ygritte dies in Jon Snow's arms as Jon cries and cries and cries. He needed to make a decision, and he decided to stick by the wall, stick by the Night's Watch, but that unfortunately meant going against the wildlings. So Jon Snow returns to Castle Black. All the while, Samwell Tarly, who had been traveling with Gilly, Cold Hands, and Gilly's baby, make their way south of the wall, and they meet up with Bran Stark, Jojen Reed, Mira, and Hodor at a place here south of the wall. Samwell Tarly had taken this place called the Black Gate, this mysterious magical gate that's located somewhere underneath the wall, crossed through the Black Gate underground, and managed to make his way towards Bran. And he tells Bran, are you the one I'm looking for? I'm looking for this Bran Stark. And Bran is like, who are you? I'm of the Night's Watch, and I was sent here by Cold Hands. You're to go with Cold Hands to go see the Three-Eyed Crow. And Bran is like, how do you know all this? And Sam's like, don't worry about it. But I need to go back to Castle Black. I need to go back to the wall, to man the wall against a potential wildling attack, against an attack by the others. The others are fierce. They're going to attack again. And Bran, he's like, yes, do that. But before you go, please don't tell my brother Jon Snow that I'm still alive. We need to keep that a secret. We don't want people going after me. And Sam was like, I understand. Your secret is safe with me. And of course, Sam stays true to his word. He returns back to the wall, returns back to Castle Black, and mums the word. Sam never tells Jon that Bran is still alive. Bran makes his way north of the wall, and that's the last we see of him for this Storm of Swords book. Meanwhile, back at King's Landing, everyone is preparing for the upcoming wedding of Joffrey Baratheon/Lannister to Marjorie Tyrell. Tyrion Lannister is having a couple of words with Shae. He doesn't want Shae to be found out. He wants to keep their relationship a secret, but he keeps getting worried that Varys will reveal Tyrion's secret relationship to someone. So in an effort to keep Shae as safe as possible, he wants to marry Shae away to someone else. Shae disagrees. She's like, no, but I'm your Lion of Lannister. And Tyrion is like, sorry, I gotta keep you safe. I gotta do something about this. I can't keep you here. Otherwise, people will find out about you and they'll kill you. So Tyrion leaves Shae alone. He and Sansa head off towards the royal procession.
Sansa, who, by the by, is wearing the hairnet that was given to her by Ser Dantos for this wedding occasion. Remember that for later.
Tyrion hands Joffrey this gift. Joffrey, being his usual sniveling, snobby, psychopathic self, decides to take the new gift he had received from Tywin Lannister, this Valyrian sword that had come from the smelted ice, decides to break Tyrion's book gift in half with his Valyrian sword and just mocks Tyrion's gift by dancing on the book. Tyrion is more pissed off than ever at this disgusting, psychopathic human being. But at one point, Joffrey makes a comment about how he's no stranger to Valyrian steel. And immediately, in one of the admittedly worst parts about A Storm of this book is near perfection. I love this book, but there's a couple of quibbles that I have with this book, and this is definitely one of them. Tyrion, for some random reason, associates Joffrey's comment about being familiar with Valyrian steel with this just all of a sudden realization that, like, oh my gosh, Joffrey was the one who sent the assassin after Bran and Catelyn in the first book. The assassin, the Catspaw assassin who had a Catspaw Valyrian steel dagger. Joffrey wanted Bran dead. And it is so unsatisfying. I'm like, really? This is how we find out that this happened? This is how we find out just through some flippant comment that Tyrion makes? The reveal is just so blah. Anyway, Tyrion and Sansa attend the wedding. It's what you would think. Joffrey just makes a mockery of everybody. There's a couple of dwarfs that are jousting, making a mockery of Sansa by having one of the dwarfs be Robb Stark. The dwarfs make fool of themselves. They caper around for the amusement of the wedding guests. Tyrion is pissed off. Sansa's seething, but secretly seething on the inside. She's being polite about it. And Tyrion just gets progressively more and more drunk throughout the event. However, at one point, Olenna Tyrell comes to comfort Sansa. She's like, oh, my sweet darling, I'm so sorry about what happened at the Red Wedding. She touches her cheek, kind of in a sleight of hand. Her hand kind of slid a little too high up along the hairnet, adjusts the hairnet, and Olenna Tyrell returns to her seat. And Sansa's like, oh, what a nice lady, this Queen of Thorns. I don't know why they call her the Queen of Thorns. She's so nice, this Olenna Tyrell. So at one point, there's a huge pie that comes into the procession. Joffrey cuts the pie with this huge sword. He asks Tyrion to join the jousters. Tyrion is like, oh, haha, that's funny. And Joffrey's like, no, really, you better see the jousters. Also, fill my goblet of wine. So Tyrion grabs a jug of wine, fills Joffrey's goblet, and Joffrey takes a drink. And it's like, haha, it's funny. I love bullying my dwarf uncle, haha. But then he starts to cough, and the cough doesn't stop. And Tyrion is kind of like, are you okay? And Marjorie Tyrell immediately has a realization like, oh my gosh, Joffrey's choking. And Olenna Tyrell is like, oh, help the poor boy, wink. And so everyone runs in. Joffrey is choking. He's freaking out. He's like going, making all these gurgling noises. His face is turning black. Cersei's freaking out. She's like, oh, my poor son, my poor boy. Someone do something. Someone help. Someone help. But it's too late. His windpipe is closed off. And Joffrey Baratheon, one of the 5 kings, is dead. And Cersei Lannister cries. And she's going crazy. And at some point, Sansa disappears off in the madness. Who knows where. But prior to Joffrey dying, Joffrey had kind of tried to point a finger at the goblet of wine that he had been drinking prior to his death, alerting everyone to the fact that the goblet of wine is poison. Tyrion grabs the goblet of wine, kind of pours out the contents. He's like, oh, this looks kind of suspicious, whatever is inside this wine. But Cersei misinterprets Joffrey's pointing as pointing towards Tyrion. So Cersei immediately is like, you hated your nephew all along. You hated my son this whole time. You killed my son, despite having zero evidence that Tyrion did anything about this. And Tyrion is like, what the heck are you smoking? Like, I had nothing to do with this. It's like, you did this. Take him. Arrest Tyrion. And then Cersei's like looking around. It's like, where's Sansa? Where did she go? And everyone's freaking out. Sansa somehow disappeared in the madness. Tyrion's like, oh, where's my wife? But it doesn't matter because Tyrion is under arrest. And Cersei believes Tyrion killed her son. It's one of the book's best moments, not just because this despicable character died, but it's so well done, it's very engaging, it's very immersive, and once again, it's another huge sequence of events that happens in this nearly infinite steal your breath sequence of events that take place throughout these final 500 pages of A Storm of Swords. Sansa runs away. She meets Dantos in the Godswood somewhere here in this insanity of portraits that I have. Dantos, having been one of the people that told Sansa to be ready on the day of the wedding, that, hey, during Joffrey's wedding, I'm going to get you out of the city. Sansa, on cue during Joffrey's choking incident, immediately runs out before anyone suspects that she's missing. Sansa's like, what? You didn't tell me that Joffrey was going to die? It's like, don't worry about that for now. We're going to meet my friend off in the docks. So he takes Sansa off into the docks, and Sansa immediately puzzles out that her hairnet was missing one amethyst. And immediately realizes like, oh, these aren't amethysts. What are these? And it's like, oh, it was some of the poison that was used to poison Joffrey's goblet of wine. So they row out into the sea, and who should they meet? But none other than Peter Baelish Littlefinger. What the heck is this? So previous to this, Littlefinger had gone off to see Lysa Arryn to try to potentially engage in a partnership with the Eyrie and the Lannisters. However, Littlefinger was secretly scheming the death of Joffrey Lannister while he was away, and even prior to when he was away, he had commanded Dantos this entire time to meet Sansa in the Godswood, give her the information about meeting her in the Godswood during the death of Joffrey, and then bringing her to him whenever that fateful day came. Littlefinger previously, also when he was meeting with the Tyrells, he had been telling the Tyrells that like, oh, Joffrey is such a sweet boy during the events of A Clash of Kings, but in reality he had been telling his men to spread rumors about how Joffrey was this horrible individual, thus convincing the Tyrells to plot the death of Joffrey Lannister by scheming their way to try to put this poison that was in Sansa's hairnet in Joffrey's goblet. And thus Littlefinger kind of removes himself from the murder with a couple of layers of people between him, the utmost layer being Tyrion Lannister, who is currently being framed for the said murder. So Sansa meets up with Littlefinger. She's confused. She's like, oh, what's going on? And then Littlefinger is like, oh, Sir Dantos, thank you for bringing her to me. 10,000 gold dragons I owed you? And Dantos is like, yes, 10,000. It's like, okay, here's your 10,000 gold dragons. Commands one of his men to shoot Dantos in the chest and immediately kill Dantos. And Sansa freaks out. She's like, what are you doing? And Littlefinger is like, oh, he's a drunken fool. I don't trust drunk fools, but I trust you, Sansa. And then reveals everything that had transpired in the previous book to get Sansa out of here and get her towards the Eyrie in order to see her aunt Lysa Arryn. Littlefinger also continues to claim that he lost his virginity to Catelyn, and he tells Sansa to always keep your foes confused whenever you play the Game of Thrones. And Sansa takes this to heart, a lesson I'm sure she'll come to learn from in the following books, I'm sure. So after this commotion, Jaime and Brienne, having gone through an adventure of their own, finally arrive at King's Landing. Jaime is just kind of taken aback by this whole thing, reminiscing about all these memories, like, oh, I'm back in King's Landing, like, I'm finally back. He meets up with Cersei at the Sept of Baelor. Cersei is still mourning the death of Joffrey. They proceed to have sex, and then Jaime is like, I don't want to keep our relationship a secret anymore. We should out our relationship. The Targaryens used to wed brother and sister. Why can't we? And Cersei's like, you speak poppycock, Jaime Lannister. If we out our relationship, then say goodbye to Tommen Baratheon's right to claim the Iron Throne. Do you want that to happen? And Jaime's like, yes. And it's like, Cersei's like, you speak lies. You're a fool. And so Tywin Lannister also hears of Jaime's arrival. He goes to see his son. He's like, oh, good to see you back. Anyway, do you want to stop being a Kingsguard? And I will marry you to Marjorie Tyrell now that Joffrey is not around. And Jaime is like, no, I want to keep being a Kingsguard. It is who I am. It is who I have been for life. So Tywin just kind of throws a dragonglass sword at Jaime, a dragonglass sword he had intended to give Jaime, which had been smelted from Ned Stark's ice sword. He's like, fine, here's your stupid sword. You're going to need it. A one-armed man will need all the help he can get. Also, you are not my son. And Jaime's like, okay, that's fine. So Jaime takes the sword and returns to his Kingsguard duties, which is where he meets Loras Tyrell. He sees that Loras reminds Jaime a lot of Jaime when he was a youth.
Also, I neglected to mention, but this is also where Jaime Lannister comes to learn that Loras had his younger brother Garland Tyrell cosplay as Renly Baratheon in the Battle of Blackwater Bay back in A Clash of Kings in order to motivate the Tyrell Lannister vanguard to take the fight to Stannis' forces. Thus, the legend of Renly Baratheon's ghost came to be.
Oh, and at one point, Brienne also, when she arrived, she was arrested and taken into custody, but then Loras saw that Brienne truly did have nothing to do with Renly Baratheon's death, as Loras still held it against Brienne for the death of Renly Baratheon. Loras Tyrell may have had a secret relationship with Renly under the table, so he held it against her for everything that happened there, but obviously Brienne had nothing to do with Renly's death, so he lets Brienne go. So Jaime kind of has a wonderful moment of existential thought, where in one of the book's coolest scenes, Jaime looks down at this white book, and he sees the previous commanders of the Kingsguards and what they've done. And then he sees what Jaime's done. You know, obviously he killed Mad King Aerys, but then he sees these blank pages. Jaime realizes that there's no prophecies here. There's no, oh, you know, this will happen this way. Jaime is the writer of his own destiny. He's the writer of his own future. And it can be whatever he wants. So Jaime takes it upon himself from this point forward to be someone who would be proud to see the accomplishments of what he could do, what he could become. So Jaime commands Brienne to Solar, gives Brienne the sword that was given to him. Jaime currently has no use for the sword. Jaime is just a stump. He was given this cool golden arm, but he really can't use it for much these days. He doesn't know how to sword fight. So he gives Brienne this Valyrian steel sword that Tywin gave him and commands Brienne, like, Brienne, this is Oathkeeper. This is your new sword. Go into the Riverlands, go out into Westeros, and try to find Catelyn Stark's two daughters, Sansa and Arya. Do it for the promise that I owe Catelyn. And Brienne, having made a similar promise to Catelyn, agrees, and goes off into the Riverlands, where we then see her in A Feast for Crows, venturing forth in order to try to find Sansa and Arya. Also, at one point, Cersei and Jaime again try to rekindle their relationship, and Jaime, similar to Tyrion, flippantly finds out that Joffrey may have been the one to send Bran the Catspaw dagger. Again, one of the less satisfying moments from the book. Jaime is not too happy with this, shoos Cersei away, and again contemplates what he could do with his future. The future of being Tommen's Kingsguard commander. Elsewhere, at some point, Arya and Sandor continue to travel along the Riverlands, kind of rather aimlessly. Sandor trying to take Arya off to the Eyrie in order to ransom Arya off for some gold. Arya wargs into her direwolf Nymeria at some point, rescues this familiar mother-like figure from a river, gets her out of the river, attempts to command this woman to rise, and at one point overhears Thomas Seven Streams, Lem Lemoncloak, Beric Dondarrion, Thoros of Myr, and Angie arrive, and immediately Arya wakes up from her dream. Sansa and Littlefinger arrive at the Fingers at House Baelish, this little tiny tower that Peter Baelish is lord of, essentially lord of nothing. Lysa Arryn had agreed to meet Peter Baelish there, where Littlefinger and Lysa decide to marry. Sansa gets happened upon by this musician who appeared in the first book, who I neglected to mention, called Marillion. Marillion makes advances on Sansa and then attempts to assault her. Sansa wants nothing to do with this. Osmond Kettleblack does away with Marillion, and Sansa is able to sleep in peace. However, in order to keep Sansa's identity a secret, in order to protect her identity and to protect her for potential would-be people who may know who she really is and may want something to do with her, Littlefinger comes up with the plot to have Sansa be Littlefinger's bastard daughter. He calls her Elaine Stone. They dye her hair dark brown in order to fool any other people, and Sansa is now Elaine Stone. Back in King's Landing, Tyrion is currently under arrest. He's currently being imprisoned for the alleged murder of Joffrey Baratheon. Cersei has kind of compiled all this fake evidence against Tyrion. She really has nothing, but she's been paying off a lot of people in order to falsify a lot of evidence against Tyrion. So at one point, Tyrion realizes that the only way he's going to get a fair trial is if he does a trial by combat. He asks Bronn if he wants to be his champion in this potential trial by combat. Bronn, knowing that Cersei will likely command Gregor Clegane, the Mountain Who Rides, to be Cersei's champion, Bronn wants nothing to do with a potential duel against Gregor and tells Tyrion, sorry buddy, you're on your own. It's been a pleasure, but my services are needed elsewhere. So Bronn goes on his way, Tyrion's on his own. He believes he has no friends until at one point, in a surprise turn of events, Oberyn Martell, the man who previously mocked Tyrion for not being a monster when Oberyn Martell was off in Casterly Rock, tells Tyrion, Tyrion, I want justice for what happened to my sister, Elia Martell. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, during the events of Robert's Rebellion, Elia Martell was sexually assaulted and murdered by Gregor Clegane. And Tyrion confirms this to Oberyn Martell, saying that Amory Lorch killed the daughter, Rhaenys Targaryen. As far as the mother and son go, Elia Martell and Aegon Targaryen, they were both murdered by Gregor Clegane, and the person who potentially sent out that order was none other than his father, Tywin Lannister. So Oberyn Martell's like, yes, I know, I see it. I've known it all along. Well, I want justice. And Tyrion's like, you're not going to get justice here, bro. Like, there's nothing I can do to help you. This is the worst place for justice. And he's like, well, I will make justice by my own, because I will be your champion. And Tyrion is taken aback by all this. He's like, oh, you will? And Oberyn says yes. So when Tyrion is on stand, he's on trial, Cersei, in a last-ditch effort, turn of events, she brings out Shae. She found where Shae was, this person who Tyrion was trying to keep a secret. She brought her out in order to put the nail in Tyrion's proverbial coffin of evidence. And Shae pretty much outs Tyrion's relationship with her, saying that, oh, he commanded me to call him my Giant of Lannister, despite the fact that she did that willingly, but she's lying on behalf of Cersei because Cersei paid off Shae. So everyone in the crowd laughs and laughs and laughs, except for Tywin Lannister, of course, because Tywin doesn't laugh. And so Tyrion, being sick of all these people, he finally just goes off on everybody. After all this laughter and mockery, he's like, you know what? I didn't kill Joffrey Lannister, but I wish I did. I wish I had poison for all of you. Stannis should have killed you all. Oh man, I would gladly watch you all swallow that poison, and I would laugh at you. And he goes up to his father and he's like, Lord Tywin, father, like you never loved me. I'm guilty, but not for killing Joffrey. I'm guilty of being a dwarf. And Tywin's like, you're not guilty of being a dwarf. You're on the stand for killing my grandson, Joffrey Baratheon. And he's like, no, I've been guilty of this greater crime of being a dwarf. You never liked me my whole life. I will not get any justice here, so I will turn to the gods. I demand a trial by combat. And Oberyn Martell is like, I have heard this man's words. I will be Tyrion Lannister's champion. And so Cersei just laughs because she already knows that she already had Gregor Clegane under her payroll, because she knew that there was going to be a trial by combat, inevitably, and she had already called Gregor Clegane to show up. So during the day of that fateful battle, where it's Gregor Clegane, the Mountain versus the Viper, and they go head to head, the Viper reveals to Tyrion Lannister, kind of just blurting out his strategies like, oh, Tyrion, once this is all over, you should come to Dorne. Like, Dorne would love to have you. You're a wonderful man. And Tyrion's like, you're a wonderful man, Oberyn. Thanks for doing this for me. He's like, we will crown Myrcella as queen because you see, in Dorne, we don't just recognize the firstborn male. We recognize the firstborn regardless of whether they're male or female. And because Myrcella is older than Tommen, Myrcella should be the rightful queen of the Iron Throne. You, Tyrion Lannister, and I, the Viper, Oberyn Martell, will rule with Myrcella Baratheon, and we will rule all of Westeros, saying no to these Lannisters. And Tyrion is like, that sounds like a plan to me. Thank you, Oberyn Martell. So Oberyn participates in this battle against Gregor Clegane, and Oberyn's got this victory in the bag. All he needs to do is just deliver the killing blow. But then he's like, no, I want to hear you confess. Who gave you the order to rape and murder Elia Martell and Aegon Targaryen? Who gave you the order? And Gregor Clegane takes that moment to finally recover, sweeps Oberyn Martell's legs, puts his fingers over Oberyn Martell's eyes, crushes in the eyes. Oberyn Martell screams in pain. He's like, yup, it was me. I raped her, killed her, and murdered her children. And then crushes Oberyn Martell's head. In this horrific incident in both the book and show, Oberyn Martell's paramour screams in shock. Tyrion can't believe it. His one chance at freedom is gone. Oberyn Martell is dead, and Tyrion Lannister is left to rot in the black cells of King's Landing, as Tywin Lannister judges Tyrion guilty and soon to be executed for the murder of Joffrey Baratheon. Off in the east, Dany, recently having taken over Yunkai with the help of her Unsullied companions and the help of Daario Naharis, they knock on the doorstep of Meereen. Meereen now being their final destination after hearing that Meereen has all stores of food, everything going on for them. Obviously, the Meereenese slave masters want nothing to do with Dany, so Dany sends out a couple of people to infiltrate the sewers of Meereen, take over Meereen from the inside, and open the doors for Dany because Meereen is now under the hands of Daenerys Targaryen. Everyone happily celebrates, but Jorah finally takes this moment to out this Arstan Whitebeard and tell Daenerys that, Dany, this person is not Arstan Whitebeard. He's not this lowly squire that he claims to be. No, he is one of the most famous Kingsguardmen, known as Barristan Selmy, and he let your father, Mad King Aerys, die all those years ago. And Barristan tells Dany, well, actually, Jorah Mormont, your companion who's been your bestie friend all these books, he was actually previously following you only because he was following the commands of Robert Baratheon, the king who had killed Rhaegar Targaryen. He was following his orders to spy on you so that he could give Robert Baratheon information and potentially have you killed. And so Dany is shocked to hear all this. She's like, both of you, get out of here now. I want nothing to do with you. So eventually, after a couple of days of kind of mulling things over, she comes to her senses. She allows Barristan Selmy to come back into her fold after Barristan Selmy promises to be her Kingsguard person, her Queen's Guard, I should say. But she is a little bit more harder on Jorah Mormont. Not only is she disgusted by that kiss he implanted on her a couple of days ago, but she's also disgusted with him over the fact that he had only been following Dany because he was doing so under the orders of Robert Baratheon in order to spy on her and reveal any potential information to Robert Baratheon. She wants nothing more to do with this man and sends him out to the waste. Just like he was exiled from Westeros, he's now exiled from Dany's court. Also, Dany, after thinking things over, she also reveals to Barristan Selmy that she wants to stay in Meereen for the foreseeable future. So she decides to stay behind in Meereen and learn to rule Meereen in order to develop her skills of how to be a queen in the future. All the while in the Wall, Jon, who continues to repel further wildling attacks, including an attack from a turtle and an additional attack from Mance Rayder, is currently being overwhelmed here at the Wall. Donal Noy at some point dies at a gate tunnel during one of these wildling attacks. Jon Snow and the Night's Watch seem to be on their own here, until Alliser Thorne, with the help of the newly arrived Janos Slynt, who was exiled away from King's Landing in the previous book for having murdered Robert Baratheon's bastard daughter at a brothel, comes to Castle Black in order to take the helm away from Jon Snow as being the leader here at the Night's Watch. He obviously is disgusted with Jon Snow because Alliser Thorne has revealed all this stuff to Janos Slynt about who Jon Snow is. They command Jon Snow to go to Mance Rayder's camp in an effort to parley with Mance, but secretly have Mance Rayder killed under the table. You know, betrayal of guest right, red wedding shenanigans, the usual. So when Jon goes to see Mance Rayder, Mance is not too happy with Jon. He's like, oh, you show yourself again, Turncloak. So Mance has a quick conversation with Jon, and he's like, I will give you one last chance, Jon. I'm going to give you this Horn of Winter that me and my wildling companions found out in the middle of the snow. if you will allow my wildling companions to cross through the wall, south of the wall, we won't pay any of your King's Landing taxes or whatever, but we will settle south of the wall, and we will help repel against the true threat that lies north of the wall, the others. So Jon contemplates this quickly, but before Mance can say anything further, there's a huge commotion that happens around the wildling encampments, around the wildling tents. Mance is like, what the heck is going on? And sure enough, horses come, ironclad men come. And so Jon Snow thinks that, oh, did my brother come to save me? No, my brother's dead. Did Robert Baratheon rise from the dead and come to save us? But Jon quickly realizes that it's not Robert Baratheon who's here, but rather the one true king, Stannis Baratheon, having paid attention to Davos, having taken his advice from the letter that Davos read, has come to the north of the wall to save Jon Snow and save the Night's Watch from the wildlings. And Jon Snow couldn't be happier. He's like, oh, the one true king has arrived. Sir Stannis, your grace, Stannis Baratheon. And I'm like, ah, yes. Stannis the Menace, the one true king. Meanwhile, further south, Arya and Sandor Clegane arrive at the inn at the crossroads, just wanting to have a little bit of a drink before they head out on the rest of their adventure toward the Eyrie. And who should they see but the Tickler, Polliver, and his squire? 3 people who Arya has unfortunately come to meet in the previous book, A Clash of Kings, when these men had captured Arya, Hot Pie, and Gendry, and were burning the Riverlands. Arya wanting nothing to do with these people, and Sandor Clegane being agitated by these people, the Tickler consistently heckling the Hound for having deserted the Lannisters, has had enough, and starts fighting these people. Arya takes it upon herself to stab the squire as well, and while she's at it, she managed to stab the Tickler as well, consistently telling him, where are you hiding the gold? Where are you hiding treasure? In retribution for the Tickler consistently asking the villagers the same thing before torturing his victims to death. So Arya and Sandor manage to kill these disgusting people, and they make their way towards the salt pans in an effort to take a ship that gets them to the Eyrie. However, on the way, Sandor, having sustained injuries from the battle here at the inn at the crossroads, is not feeling all to himself. At one point, he falls off his horse and can't make it any further. So he asks Arya, please give me the gift of mercy. Do you know where the heart is? Stab me in the heart and let me die.
Arya, however,
having had her frustrations with Sandor Clegane, wanting nothing to do with Sandor, blaming him for the death of Micah, essentially blaming him for everything, says no and decides to leave Sandor. And Sandor's like, no, please, kill me, I want to die. But Arya, being a cold person, lets him cling with the little bit of life he has left. So she rides a horse to the salt pans, sells the horse, gets a little bit of silver, tries to hitch a ride on a Braavosi ship. The Braavosi captain says, no, child, no amount of silver will allow you to come on this ship. It's like, oh, I want to go north of the wall. And it's like, oh, there's nothing in the north but pirates, and there's nothing for me there. It's like, we're going home. It's like, where's home? We're going to the free city of Braavos. And immediately something in Arya's head clicks, as she realizes that she had previously met a Braavosi man, someone who is in Braavos who gave her something of value. And so she pulls out the thing that she's been carrying this entire time, the iron coin that she's had with her. And she's like, wait. And so the captain is like, more silver won't help you, girl. And she's like, it's not silver, it's iron. And so she shows the iron coin to the Braavosi captain. And so the Braavosi captain is taken aback by this piece of iron. He's like, how did you get this? And Arya, having been commanded previously by Jaqen H'ghar of what to say in this situation, immediately giving her best Braavosi impression, tells the Braavosi captain, Valar Morghulis! And the Braavosi captain, kind of mesmerized, looks at Arya with tears in his eyes, and he tells her, Valar Dohaeris, of course you shall have a cabin. And Arya rides on this Braavosi ship off to Braavos to meet Jaqen potentially? Who knows, but we'll have to wait and see in A Feast for Crows. But the book doesn't end there. Oh my gosh, whew. What an eventful last couple of pages here. It does not end there, because Tyrion, still being imprisoned in King's Landing, still being imprisoned in the Black Cells, having nowhere to turn, all of a sudden gets a surprise visit from his dear older brother, Jaime Lannister. And Tyrion is like, oh, Jaime. And Jaime is like, come on, let's go. Tyrion's like, oh, what the heck is going on? And Jaime is like, come on, I came here to rescue you. Tyrion's like, oh, thank you, but why? And Jaime is like, I owe you a debt. It's like, whoa, what debt is that? And so it is here where Jaime reveals to Tyrion that so many years prior, Tyrion, who had fallen in love with this girl when he was 15, who wanted to marry this girl, was told that this girl was nothing but a prostitute, was nothing but a whore. And Jaime tells Tyrion, this girl was never a whore. I was told to lie on Tywin's behalf to you that this girl was a whore in order for you not to marry someone who was of low birth. And Tyrion, being super pissed off that his father once again interfered and intervened in something that was not meant to be intervened and interfered, is pissed off at Jaime, pissed off at Tywin, pissed off at the world. And he pushes Jaime and he says, how dare you lie to me all these years? All these years, I thought I'd fall in love with a girl, and it turns out she was a whore. Well, now it turns out she wasn't a whore. She was real. She actually loved me. And Jaime was like, I'm so sorry. And Tyrion's like, apology isn't enough. Get me out of here. So Jaime opens the door, Tyrion pushes him, and storms out. He meets Varys. Varys, who was kind of coerced into helping Jaime. Despite, Varys having a friendship with Tyrion in the Clash of Kings, Varys wasn't doing Tyrion any favors here in this book. So Tyrion commands Varys, like, all right, Varys, get me out of this castle. Get me out of here. And Varys is like, it shall be done. But before they can leave, Tyrion tells Varys, like, actually, hold a moment. I need to see my father about something. And Varys is like, this is a terrible idea. We got to get out of here. And Tyrion's like, no, Varys. There's something I must tell my father. So Tyrion, crawling through the secret tunnels that Maegor the Cruel had created centuries prior to the events of the Game of Thrones, climbs one of the ladders of these secret tunnels, accesses the chamber of the Hand of the King's Tower, the Hand's Tower, in order to pay Tywin a little visit. But who should he see there in Tywin's bed, but not Tywin Lannister, but the person who had been in a secret relationship with Tyrion this whole book, this whole series, Shae. And Tyrion, disgusted that Shae was sleeping with Tywin, that Tywin was a hypocrite, despite the fact that he hated prostitutes and whores all this time. Tywin was actually sleeping with a prostitute. And Tyrion is super pissed off at Shae, so he takes the Hand of the King chain, despite the fact that Shae tells Tyrion, which is true, that the only reason she was standing on trial against Tyrion was because she was paid, and she didn't mean anything she said. But Tyrion is an vengeful spree. He's super mad. He's like, nope. So he chokes the life out of Shae. Hands of gold are always cold, but a woman's hands are warm, and kills her right then and there. He drops the lifeless Shae on Tywin's bed, and then goes to pay Tywin, his father, a little visit, who's off in the privy, going number 2, taking a dump off somewhere. Tyrion opens the door with a crossbow, and Tywin is like, Tyrion. And Tyrion is like, oh, you've always wanted me dead, father. Well, now I have the upper hand here. And Tywin tries to lie his way out, like, oh, son, I wasn't going to actually have you killed. I wasn't actually going to have you executed for the death of Joffrey. Of course I knew it wasn't you all along. You were going to take the black. And Tyrion's like, you've always wanted me dead. Well, you lied to me about Tysha. He's like, oh, Jaime told you. Son, this is not how you do it. Like, you've always been my son. I've always loved you. And Tyrion is like, nope, not going to work this time, father. And Tywin is like, why? Sad about that whore Tysha. And so Tyrion, having heard enough, shoots Tywin in the chest. He's like, oh, you shot me. And Tyrion is like, oh, very observant of you, father. You've always been one smart aleck. And Tywin is like, oh, I have no son. And Tyrion is like, oh, I'm Ygritte Small. So Tyrion shoots again, and Tywin gets shot in the chest a second time. And this time for real, Tywin meets his demise. And Tyrion, despite the fact that knowing it was a jape all along, Tywin having been on a toilet and relieving himself in death, Tyrion smells the defecation and realizes that, in the end, I guess Tywin Lannister did not in fact shit gold. So Tyrion Lannister heads with Varys. Varys gets him on a ship, and Tyrion Lannister gets on a ship off to Essos. To where? We'll have to see in the next book, or in A Dance with Dragons. But the story is still not over, because off in the wall, Melisandre commands Jon to go visit the one true king, Stannis Baratheon. And Stannis, having just recently arrived to the wall, tells Jon, like, Jon, I know your father as a man of honor, so I know you as a man of honor. So all these things that Jon O'Slint and Alistair Thorne are telling me, I know they're pure lies. So Jon, I want to make you one of my bannermen. I want to make you one of my lords. So Jon, I'm going to cut you a deal. I am the king, so I can do this. I am offering to legitimize you, Sir Jon Snow, as Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell, and I want to marry you to Val, Dalla's sister, Dalla being Mance Rayder's wife who died in childbirth, thus able to give birth to Mance Rayder's son. So I want to marry you off to Dalla in order to create a partnership with the wildlings. And I want you to be Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell. And Jon is taken aback by this. He's always wanted to be a Stark. He always wanted to be Lord of Winterfell. But he knew, given his position as a bastard-born son, it just was never going to happen. But Jon mulls this over. Pretty sweet deal. You got Winterfell, Lord of Winterfell, the one true king as your boss. That sounds pretty great. But the more Jon mulls it over, the more something just nags at him. On the one hand, if he were to take Stannis' offer, he would have to adopt the Lord of Light as his official religion and renounce the old gods, which means burning the Heart Tree, the Weirwood Tree, in Winterfell. And Jon Snow is not sure he can do that, given the thousands of years of history that the Weirwood Tree network has in the north. And in addition to that, there's something about the wall that calls to Jon. His position as a Night's Watchman. He wants to be a Night's Watchman. Well, eventually a decision is made for Jon. Not by Jon himself, but by his fellow Night's Watch companions, particularly Samwell Tarly, who in a bid in order to try to get Jon O'Slint not to be the Lord Commander, he puts Jon Snow's name in the cauldron, and thus Jon Snow, after a almost unanimous amounts of tallied votes, is now the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Thus, Jon Snow is married to his duty as a Night's Watchman and can no longer be Stannis' Lord of Winterfell. But Jon isn't too displeased. He's pretty happy being in the Night's Watch, and he's happy being the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. So here he'll stay for the foreseeable future. Off in the Eyrie, Sansa, who's still with Littlefinger and Lysa, she's super sad about everything that has transpired thus far. Super sad about having lost her father, mother, older brother. Apparently her brothers Bran and Rickon are also deceased as well. All her family is gone. Arya's missing. She doesn't know who to turn to. She has a moment where she just goes outside in the Eyrie, decides to build a little snow castle, a little Winterfell snow castle. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, sees this and he's like, "Oh, Sansa, you're so beautiful." And he helps her finish the Winterfell castle. And in a moment of, I don't know, perhaps a little horniness, perhaps a little planned horniness, Peter Baelish, Littlefinger kisses Sansa. Just a sloppy wet kiss on the mouth. And Sansa's like, what? But maybe this kiss was planned, because Lysa Arryn sees this and commands Sansa to come to the seat where she's sitting. Lysa is super pissed off at Sansa. She saw the kiss between Sansa and Littlefinger. She admits that it was Littlefinger who Lysa lost her virginity to, not Catelyn like Littlefinger claims. She's super mad that Sansa's trying to take her man away. So she's about to have Sansa thrown out of the moon door, this door that's on the wall, the side wall of the Eyrie, where basically people who are being executed get thrown out from and fall to their high bloody deaths below. But before Lysa can deliver the killing push to Sansa, Littlefinger comes into the room. He's like, "My wife, my dear, what are you doing? That is Sansa, that is your niece." And so Lysa just cries like, "What am I doing, Littlefinger?" And Littlefinger's like, "It's okay, it's okay." And so Lysa tells Littlefinger like, "Oh, Littlefinger, I've always done everything you've told me. I poisoned Jon Arryn like you told me to do at the very beginning of the first book." Thus, Littlefinger, in this moment, it is revealed that Littlefinger has been the mastermind behind this whole thing, this whole sequence of events, this whole series was all masterminded by Peter Baelish, Littlefinger himself. Littlefinger asked Lysa to poison Jon Arryn. Littlefinger asked Lysa to lie to Catelyn Stark and tell her that it was the Lannisters who killed Jon Arryn. Littlefinger was the one who created the circumstances for Joffrey Baratheon's death. Littlefinger has been behind everything all along. And Lysa just spills the beans, and Sansa's horrified to learn all this. And Littlefinger is like comforting, and it's like, "Oh, yes, it's okay, I know. I've always only loved one woman." And Lysa's like, "Oh, thank you, Littlefinger, thank you, Peter Baelish." Only Cat. And Lysa's tears turn to horror as Littlefinger pushes Lysa out of the moon door towards Lysa's death. And Marillion chooses this moment to come into the room and is like, "What's going on?" And so Littlefinger then tells the bannermen, "Gentlemen, lords, that man, Marillion, killed Lady Lysa. It was Marillion all along." So Marillion's like, "What the heck is going on?" So the men arrest Marillion, and Littlefinger
just kind of schemes and laughs to himself. Ah, yes, all going according to plan. As Sansa is horrified, having learned that Littlefinger has been behind everything all along. Lysa has done so much damage, and Littlefinger just killed Lysa. Wow. But the story doesn't end there. It does not end there. Oh my gosh, all these plot reveals. Because, as it turns out, in the Riverlands somewhere, a lowly Frey, Merritt Frey, one of the lowly Freys who is mocked by his Frey siblings, his Frey father, for essentially doing nothing during the events of the Red Wedding, has been tasked by his Frey siblings to try to rescue a fellow Frey that is currently being ransomed elsewhere by the Brotherhood Without Banners. So Merritt Frey finds the Brotherhood Without Banners like, oh, where's my Frey companion, my Frey sibling? So Thomas Sevenstreams, Lem Lemoncloak, and Angie showed him the Frey sibling hanged, and Merritt is like, what? No, I have the gold. They take his gold, take hold of him, arrest him, tie him up, and then put him to a tree with a noose around his neck. He's like, what? No, I did everything you said. I brought you the gold. I brought everything. It's like, oh, sorry. You're a Frey, right? You're Merritt Frey? Well, you're under arrest for the whole Red Wedding thing. We're going to execute you now. It's like, what? Why? Under what charges? And so then it is here where the Brotherhood Without Banners, Thomas Sevenstreams, brings out their new boss, a deceased Catelyn Stark, who now goes by Lady Stoneheart. Lady Stoneheart, and all her horrible horrorness, just a devastating, vengeful, hate-filled woman, sees this Merritt Frey with eyes that could kill. And Merritt Frey is horrified. No, we killed you. And it's like, sorry, she's not dead. She's alive. Beric Dondarrion gave her the kiss of life, so now she's one of us. And Merritt is like, no, it can't be. So they ask Lady Stoneheart, is he one of the people responsible for the Red Wedding? And Lady Stoneheart looks at him, at Merritt Frey, with cold dead eyes, and nods her head. And Thomas Sevenstream's like, all right, sorry, buddy, you're guilty. So Lem Lemoncloak hangs Merritt Frey, and Lady Stoneheart looks on in hate-filled horror glee as another Frey has been deceased, and Lady Stoneheart's vengeful mission to kill all Freys and Boltons that were associated with the death of her long-lost son. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we end A Storm of Swords. Going through this book, I've come to realize that I love A Song of Ice and Fire. I love A Storm of Swords. It might be my favorite. I'm not sure. I'd have to reread The Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson, but this is definitely one of the best fantasy novels in existence. I'm so grateful to have read it, and I'm so grateful that you guys joined me along on this summary to go through the events of this book.
Which leads us to A Feast for Crows, book number 4 in the A Song of Ice and Fire series. A book that is generally considered to be the weakest book in the series. Now, that personally does not include me. However, if I was a reader back in October 17 of 2005, the date when this book was first released, and I had been eagerly anticipating the next entry in the A Song of Ice and Fire series after reading this climactic book that contained the Red Wedding, the Purple Wedding, the trial of Tyrion Lannister, the reveal that Littlefinger was the mastermind behind this story's entire sequence of events, the resurrection of Lady Stark Stoneheart. If after reading all of that, I waited 5 years to pick up another book that wasn't that, then I could definitely understand why people were disappointed. You see, A Feast for Crows, unlike A Storm of Swords, is a more introspective, a more reflective book when compared to its predecessor. And that's perfectly fine, as you can't really have a character-driven series that is all nonstop action all the time. However, for many first-time readers, they were indeed hoping for a story that was more of an escalation of action, rather than an introspective piece that dramatically slows the story down. Additionally, a lot of the characters that readers had kind of grown attached to and come to know and love over the course of the series, such as Stannis Baratheon, Jon Snow, Daenerys Targaryen, and Tyrion Lannister, are not at all featured in this book, and readers had to wait for 6 years until 2011 for the release of A Dance with Dragons to get even any kind of follow-up to those characters. The reason for that being that by 2005, George R. R. Martin was still struggling to wrap up several of those characters' storylines, while the manuscript itself had grown far too large to ever be encompassed within a singular book. So, as a compromise, George just released a book containing the character arcs he had completed, which in this case were a lot of characters that readers were not super familiar with, essentially culminating in a story where both the events from A Feast for Crows and A Dance of Dragons are chronologically congruent with each other. Now, fortunately for us in the modern day, we don't have to wait 6 years to find out what happens with several of these characters, as thankfully we now have the first 5 books within the Song of Ice and Fire series available to us. However, for the purposes of the summary, despite the events of A Dance of Dragons being once again parallel to the events of A Feast for Crows, I will be holding off on summarizing the events of A Dance of Dragons until we reach the summary for A Dance of Dragons. I want to keep things relatively simple here and focus exclusively on A Feast for Crows, as I do think that A Feast for Crows and A Dance of Dragons should be read separately as intended, despite their parallel timelines. As far as my own personal thoughts on A Feast for Crows, I must say, despite my initial reservations with regards to half of the characters I had come to know and love being held off onto a different book, this book, in my opinion, is George R. R. Martin's thematically richest and most beautifully written A Song of Ice and Fire book that I personally have read to this day. The prose is evocative, the characters, despite for the most part being relatively minor when compared to some of the big-time POVs such as John and Danny, have quite a bit of nuance to them. The scheming is cathartic, and the world building continues to be interesting to delve into. George has poured so much love and intrigue into this world that he has created that it's hard not to become invested in these storylines, even when we're following characters we're not quite as familiar with. But okay, with all that out of the way, let's delve right into this summary.
So previously in A Storm of Swords, George R. R. Martin effectively ended quite a few story arcs that he had previously built over the first 3 books in the A Song of Ice and Fire series. Predominantly the War of the Five Kings, as with the exception of Stannis, pretty much every king from that original War of the Five Kings is dead, and Ned Stark's investigation of what happened to Jon Arryn, as it was revealed at the end of A Storm of Swords that Littlefinger was the one who convinced Lysa Arryn to poison her husband Jon Arryn, thus kind of beginning this vicious circle of events that was soon to transpire over the first 3 books. So with that, we begin the story of Planetos in the prologue of A Feast for Crows by following a prologue exclusive character named Pate. Pate is a novice at the Citadel essentially being a medieval version of Oxford or Harvard, this very prestigious university where you go there to learn a lot of stuff. That's where all the maesters go to get their chains, that's how they study and learn. But essentially, Pate is a novice here. He wants to impress this girl, and he wants to impress her by showering her with gold. So he follows this alchemist's instruction, this alchemist who has an interesting way of speaking. A girl knows. No one is here. I'm a man of many faces. And under the alchemist's instruction, Pate is commanded to essentially steal a key from his Archmaester Walgrave, a key that can open virtually any lock within the Citadel. So he goes about to stealing this key, and then hands it over to this alchemist who promises to give Pate a golden coin so he can then impress this girl and ask her out on a date or whatever. Well, it turns out the moment the transaction is complete and Pate finally has his golden coin, his legs collapse, he falls on the ground, and the alchemist just looks at him like, "Oh, no one is here. A man of many faces. Wink." And Pate dies. Sad. So Pate is dead, but if this prologue taught us anything, is that A Feast for Crows will again delve into locations that have been previously mentioned, but we haven't really delved into. And thus we begin A Feast for Crows proper with the Prophet, Aeron Greyjoy. So Aeron Greyjoy essentially hears about the death of Balon Greyjoy, his older brother, the older brother who fell off the swaying bridge in A Storm of Swords, and essentially he calls for a kingsmoot. He's like, "I will not let the Iron Islands go ungoverned. We must have a new king. I call for a kingsmoot." Meanwhile, off in Dorne, and if you couldn't already tell, this summary is going to bounce all over the place, similar to the Feast for Crows book, where we bounce all over the place between our different locations within Westeros. This summary will be bouncing all over the place within Westeros. Now again,
the events of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons are chronologically congruent with each other. So rather than having this singular chronology where we follow through the events of A Feast for Crows that immediately begin after the events of A Storm of Swords and then end off at a certain point where then A Dance with Dragons then picks up from there, A Feast for Crows follows certain specific characters, mainly those located within King's Landing and southern Westeros, whereas A Dance with Dragons then takes the lead throughout that same time frame in following the characters that are in the northern half of Westeros, predominantly here along the Wall and close to Winterfell, and the characters in Essos. So most of our characters that we're going to follow here with regards to the Feast for Crows are going to be here in this region of southern Westeros. So the southernmost point of Westeros, where we're going to delve into in this book, is here on Dorne. Ariel, the guardian for Doran Martell, Doran Martell being the lord who rules over the region of Dorne in southern Westeros. He's just kind of relaxing in the water gardens, and Ariel kind of observes these three treacherous young women who are plotting and scheming off in the corner. And Ariel is like, what's going on there? As you see, these three young women are actually referred to, kind of derogatorily so, as the Sand Snakes. The Sand Snakes are three bastard children that were born from Oberyn Martell. Oberyn Martell was Doran Martell's younger brother who died in the previous book of Storm of Swords.
And as retribution for Oberyn's death at the hands of the mountain that rides, the Sand Snakes now want revenge against the Lannisters.
But Doran Martell doesn't want any of this. He's like, no, I want peace. And the Sand Snakes are like, you're such a weak man. We're going to take our vengeance on the Lannisters. And Doran Martell's like, nope, I won't be having any of that. So he tasks Ariel Hota, our POV in Dorne, to lock up the Sand Snakes, and thus resultingly the people in Dorne are mad because it seems that Doran Martell doesn't appear to be doing anything to essentially demand retribution for what had happened to Oberyn Martell in the previous book. So the people in Dorne are mad, the Sand Snakes are mad, and Doran Martell is like, the Lannisters sure have a loyal friend in me. So now that we've gotten an appetizer into the isolated regions of Westeros, we now delve in Chapter 3 of A Feast for Crows into probably our most prominent character within the story, that being the crazy kooky queen Cersei Lannister and her younger brother Jaime Lannister. As the crazy and kooky Cersei Lannister investigates the death of Tywin Lannister, who had previously perished in A Storm of Swords when Tyrion Lannister put 2 crossbow bolts through Tywin's heart as retribution for essentially Tywin convincing Jaime to fool Tyrion into believing that Tysha, Tyrion's first girlfriend when he was 15, who he was going to marry, Tywin told Jaime to tell Tyrion that, like, oh yeah, that girl's a whore. But as far as A Feast for Crows is concerned, Cersei Lannister is investigating the death of Tywin Lannister. She also sees Shae on Tywin's bed, and she kind of questions, like, what's Shae doing on this bed? My father would never sleep with a prostitute. And Grand Maester Pycelle is like, yeah, no, she must have just, fallen on the bed by accident. Yeah, your father, Lord Tywin, is way too honorable for this. And Cersei is like, yes, very much so. So Cersei, continuously deluding herself, she tasks Osmond Kettleblack to investigate the cell where Tyrion Lannister is being held to make sure that Tyrion is still there. And while she's doing this, she also befriends the Maester who came with Jaime Lannister in the previous book in A Storm of Swords. Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth had traveled with a chainless Maester from Harrenhal called Qyburn. Qyburn has been in King's Landing this whole time. Cersei befriends Qyburn, and she's like, who are you, this Maester without a chain? And he's like, I'm here to help you. And Cersei is like, all right, I will accept your help. Command the Silent Sisters to prepare the body of Tywin Lannister for a funeral. And while you're at it, also, help me out around here with all the chores and things that need to get done here in King's Landing. And then in addition to that, Cersei also tasks Jaime Lannister to be the hand of the king for Tommen. Jaime refuses. Cersei is thrown aback by this, like, what do you mean you refuse? And Jaime is like, no,
I don't want to be hand of the king.
I prefer to be a Kingsguard. And so later on, Cersei comes to find out that Tyrion has escaped from his cell, and Cersei is just livid. She's like, what do you mean Tyrion has escaped? And Osmond Kettleblack is like, yes, Tyrion is not in his cell. However, we did find the Gowler missing. It's like, where did the Gowler go? And it is hinted that the Gowler who was originally there was Varys, but Varys and Tyrion are not to be seen. Now, and here's one of the things that people take issue with regards to A Feast for Crows. While Cersei is learning that Tyrion has fled and she doesn't know where Tyrion is going,
it is not until A
Dance with Dragons where we then learn from Tyrion's POV perspective that he has arrived in Pentos and is meeting up with Illyrio Mopatis and is about to enter into an adventure of his own. And if reading A Feast for Crows without the context of A Dance with Dragons, I can see why first-time readers would be frustrated by this, because they would then want to know, like, well, I really want to know what happens with Tyrion, but Tyrion's not in this book at all. And so then it creates this frustration within the reader, as the reader really wants to know what's happening with a lot of the characters that they previously knew and loved from A Storm of Swords that are not readily available here within the A Feast for Crows book. However, nowadays, because we have the first 5 books from the Song of Ice and Fire series available to us, not only do people have the availability to read Tyrion's POV perspective in A Dance with Dragons after they read A Feast for Crows, but there's actually a chapter reading order online called the All Other Must Be Boiled reading order, which essentially delves into the events of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, but told within the singular chronology. So as you read chapters within A Feast for Crows, this list will then tell you like, oh, okay, after this chapter, you should then turn to this chapter in A Dance with Dragons, and now you know what is happening within both of these books within one read-through, as opposed to having to wait until the end of A Feast for Crows to then read A Dance with Dragons. But anyway, as far as A Feast for Crows is concerned, Cersei is back here in King's Landing. She's still being her paranoid self. She's worried that Tyrion might be within the walls of the Red Keep, just waiting for the right moment to kill her. And Cersei is just going crazy. But anyway, King's Landing hosts the funeral of Tywin Lannister. Lots of people show up. The Tyrells are there. Lots of important people from around Westeros are there, including this young lady called Taena Merryweather. And Taena promises Cersei, oh, Cersei, I'm so sorry about what happened to Tywin, and I'm so sorry what you must be going through. But worry not. If we and Myr find any sort of mention about Tyrion Lannister, we will make sure to capture him and kill him just for you. And Cersei is like, this one's my new best friend. Also, while we're here, Cersei begins open enrollment for a lot of people to join the council, including Giles Rosby, who she names as her Master of Coin, despite the fact that Mace Tyrell really wanted that job. But Cersei hates the Tyrells and would rather die than have a Tyrell sit on the council. And during this whole thing, we also learned that Tommen is now to be wed to Margaery Tyrell, because a Joffrey-Margaery wedding couldn't happen. Cersei also asks Kevan Lannister, her uncle, and Tywin Lannister's younger brother, to see if he may want the Hand of the King position. He refuses, saying that Randall Tarley will be much better, but Cersei's like, I'm not going to put Tarley there. I'm not going to give the Tyrells more of that garbage. I want you, Kevan Lannister. And Kevin is like, no. Also, I think you should step down and go back to Casterly Rock. And Cersei's like, who do you think you're talking to? I'm the Queen of Westeros. I'm not going to step down and go to Casterly Rock. And Kevan Lannister's like, all right, have it your way. I'm not going to be your hand then. Also, while I'm here, I know who Tommen's real father is. And Cersei's kind of taken aback by this whole thing, like, what? So she runs to see Jaime. It's like, Jaime, like, Kevan knows about our secret relationship. And Jaime's like, that's no surprise. Like, virtually everybody knows our open secret. Well, regardless, like, I think you should go down to the cells and investigate what really happened with Tyrion's escape. And Jaime's like, all right, I'll go investigate. Despite, Jaime knowing full well in his head that he was the one who caused Tyrion's escape. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Westeros, Brienne of Tarth, having been tasked by Jaime Lannister in the previous book to seek out for Sansa and Arya Stark, as the promise that Jaime Lannister had made to Catelyn in order to retrieve her daughters and make sure that they're safe, Brienne of Tarth takes about doing this mission as well, because she had also promised Catelyn Stark that she would protect Sansa and Arya. So she goes off towards Duskendale in search of Sansa and Arya, always asking like, oh, have you seen the Maid of 3 and 10? Do you know where she might be? And everyone's like, sorry, we haven't seen this Maid of 3 and 10. We know you're talking about Sansa, Brienne, like no point in trying to hide it. And Brienne essentially just goes on this wild goose chase as she goes to Duskendale, and then she goes to Hollard Castle,
where it's hinted that Brienne may be a long-lost descendant of Sir Duncan the Tall from A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms.
She's essentially following all these leads of people who may have heard a cousin of a cousin, or a fool who may have heard or seen something about a Maid of 3 and 10. And I'm not going to lie, guys, out of all the POV perspectives in A Feast for Crows, Brienne of Tarth tends to be my least favorite. Now, part of it is the fact that we already know that Sansa's okay. We know that Sansa is currently held up at the Vale. So knowing the answer to the question that Brienne is asking, and Brienne consistently asking that same question over and over again, it does get a little bit frustrating. And it just feels like we're investing so much time in Brienne's quest, knowing full well that Brienne will probably never find Sansa at the rate she's going. That, in addition to the fact that the first couple of chapters within Brienne's POV perspective of A Feast for Crows is just really, in my subjective opinion, boring. I really do not care about Shadrick the mouse. I really do not care about Nimble Dick. I really do not care about all these crazy kooky characters that Brienne runs into. In my opinion, it felt like something that George R. R. Martin could have best written in flashback form, and then we would have moved on to the rest of Brienne's story, which, in my opinion, is an interesting story. So all you need to know, really, is she's on a quest. She's asking people if they've seen a maid of 3 and 10. She runs into Shadrick, and she goes to Maidenpool and runs into Podrick Payne, who has been on this quest trying to find Tyrion Lannister. And he's like, oh, like, I know you're looking for Sansa. Maybe we'll find Tyrion along the way. Let me go with you, Brienne. And Brienne's like, sure, come along. And so they go on a merry adventure together. Meanwhile, at the Wall, Jon Snow, taking very well to his new position as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, tasks Samwell Tarly to meet Daeron at Eastwatch, another castle here along the Night's Watch guarded wall, and asks him to accompany Daeron to escort Maester Aemon and Gilly and Gilly's quote-unquote boy to head over to Old Town. Jon also tasks Sam with this because he wants Sam to go to the Citadel to study under the Citadel as a member of the Night's Watch to replace the ailing, aging Maester Aemon as the Maester at Castle Black, and Sam potentially learn if there's anything with regards to the others in any of the thousands of books within the Old Town Citadel. So once they pick up Daeron, they shove off towards the Citadel. Meanwhile, off in Braavos, Arya Stark, who has just arrived into Braavos from the ship that she was on, that she boarded off in the Salt Pans from Westeros in the previous book. She has now arrived in Braavos, in Essos, in search of something to do. But while she's there, she's like, oh, maybe I can find Jaqen H'ghar in Braavos. So with the iron coin that she showed the captain of the Titan's Daughter ship, they essentially row her on a rowboat to the House of Black and White and drop her off there. There, Arya meets a person named the Kindly Man, who looks very just kind of decrepit, like a skull, just very deteriorated over his face. However, Arya, being of a keen eye and being very perceptive, she immediately picks up that it's just an illusion. And so this person named the Kindly Man is like, oh, you can see something, can't you? Maybe you'd be a great person to work here at the House of Black and White. And so Arya essentially spends her time in Braavos working at the House of Black and White.
Meanwhile, off in the Vale, Sansa Stark, or should I say Elaine Stone, as she's currently trying to keep her identity as Sansa a secret, is currently with Peter Baelish as they're meeting with the Royces, bannermen from the Eyrie, or investigating the death of Lysa Arryn. Peter Baelish has pointed the finger at Marillion the musician, despite the fact that Littlefinger himself was the one who killed Lysa Arryn at the end of the Storm of Swords when he pushed Lysa through the moon door down to her horrible rocky death below. And the Royces are all too keen to grab onto that reasoning that, oh yes, Marillion was definitely the one who killed Lysa Arryn at the end of A Storm of Swords, because the Royces and most of the bannermen of the Vale are not very big fans of Marillion, having been that Marillion was getting into Lysa's good graces throughout the past couple of years by singing bawdy songs that disrespect a lot of the bannermen of the Vale. So they're all too keen to get rid of this Marillion, so they imprison Marillion behind one of those sky cells. They also warn Littlefinger that, Littlefinger, you have 1 year to get out of here of Lysa's seat, because we don't really like you. You're and your little fingers just besmirching everything with your horrible little fingerprints. And Littlefinger is like, oh, give me 1 year and I'll make sure that I'm out of the Vale, despite the fact that he has a whole host of plans for what's going to happen for the next year. It's also here where we see Sansa kind of beginning to, it's not super overt, but she's beginning to really lean into playing a little bit of the Game of Thrones here as her Elaine Stone persona. She kind of leans into it more and more with each passing chapter, and she begins to manipulate some of the Vale bannermen with her tears, with her heart, with her eyes, by being like, oh yes, Marillion was definitely the one who killed Lysa Arryn. I saw it with my own eyes. And it's such a cool thing to see, because you see Sansa kind of developing and growing into her own person after being this child who was kind of really innocent and thinking about butterflies and rainbow nights, when in reality, the world of Westeros is a much darker, dirtier place than that. Meanwhile, back in King's Landing, the wedding of Tommen Baratheon to Marjorie Tyrell is currently going on.
Cersei reminisces about a certain Valonqar prophecy that was told to her when she was just a little girl by this mage called Maggie the Frog, who we'll delve into more on later on in this summary. And at the conclusion of Tommen and Marjorie's wedding, Cersei, having befriended Qyburn and having befriended a few pyromancers as well, decides that it would be in everyone's best interest to observe the burning of the Hand's Tower, as it would, in her mind, alleviate her stress of having to deal with her paranoia about the previous hand, or the hand previous to the previous hand, that being Tyrion Lannister, potentially coming after her. So she has the pyromancers burn the Tower of the Hand in this green engulfment of wildfire, and Cersei just looks on this funeral pyre of the King's Hand's Tower with glee, as Jaime looks at Cersei just kind of, what the heck is this crazy woman? Cersei's kind of beginning to dip into a little bit of Mad King territory here. All the while, off in Sunspear, ASOIAF is currently having a good time besmirching his Kingsguard White Cloak by sleeping with Arianne Martell, Doran Martell's eldest daughter. And after besmirching his White Cloak, he has a conversation with Arianne about how he feels ashamed for doing this. It's like, oh, we can't keep sleeping around, Arianne. We can't keep doing this. And of course, like all good people who say like, oh, we gotta stop. We can't keep doing this. They keep doing it anyway because it feels so good. So Arianne Martell then takes the time to talk to ASOIAF about, oh, and by the way, ASOIAF is currently in Dorne because he's currently protecting Cersei's daughter, Myrcella Baratheon, one of the few good eggs amongst the Lannister clutch. So Arianne talks to Aerys about how he has nothing to be ashamed of because pretty soon he won't have to bend the knee to Tommen Baratheon, but rather he'll bend the knee to a new person, this time a queen, because Arianne Martell intends to crown Myrcella Baratheon as Queen of Westeros. Because in Dorne, if you are the eldest person amongst the family and you are next in line for some kind of lordship or kinship or whatever it be, then regardless of gender, whether you're male or female, you as the eldest person have the right to inherit whatever that lordship or kinship or queenship in this case would be. So Arianne Martell tells ASOIAF this story about how there was this Kingsguardman from 170 years ago called Criston Cole, who became known as the Kingmaker because he convinced Aegon II to claim rule of the Seven Kingdoms upon King Viserys I's death, despite Viserys I having named Aegon II's sister as his heir, that being Rhaenyra. And of course, if you've read Fire and Blood and watched House of the Dragon, you know all this history. The interesting thing within this chapter, though, is that a lot of the information that Arianne is feeding to ASOIAF has since been retconned in George R. R. Martin's Fire and Blood. It's not Aegon II's sister, who Viserys I named as queen. It was Aegon II's half-sister, Rhaenyra. That, in addition to the fact that the Kingmaker moniker was also kind of lessened with importance with the Fire and Blood book, and was even lessened more so in the House of the Dragon TV show adaptation. All this to say, there's a lot of information here that Arianne is telling ASOIAF about how, despite the king's orders to make this other person the king, Criston Cole defied the king's orders and made this person the other king. So why not be like this honorable Criston Cole? Oh gosh, I can't believe I said that. And let's crown someone who isn't crowned by the King's Landing folk, but crown them ourselves. Let's crown Myrcella as queen. And ASOIAF listens to all this and it's like, no, you might be right. It does sound pretty cool to be the Kingsguard or Queensguard of our next line, Queen Myrcella Baratheon. And Arianne just kind of flirts with him and it's like, yeah, you should totally do that. It's like, can I have your love, Arianne Martell? It's like, oh, you'll have all my love as soon as we successfully crown Myrcella. Oh, that flirtatious manipulation. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Arianne Martell also finds a letter addressed to Quentyn Martell. Quentyn Martell being Arianne Martell's younger brother, but the eldest son of Doran Martell, where Doran Martell is essentially asking Quentyn to go across the Narrow Sea and find someone in particular. And Arianne takes this to mean as like, oh, my father Doran Martell doesn't want me. He's still going to abide by the Westerosi tradition of having the eldest son be the next ruler or lord of Dorne, not the eldest person, which is me, Arianne Martell. Well, I'll show him when I crown Myrcella. Meanwhile, off in the north, after collecting Daeron from the Night's Watch off in Eastwatch, Samuel, Gilly, Aemon, and Gilly's boy head off towards Braavos with the intention of making a pit stop there for refueling and then catching a ship off to Old Town. On their way there, Sam is asking Aemon about Gilly's crying. Gilly's been crying the entire way. Sam doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what's going on. And then Maester Aemon finally reveals to Sam, like, Sam, do you not see what this is? The baby that's currently with Gilly isn't Gilly's own baby boy. No, that baby boy was left behind at Castle Black. The baby boy she's currently holding in her hands is actually Mance Raydar's and the deceased Dalla's. And Sam's like, what? It's like, yeah, Jon Snow switched the babies during their time at Castle Black. And Sam is asking, why the heck would Jon do that? That's so horrible mean. And Aemon is like, oh, you don't know Jon Snow anymore. Jon Snow's taken a liking to his new role as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. But probably also in addition to that, he probably didn't want Mance Raydar's baby sacrificed to Melisandre's pyre, given up as a sacrifice to the Lord of Light, as Melisandre has a keen liking of wanting to burn every single baby of royal descent on some sort of pyre. And in order to avoid that, he might have switched the babies in order to prevent Melisandre from burning the boy. But still, this baby switch doesn't sit right with Samwell, and of course it doesn't sit right with Gilly, as her baby is off back in Castle Black, and she instead has a boy that's not hers. Back in King's Landing, Cersei Lannister is currently shooting herself in the foot once again by naming Aurane Waters as the Master of Ships. She is continuing to delve further and further into her paranoia by not wanting to essentially elevate any Tyrell to the council unless that person is approved by her. So she's naming Aurane Waters as the Master of Ships. She names Qyburn as Master of Whispers. She also has Qyburn prepare the skull for delivery to the Martells, the skull potentially being Gregor Clegane's deceased skull. And during this entire chapter where Cersei is essentially speaking with her council, one of the most fantastic chapters in the book, the council chapters are some of the best stuff within the A Feast for Crows book and within the series in general. Cersei hears about droves of sparrows arriving into King's Landing, and Cersei is like, as long as they stay out of my way, I don't really care what these sparrows do. She's also informed here that Davos is at White Harbor and was executed by Wyman Manderley. And if you're a first-time reader with no access to A Dance with Dragons, I can see how super frustrating this is to hear. And then Cersei also learns about plans to marry Arya to Ramsay. So essentially, Cersei learns all this stuff. Cersei talks with the council. It's a lot of fun. Cersei also develops a scheme of her own where she wants to catch Marjorie in the act of sleeping with somebody that's not Tommen in an effort to besmirch Marjorie's name and potentially imprison her, because then Marjorie is besmirching the queen's name by sleeping with someone that's not the king, despite the fact that the king currently is like 7 years old or something like that. So Cersei sends Osney Kettleblack, the youngest and most comely Kettleblack, to seduce Marjorie in an effort to sleep with Marjorie, and then have Osney Kettleblack go to the High Septon and confess his crimes about having slept with the queen, but that in an effort to have the queen sent to prison. Off on the Iron Islands, Asha Greyjoy has decided to put her name into the proverbial hat, as she wants to be named Queen of the Sea Stone Chair, Queen of the Iron Islands. Roger Carlaw informs Asha that no woman has ever ruled the Sea Stone Chair, but Asha is like, I don't care. I'm going to be the first woman to rule the Sea Stone Chair, and it's going to be great. It's like, oh, I don't think you have much of a chance, especially because Euron Greyjoy has also placed his name in the hat, and everybody's fallen in love with this Euron. And then at Naga's Cradle, we get a closer look into my favorite Greyjoy, Victarion Greyjoy, as several captains pledge their allegiance to Victarion as he wants to win the King's Boot and claim the Sea Stone Chair, despite the fact that, you know, Victarion is the prototypical example of what an Iron Islander is supposed to be like, but that also includes all the chauvinism and beating your wife, because Victarion, in a previous life, he strangled his wife after finding out that his wife was impregnated by Euron Greyjoy, despite the fact that Euron Greyjoy was the one who committed this horrible, heinous act. Victarion wasn't too happy with Euron, so he strangled his wife as retribution for some reason. Oh, that crazy, kooky Victarion. It is also this sleeping with Victarion's wife that got Euron Greyjoy initially banished from the Iron Islands, but Euron's back, and he also wants to win the King's Moot by naming himself as one of the people that the Bannermen will vote for, and potentially sitting himself on the Sea Stone Chair. So at Naga's Cradle, the moment of truth arrives when we finally have the King's Moot chapter. Everyone lays their claim. Victarion promises riches. Asha promises a piece of the northern land after making peace with the north, because she sees that this war with Westeros will never go the Iron Islands way. It is the smartest thing anyone on the Iron Islands has ever said, is, again, it's pretty stupid that this tiny batch of islands will want to rebel and war against this entire continent. Asha sees it as a fool's quest So she's like, let's just call it quits here. Let's take a piece of the northern land and not go to war. Of course, a lot of the Iron Islanders don't like hearing this because a lot of the Iron Islanders are totally into war. And then finally we get to Victarion, where he's just about to lay his claim. But then Euron steps ahead and says, you know what? Let me lay my claim. I, Euron Greyjoy, the true final boss of the A Song of Ice and Fire series. Euron offers the Iron Islanders a chance to control and ride dragons. How, you ask? Via this dragon horn that Euron Greyjoy happens to conveniently have. So he commands one of his people to blow the dragon horn. That person immediately blows up and gets burned and dies. And so everyone is like, oh, Euron really did go to Old Valyria. He collected this dragon horde from Old Valyria. He also has this dragon's egg, as he claims to have. And so Euron is like, yes, I sailed into Old Valyria. I'm crazy. Everyone's like, oh, this guy's pretty out there. We like this guy. So of course, everyone just cheers for Euron Greyjoy. They're like, Euron. And Euron takes in the adulation. He's like, yes, my crows. I am the crow's eye. We will feast, us crows. We will have a feast for crows. A feast for crows, for the ultimate crow, Euron Crow's Eye Greyjoy. And everyone's like, a feast for crows, a feast for crows. Oh, I like it when the title of the book is spoken in universe within the context of the story. So Euron wins the King's Boot. He sits himself on the sea stone chair, and Euron now rules and controls the Iron Islands. Asha is dejected, and she goes back to Deepwood Mott, the town that she originally ruled in A Clash of Kings, to get away from her crazy king uncle. All the while in Maidenpool, Brienne and Podrick Payne go to meet Hyle Hunt. Hyle Hunt being this bannerman of Randall Tarley, who Brienne had the misfortune of knowing when she was much younger. Hyle Hunt and a couple of the Tyrell bannermen played this mean practical joke on Brienne, where they would try to convince each other to see who could be the first to sleep with Brienne, to have Brienne lose her virginity, and it was really gross and it's really stupid. And of course, Brienne caught on to their game, and she was very just angry with them, very dejected, so she holds Hyle Hunt accountable for that. Hyle Hunt is like, oh, haha, we made it into a sport, it's hilarious. So Brienne tells Pod's like, Pod, we gotta get out of here. But not before asking Randall Tarley, Samuel Tarley's father, who beat his son. So Randall Tarley is not very happy of seeing Brienne at Maidenpool. He's like, what the heck are you doing here? You're playing at being a man? No woman is allowed to be a knight. No woman is allowed to roam about the Seven Kingdoms asking for where Sansa is. And so Brienne is just dejected. She's like, let's go. Let's get out of here. So Brienne and Pod, they leave Maidenpool as they head off to the Whispers. The Whispers being these isolated woods somewhere here within the Riverlands, as Brienne was informed by Nimble Dick, who is also currently traveling with Brienne and Pod, that there was a fool who may have had Sansa, who is going to go across the Narrow Sea, and Nimble Dick is going to take Brienne and Pod to go see this fool and hopefully get in touch with Sansa. So Brienne and Pod make it to the Whispers, and they actually do run into a fool. But it's not the Dantos fool that they were expecting, as Dantos was the fool last previously seen with Sansa in A Storm of Swords, but rather, the fool they come across with is this fool named Shagwell, this fool who is parading around with Vargo Hoat and Harrenhal. So this fool and his two henchmen, Pig and Timion, they kill Nimble Dick, but then Brienne, with an assist from Pod, kill the other three henchmen. And Brienne is very sad that she couldn't find Sansa, but more importantly, she's sad that Nimble Dick took them all this way, and then Nimble Dick met this brutal end at the hands of this horrible fool. So she buries Nimble Dick with 2 coins, and then she turns around and finds out that Hyle Hunt has been following Brienne and Pod this entire time, and Brienne is like, what the heck are you doing here, Hyle Hunt? And Hyle Hunt tells them, it's like, well, I was kind of commanded by Randall Tarley to follow you two, just in case you run into Sansa. Meanwhile, off in Dorne, Arianne Martell, along with Eris Oakheart and a couple of her would-be schemers, are currently scheming away to try to crown Myrcella Baratheon as queen. So they are currently accompanied by a couple of nice individuals. You know, you've got Silva and some other people, but there's a very just infamous for all the wrong reasons, individual who is currently traveling with Arianne's party. That individual being Gerald Dane, who goes by his vigilante name Darkstar, because again, what's more cool and edgy than naming yourself after the exact opposite of what a star actually does? So Arianne and her entire crew, they plan to crown Myrcella queen.
So they head off to a boat somewhere where they can row Myrcella away and crown her in secrecy. But then, at the last second, Arya Hota is waiting for them at the docks of wherever their boat is. And Arianne is surprised. She's like, oh, what the heck? We've been found. No, we've been done for. And Aerys is like, no, I have to protect my 2 queens, my 2 princesses. I have to protect my princess Arianne, who I love very much. And Arianne is like, yeah, cool story, bro. And he's like, oh, I got to protect Myrcella as well. And Arianne is like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm going to race off and try to challenge Arya Hota so that we can finally get on this boat with Myrcella and crown her as queen. And Arianne is like, no, what are you doing, you fool? So as Aerys Oakheart tries to challenge Arya Hota to a one-on-one duel, a very stupid thing to do, Arya Hota and his men easily dispatch of the soiled knight, Aerys Oakheart, and Aerys Oakheart dies. And Arianne, despite not really having any romantic feelings towards Aerys Oakheart, she still cared for him, and she's very saddened to see the death of Aerys. So she goes up to Aryo. It's like, no, Aryo, how did you know? How did my father know? And Aryo tells Arianne very suspiciously, someone told. Someone always tells. Probably Silva. I don't know, but that would make the most sense. But before Aryo Hota is able to take Arianne into custody, Darkstar, who is currently traveling with this ragtag group, he, for some reason, tries to take a swipe at Myrcella, I guess in an effort to kill Myrcella. He fails to do so, but he accidentally swipes a piece of her cheek off, and then Geralt Dane runs off into the distance, whereas Aryo Hota tasks some of his men to find Darkstar, and then Aryo Hota travels back to Sunspear with Arianne and Myrcella. Meanwhile, off in Braavos, Arya continues to stay with the Kindly Man at the House of Black and White, as she is trying to get into the good graces of the Kindly Man, despite the fact that she kind of continues to chant this prayer hit list every time she goes to sleep. Polliver and Cersei, and the Kindly Man doesn't take very kindly to Arya still sticking to wanting to take vengeance on these people, as it's only the many-faced god who gets to kill these people, not Arya. So Arya needs to hide her more deadly intentions from the Kindly Man, so she takes the needle sword that she was given at the beginning of the Game of Thrones, and she hides it underneath this rock outside the House of the Black and White, so that the Kindly Man and the waif and any of the other servants that are working for the House of Black and White don't catch wind of any of Arya's murderous side. So Arya also, during her time here, she learns how to train her facial muscles in order to not lie. And then eventually she grows into the House of Black and White's good graces to the point where they task her to essentially be an orphan girl and immerse herself into the culture of Braavos by going under the name of Cat of the Canals and working as an orphan girl for this fishmonger at a Braavosi fish market. At the Vale, Littlefinger continues to tutor Elaine on how to lean more into the Elaine persona and how to play the Game of Thrones as Elaine. Again, with each passing chapter, she learns more and more how to better lie to the men of the Vale. And then back in Sunspear, Arianne Martell is currently being imprisoned at Spear Tower as she was held accountable for having kidnapped Myrcella and wanting to crown her as Queen of Westeros. Dorne Martell didn't take too kindly to that because, again, Dorne Martell is a loyal friend to the Lannisters. So Dorne finally, after several weeks, he sees Arianne Martell, and Arianne just kind of tells Dorne, like, Father, I can't believe you're letting the Lannisters get away with this. They killed Oberyn Martell. They killed Elia Martell. Like, how can you not be pissed off about this? I wanted to crown Myrcella for the good of the Martells, and you're not letting me. Can't you see this is the only way to get back at the Lannisters? Can't you see this is the only way the Martells can finally rule and right the wrongs that were wronged so many years ago? And Doran, he hears his daughter, and he's like, but daughter, I've already taken vengeance. I know most of Dorne thinks I'm a weak man, I don't take action, but no, trust me, I've taken action for decades. And Arianne is like, well, what are you talking about? Because she tells him, like, I found this letter addressed to Quentyn, like, how can you pass me over? I thought it was the eldest person, regardless of gender, that gets to rule Dorne, but instead you're giving it to Quentyn, like, what the heck? And Dorne tells her, oh no, that was all a ruse. Quentyn has a different job. He won't rule Dorne, you will rule Dorne. And Arianne is like, what job does Quentyn have that is so important and secretive? And so Dorne leans into Arianne's face, and he tells her very quietly, fire and blood. And immediately, when I read this passage for the first time, I was like, oh my gosh. Holy snap, George R. R. Martin, I love you, man. What the heck? Scheming on top of scheming on top of scheming. What a plot twist. Daenerys Targaryen will marry Quentyn Martell. Dorne Martell, this entire time, has been planning and scheming
to send Quentyn Martell off to Essos, marry Daenerys, and then essentially hitch the Martell ride onto the 3 newly born dragons of Essos. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. I cannot tell you how big this was when I first read it. And obviously now that we have the context of the Quentyn Martell chapters from A Dance with Dragons, yeah, there's a little bit lost with this Fire and Blood Daenerys Targaryen plot twist reveal of A Feast for Crows, which is the big plot twist of this book. But still, at the time when you're first reading this passage, you're like, holy snap, I really cannot wait to read A Dance with Dragons. I really want to know who this Quentyn character is, and I really want to know if he manages to make it to Daenerys Targaryen, and we can finally get to Westeros with a Martell and Targaryen alliance, because oh my gosh, that sounds like all sorts of hype. It just really kind of cements the fact that, man, George R. R. Martin may not be great at closing up plot points, but as far as opening up new plot points that we never saw coming, or opening up new plot points that have so much potential, oh my gosh, George R. R. Martin is the master. Meanwhile, Brienne, Pod, and Hyle Hunt, after making a quick pit stop at Maidenpool to see Randall Tarly, they head off to the rest of the Riverlands in an effort to try to find Sansa Stark. Hyle Hunt is also on a mission to try to find who the real person is that's raiding the salt pans, as Hyle Hunt reveals to Brienne and Pod that it's not actually the Hound who's raiding the salt pans and the Riverlands, as Cersei first heard at the beginning of A Feast for Crows, but rather it's someone else who's wearing the Hound's helm. So Hyle wants to find the Hound. Along the way, they run into the Septon. They hear stories about this vicious she-wolf, most likely Nymeria, Arya's direwolf, whom she released at the beginning of a Game of Thrones. And the Septon goes on to have one of the coolest monologues in the entire series, that being the Broken Man speech about what makes men broken. In King's Landing, increasingly paranoid Cersei is beginning to gain weight. She's really delving into her alcoholism. She's getting paranoid. She's just seeing ghosts where there shouldn't be ghosts. She thinks Tyrion is hiding anywhere. She thinks the Tyrells are trying to grab at straws, which, to her credit, the Tyrells are kind of trying to manipulate their way into the council, but not to the extent that Cersei is believing them to be. She's befriending Taena, who is really just kind of feeding into a lot of Cersei's paranoid ramblings. It's just a great look into Cersei. I love every single Cersei chapter. Cersei also kind of accidentally mentions how Tommen will one day ride the lists like her father did, and Marjorie immediately catches on to this and it's like, oh, I never knew that Robert Baratheon rode the lists. It's like, what list did his father ride? And she's like, oh, shoot. Oh, well, yeah, the tourney that mattered, the tourney at the Riverlands, where Robert Baratheon slayed Rhaegar Targaryen. And Marjorie's like, oh, of course, yes. And Cersei's just like, oh, I hate you, Marjorie Tyrell, so much. And then at one point, Cersei begins to recall more and more details about her childhood, about how she was once betrothed to Rhaegar Targaryen, but Mad King Aerys had blocked the betrothal that Tywin had made to Aerys because Aerys really didn't trust Tywin and he hated Tywin, and Cersei just laments what could have been had she married Rhaegar. Cersei also begins to notice that the amount of sparrows that she was warned about by Qyburn at the beginning of the book has definitely come to kind of become a little bit of a nuisance here within the King's Landing. So she goes to see the sparrows, as they're called, at the Sept of Baelor, and there she meets the High Sparrow. We previously met the High Sparrow in an earlier chapter where Brienne of Tarth was traveling north as she was trying to find Sansa. Cersei now meets this High Sparrow at the Sept of Baelor. The High Sparrow had imprisoned the previous High Septon and was then himself voted and promoted to take the previous High Septon's place. The previous High Septon was just your typical corrupt politician, not really feeding the poor, but mainly feeding himself. The Faith questions Cersei on her potential wrongdoings. They refuse to bless Tommen. However, Cersei is like, well, what if I arm the Faith militant? Despite the fact that Maegor specifically made sure that the Faith didn't have weapons when he burned their place of worship all those years ago, Cersei decides that it might be a good idea to arm the Faith, creating the Faith militant group. The High Sparrow is like, all right, sure, we'll go ahead and bless Tommen if you arm us. And sure enough, the Faith go ahead and bless Tommen. All the while, Jaime, tired of seeing his sister growing more and more paranoid and also just kind of wanting a little piece of the fields, a little piece of the battlefield, decides to leave his sister behind and go ahead, travel north with the Lannister army off to Riverrun, where a lot of the River Lannister forces are currently trying to end a siege at Riverrun, as Brynden Blackfish Tully has held himself up at Riverrun in an effort to outlast the Lannisters, who are quickly running out of food and supplies. All the while, Brynden Blackfish Tully Catelyn Tully's uncle, has all the supplies to last him for like 2 years. He's more than well fed to face the winter. So on this adventure, Jaime, obviously he's currently without a hand. He's currently without his right hand. He's got this golden arm in its place. He has to force himself to fight swords with his left hand. Obviously he's no good at it. So every night he trains with Ilyn Payne, who's currently traveling with Jaime Lannister. He doesn't really get much better, but he does like the practice sessions with Ilyn Payne. Jaime at one point also arrives at Derry, where he intends on meeting up with Kevan Lannister, but instead he sees Kevan's son and his cousin Lancel Lannister. Lancel has recently found piety and admits to Jaime that he was the one who served the wine to Robert Baratheon under Cersei's behest and was sleeping with Cersei the entire time that Jaime was being held captive. So Jaime commits this to memory. He's like, oh, Cersei's been sleeping around, because at the end of the Storm of Swords, Tyrion, having been fed up with Jaime Lannister over all the lies with regards to his previous relationship with Tysha 15 years prior, told Jaime that, oh, Cersei's sleeping with Osmond Kettleblack, Lancel, and Moonboy as well, for all I know. I don't know if Jaime initially believed that, but now that he's hearing it straight from the horse's mouth, that horse being Lancel Lannister, then Jaime's more inclined to believe that, okay, yes, Cersei's been sleeping around, and Jaime's a little bit heartbroken.
Meanwhile, off in the Riverlands, the quartet of Brienne of Tarth, Podrick Payne, Hyle Hunt, and Septon Merrybald go to Quiet Isle in search of Sandor Clegane, having last heard that Sandor Clegane may be around the area, and they run into an individual known as the Elder Brother, essentially the gravekeeper for Quiet Isle being this kind of large cemetery. And Brienne of Tarth asks the Elder Brother if he had seen Sandor Clegane, and the Elder Brother says, yes, I have seen Sandor Clegane, and he was indeed carrying with him a Stark. But it's not the Stark you're looking for, but rather Arya Stark, the younger of the two Stark sisters. So Brienne is like, oh, well, where is he now? It's like, oh, sorry, my child. Sandor Clegane died. He died in my arms. And Brienne is like, what? Really? And while all this is going on, this entire conversation, there's a individual who is kind of just tending to graves within the area that many people, within the fandom anyway, have speculated could potentially be a still alive Sandor Clegane. But as far as the events of A Feast for Crows go, that individual is just someone tending to the gravestones. So Hyle Hunt is upset, Brienne is upset, but the Elder Brother warns Brienne, like, my lady, like, you cannot keep going on this quest. This quest is a very dangerous quest. Sandor Clegane has passed away. You may see the same fate. I urge you, Brienne, do not be a casualty of this war. You've seen the horrible aftermath of this war throughout your travels. One of the few positive things about Brienne's journey, during the first couple of chapters anyway of her journey, is you get to experience the horrors of the aftermath of the War of the Five Kings. But Brienne is like, no, I must continue on. I must find Sansa Stark, a maid of 3 and 10. And the Elder Brother is like, all right, well then go on with your journey. So Brienne of Tarth, Pod, Hyle, and Septon Merrybald leave, and the Elder Brother stays behind on Quiet Isle. Meanwhile, the Greyjoy Armada, consisting of Victarion Greyjoy and Euron Crozai Greyjoy, have managed to take over the Shield Islands, islands off the coast of Old Town, within the vicinity of the Reach. And as the entire Iron Fleet is celebrating their new conquest of these islands, Victarion Greyjoy can't help but contemplate how much of a waste this entire operation is, given that these islands are kind of insignificant in the grand scheme of things, and it's pretty easy for anyone within the Reach to retake over back the Shield Islands from the diminished forces of the Iron Fleet. So Victarion goes to see Euron Greyjoy to communicate his worries, and Euron is like, yes, my beloved brother Victarion Greyjoy, what marvelous wonders have caused you to see me? And Victarion communicates, this is pretty stupid, like we should be doing something grander, something more epic. And Euron is like, brother, I've heard you loud and clear. Of course we shall be doing something grand and something epic. Because you see, my stupid brother Victarion Greyjoy, who is the coolest Greyjoy in this entire story and one of the coolest characters despite being a complete moron, I have a task for you. I want you to go to Essos and claim me 3 dragons. And Victarion is like, what? Yes, I want you to claim me 3 dragons via my future wife Daenerys Targaryen. I will marry Daenerys Targaryen, and I, Euron Crozai Greyjoy, will rule all of Westeros with Daenerys by my side as we rule the entire world with our 3 dragons. So Victarion hears this and he's like, wow, you are completely psychotic. But as he's thinking this, he's also thinking to himself that like, oh, this is also a wonderful opportunity for me to take my vengeance against my horrible brother by stabbing him in the back and claiming Daenerys as my own. Haha. I bet Euron will never see this coming. Oh, Victarion. So Victarion takes his Iron Fleet and he leaves the Shield Islands en route towards Essos. Meanwhile, at King's Landing, Margaery is pretty upset after hearing of what happened at the Shield Islands, and she wants the Shield Islands retaken over back within the name of the Tyrells. Cersei refuses to give the Tyrells the Red Wine Fleet, as she's currently using the Red Wine Fleet to besiege Dragonstone, the former home of Stannis Baratheon, as Stannis Baratheon is currently off at the Wall. But instead, Loras, Margaery Tyrell's younger brother and one of the Kingsguard, tells Cersei is like, oh, not to worry, you can relinquish the Red Wine Fleet from Dragonstone, for I, Loras Tyrell, will fell Dragonstone with my own bare hands. And Cersei, being very delighted to hear this, is like, oh, you're walking into your own funeral? You want to be a hero for all of Westeros? Well, yes, gladly, be my guest. Head off to Dragonstone, young Loras. And Loras is like, gladly. So he heads off to Dragonstone in order to attempt to reclaim Stannis' former home, despite Margaery's reservations, and Cersei just laughs to herself in delight as she's growing increasingly inebriated and also increasingly abusing her new BFF in Taina by taking her on a couple of occasions, sort of reminiscent to how Robert would take Cersei whenever Robert would come home drunk and want to get a little frisky with his wife. Off in Braavos, Aemon, Samwell Tarly, Gilly, and Daeron have arrived at Braavos, as they are currently making a pit stop here and trying to catch a ship that will take them the rest of the way to Old Town. However, the entire time they're on Braavos, Aemon is growing increasingly ill. He's not feeling all too well. He realizes that he's getting to the end of his rope. His mind keeps going to places. At one point, he sort of name drops Aegon V, who, if you've read A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, you know about his exploits, about the exploits of Dunk and Egg. So as this is all going on, Samwell Tarly realizes that he needs to catch a ship fast and get Aemon to the Citadel fast so they can try to get Aemon to see Daenerys just in time before Aemon passes away. So while he's here, Samwell Tarly accidentally runs into Arya without realizing that it's Arya. Arya tells Sam that like, oh, there's someone in the Happy Port singing and is wearing black. You might want to go there. He goes to the Happy Port and bumps into Daeron. He's like, Daeron, what are you doing? Like, Aemon isn't doing very well. We gotta get Aemon to Daenerys. I gotta get to the Citadel. And Daeron is just like, oh, I'm done with the Night's Watch. I'm done with black. I want to just play here at the Happy Port, make all this coin, sleep with all these women. It's pretty great. I love this materialistic lifestyle. So Samwell Tarly, having heard enough of all this nonsense and gibberish, punches Daeron in the face. Rightfully so. I mean, Daeron has kind of grown to be very not nice individual, and Samwell Tarly leaves. But as he goes to leave, he gets kicked out of the Happy Port for having caused an incident by punching Daeron, and he gets tossed into a canal here in Braavos. But as he gets tossed in a canal in Braavos, as Samwell is struggling to swim as he can't swim very well, he gets rescued by this individual named Chondo. And he's like, hey, you pudgy pig, I heard that you're looking for dragons. I believe in these dragons, and I know what you're referring to. I will take you the rest of the way to the Citadel on the ship that I am a mate of, the Cinnamon Wind. But it will cost you all the money you have and all the books that you're currently carrying. And Samwell's like, all right, shoot, that's fine. So Samwell Tarly, Gilly, and Maester Aemon, or what's left of Maester Aemon as he's currently downward spiraling, get on the Cinnamon Wind and make their way the rest of the way towards the Citadel. And Daeron stays behind to play, officially giving up on his lifestyle of being part of the Night's Watch. Meanwhile, Arya, who's still taking up the moniker of Cat of the Canals, she's been wandering around Braavos for a while, working underneath the fishmonger, returning back to the House of Black and White, telling the kindly man 3 things she's learned every day that she's been in the town of Braavos. However, one of the things Cat of the Canals communicates to the kindly man does not sit well with the kindly man, as just as Samwell Tarly, Gilly, and Maester Aemon left port from Braavos, Arya Stark, still having a little bit of Stark inside her and not relinquishing that identity for Cat of the Canals officially, part of her is like, oh, this person playing at the Happy Port, he's escaped the duty of the Night's Watch. That's punishable by law. He should be executed. So Arya finds this individual. She finds Daeron, leads into an alley, and then we learned about this through flashback, but Arya essentially stabs and kills Daeron and throws him into the river, officially ridding us of Daeron for good from the rest of the series. However, the kindly man does not take very kindly to Arya Stark taking murder into her own hands, and instead of having Arya be sent out to the fishmonger once again on the next day, he has the waif being an individual who works with potions within Braavos,
prepare this milk of the poppy for Arya. Arya goes to sleep, and she wakes up as punishment the next morning, blind and unable to see. And Arya's like, "What? No, I'm blind. And the kindly man is just like, "This is your punishment. Only the many-faced god can take a life." And that's where we leave off Arya in A Feast for Crows, as the next couple of chapters pertaining to her story in this chronology are in A Dance with Dragons. Meanwhile, Samwell Tarly, Gilly, Mance Rayder's boy, and Maester Aemon, as they're getting closer to the Citadel, Aemon, not being able to last much longer on the sea voyage, he meets his end along the summer sea. And everyone is very sad. Samwell's very sad, especially because they were so close to the Citadel. They're off the coast of Dorne. So he kind of goes off into this cabin that was prepared for him by the people of the Cinnamon Wind ship. And then in an interesting paragraph, and this is mocked by a lot of the fandom, and probably rightfully so, as the word choice that George R. R. Martin uses within this paragraph is pretty cringy, but Gilly wanting comfort and Samwell wanting comfort, but not in the way that Gilly wants comfort. Gilly and Sam have sex. And the imagery that George R. R. Martin uses with the sex scene is pretty hilarious. Again, it's a little cringy, but at the same time, it's kind of sweet. It's like, oh, you know, our Samwell Tarly has grown to be a man, and despite the fact that he's taken the black and he's not allowed to take a wife, you know, he's not allowed to sleep around, he's sleeping with the only woman that's ever cared for him. So Gilly and Sam have sex, and despite Sam kind of having a dirty conscience about it, the people of the Cinnamon Wind just kind of cheer him on. It's like, what are you ashamed of? Like, what's a better way of honoring death than by celebrating life? Meanwhile, back within our A story, Cersei catches word that Loras has in fact been able to take over Dragonstone. Unfortunately, this has caused Loras to take heavy injuries and heavy casualties to a lot of his men, and despite the fact that Loras is kind of at death's door, Cersei is just happy and delighted. She's like, "Oh, yes, Loras Tyrell is injured, yes. Oh yeah, and I guess Dragonstone's been taken over, that's pretty cool too, but yes, that's one Tyrell down." And so Marjorie, pissed off at Cersei for thinking like this, is like, "What the heck are you smoking, you crazy kooky old lady? Like, my brother was injured. My brother is near death's door." And she's like, "Yeah, in your face, Marjorie." So Cersei is just really happy. But Cersei's happiness doesn't last very long, as she's consistently having these very vivid dreams of her childhood, of when her and her friend Melara Heatherspoon went to see Maggie the Frog in order for Maggie the Frog to tell both Cersei and Melara a prophecy of what was going to happen in their future. And despite the fact that we've kind of name-dropped Maggie the Frog here and there throughout this book, this is the first time where we finally get a full glimpse into what happened during that fateful night when Cersei saw this prophesier. The prophesier told Cersei's friend Melara Heatherspoon, who was wondering if she would get to marry the man of her dreams, Jaime Lannister. The prophesier told Melara Heatherspoon that, no, in fact, you're going to die right here tonight, and the person that's going to cause your death is also within this room. And she kind of looks at Cersei, and Cersei's like... And then, more importantly, Maggie tells Cersei Lannister that one day when she's older, she will be queen, but one day she will be cast down by someone younger and more beautiful than her, and there will be a Valonqar who will choke the life from her and kill Cersei Lannister. Valonqar being the High Valyrian word for little brother, henceforth why Cersei's paranoia about Tyrion coming back to kill her at some point makes so much more sense within Cersei's mindset. Well, lo and behold, later that night, after they see the prophesier, Cersei Lannister pushes her childhood friend, a young Melara Heatherspoon, down a well. Cersei kind of looks down at the well as her best friend is drowning and struggling to get up out of the water, and then Melara Heatherspoon drowns and dies in the well, while Cersei just kind of stares at her, grinning as the messed up child Cersei is. Although this is not explicitly said, it's very obvious that Cersei was the one who caused the death of Melara Heatherspoon, and henceforth Cersei has always been crazy ever since she was a little girl. Probably jealous that Melara Heatherspoon wanted to sleep with Jaime when only one person gets to sleep with Jaime, and that is Cersei herself. Meanwhile, Brienne, Podrick Payne, and Hyle Hunt arrive at the Inn at the Crossroads. Just kind of as a pit stop here, as they're trying to kind of contemplate what their next move is in terms of trying to find the Hound and in terms of trying to find Sansa Stark. So here at the Inn at the Crossroads, Brienne actually meets an individual who we haven't seen
in quite a while, that being Gendry. Brienne immediately runs to Gendry, believing him to be a still alive Renly Baratheon. However, as she gets closer, she realizes that like, oh, this isn't Renly, but this individual sure looks a lot like Renly. Well, anyway, Brienne, Pod, Hyle Hunt, and Septon Marybald, they stick around, have some food, have a laugh. It's great. They're there with a bunch of kids that are just kind of housed up there at the inn at the crossroads. However, at some point in the middle of the night, Rorge, who was the person who was working with Vargo Hoat at Harrenhal, one of the brave companions, wearing Sandor's helm, Biter, and 5 others arrive at the inn at the crossroads and cause a bunch of trouble. Brienne immediately realizes that they're trouble, so she fights off and kills Rorge. But just as she's fighting Biter, and Biter is getting the worst of Brienne, even biting a piece of Brienne's cheek off, Brienne is saved at the last second by Gendry, as Gendry pierces Biter's mouth with some kind of harpoon or long lance of some kind. Biter dies, Brienne passes out, and Gendry stands over a collapsed Brienne. Meanwhile, further inland, Jaime finally arrives at Riverrun with his Lannister forces, trying to get to the bottom of what's taking so long in terms of the siege at Riverrun, and he sees that the Freys, being complete idiots, have taken Edmure Tully, put a noose around him, and have constantly been looking up at the window at Riverrun and telling Brynden Blackfish Tully, who is currently staying within Riverrun as he's trying to outlast the siege, like, you see this, Brynden Blackfish Tully? Unless you give up the castle of Riverrun, we will hang Edmure Tully. And of course, Brynden Blackfish Tully calls their bluff, as they keep doing this every single day, like, one of these days we're gonna hang Edmure Tully unless you give up the castle to us. And Brynden Tully just kind of like, just laughs to himself and leaves his nephew there hanging on a noose. So Edmure is clearly still alive, Riverrun has yet to be besieged, and the Freys are just kind of waddling about, wasting time, food, and resources. Food and resources that are very much needed as winter approaches. So during this entire occasion here at Riverrun, Jaime runs into his aunt, Genna Lannister, who tells Jaime that like, Jaime, like, it's good to see you. Also, Jaime, I know you think that you're doing this great thing that like, I'm the ultimate Lannister, like I'm truly Tywin's son. But Jaime, let's be real. Your sister Cersei is an idiot, and you, my boy Jaime, are not Tywin's son. Tyrion is Tywin's son. And this kind of causes Jaime's blood to boil, and Jaime was like, no, I'll show you who the real Tywin's son is. So Jaime runs up to the doorstep of Riverrun and is like, get out here, Brynden Blackfish Tully, I got something to tell you. So Brynden and Jaime parlay for a bit. Brynden jokes like, the Kingslayer came to see me. Come here to impress me with your golden arm. And Jaime was like, no, I just wanted to see your face before you give up the castle. It's like, good luck, Kingslayer. So Brynden Blackfish Tully closes the door on Jaime Lannister, and Jaime is like, I'm going to get something done here. So he commands the Freys to cut Edmure down from his noose, talks to Edmure Tully, punches Ryman Frey in the face for doing this stupid stuff and wasting so much of Jaime's time, and then discusses his terms with Edmure Tully. Jaime tells Edmure Tully that he and Roslyn will be treated as prisoners, but they'll be treated as good prisoners when they make their way back to Casterly Rock. However, Brynden Blackfish Tully must take the black, and the Riverrun townsfolk will be free to serve Emmon Frey, who is to be the new Lord of Riverrun and the new Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. Should Edmure Tully refuse this? Then, and Jaime Lannister produces this singer who looks a little bit familiar, the singer who has a lute, and the singer plays on this lute the Rains of Castamere. And Edmure Tully is freaked out. And he's like, oh, no, okay, fine. Yes, you can have Riverrun. You can have the castle. I, Edmure Tully, who is actually the Lord of Riverrun and not thy uncle Brynden Blackfish Tully, I surrender. The castle is yours. Yes, me and my wife Roslyn Frey will be prisoners at Casterly Rock. Brynden Blackfish Tully will take the black. Please, just no Rains of Castamere. And Jaime Lannister is like, you see that horrible dad who's down burning in the 7 hells? I am your true son. That's how you get stuff done. This is honestly one of my favorite moments within the book, if not the series at large. Not only is it an interesting couple of chapters where we see Jaime Lannister interacting with these characters he doesn't normally interact with, but it's also a wonderful moment of character transformation for Jaime. You know, we've said this many times before, but at the beginning of A Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister truly was a piece of trash, sleeping around with his sister, pushing little boys out windows,
injuring Ned Stark's men. He truly was a piece of garbage, and you really just couldn't wait for someone to just kill him and strangle him or do whatever with him. However, over the course of the next couple of books, we then peel the layers on the Jaime Lannister character, and we see who he truly is. So this is his defining moment where Jaime kind of comes into his own by not only capturing Riverrun in this bloodless battle where no Tully or Stark blood was shed, but also for him in his ability to recognize that, wow, the Freys are complete idiots, my sister Cersei is a complete moron, have I really been deluding myself into falling in love with this psychotic, crazy, kooky lady? It's really a defining moment for Jaime Lannister, and it's such a joy to read, especially because we've been on this roller coaster ride with him for the first 4 books. But anyway, as Jaime continues on his upward character trajectory, Cersei Lannister continues on her downward character trajectory as she continues to grow more and more vile and psychotic with each passing chapter. And I gotta say, guys, I know the Cersei Lannister chapters within the A Feast for Crows book are controversial, but they're some of my favorites. It's just so hilariously dark and interesting to get into the head of this villainess who just does everything in her power to shoot herself in the foot and read why she thinks the way she thinks. It's beautiful, and I love every single Cersei chapter that we get in this book. But anyway, Cersei has Qyburn torture a Tyrell Singer, the Blue Bard, torturing him into essentially trying to get him to say what they want him to say, which is that, oh yes, like, I slept with Marjorie Tyrell. Marjorie Tyrell is not a virgin. Many people have slept with Marjorie Tyrell. And that way, Cersei can finally get Marjorie to go to prison for essentially sleeping outside of wedlock and, committing this quote-unquote treasonous crime. So in order for Cersei to solidify her case against Marjorie Tyrell, Cersei commands Osney Kettleblack to go before the High Sparrow and admit to the High Sparrow of bedding Marjorie Tyrell, despite the fact that he didn't bed her. But, we're trying to get Marjorie in prison here. And upon Osney's recommendation, Osney says like, hey, well, I think you should sleep with me because, we gotta give these lies a little bit of truth. And Cersei's like, fine, whatever. So she undresses pretty quickly and goes to sleep with Osney Kettleblack. Meanwhile, at the Vale, Elaine Stone and Robert Arryn make their way south from the peaks of the Eyrie. Winter is coming, and at that high latitude, the conditions at the Eyrie are going to be pretty inhospitable. So as Elaine Stone, Robert Arryn, and a couple other people who are Knights of the Vale make their way south along the Eyrie, Elaine Stone runs into a young lady, Maya Stone, who is very clearly another one of Robert Baratheon's bastard daughters, and they make good conversation. So once Elaine Stone makes her way all the way down to the base of the Eyrie, she runs into Peter Baelish. Peter Baelish having just hired this Shadrick Mouse, this character who we were briefly introduced to during one of the first Brienne chapters. And this Shadrick, although he doesn't take a good look at Elaine Stone, I'm sure if he took a closer look, he would recognize who this person truly is. But no time to worry about any meaningless Shadrick stuff, because Littlefinger has a gift for Elaine. And Elaine is like, oh, dear father, what gift have you gotten me? And Peter Baelish is like, I got you a marriage contract. And Elaine Stone is like, what? Yes. You see, my daughter, you and Harry the heir will be married. And Elaine has many questions like, why would I marry this person? And Peter Baelish gladly answers, you see, my daughter, this Harry the heir, he might not seem like anybody at the moment. He's only the great nephew of the great Jon Arryn, the Jon Arryn who I had Lysa murder. And Elaine is like, yep, I remember that. Yeah, yes, I'm quite proud of myself for that. But anyway, this Harry the heir, right now he might not seem like an anybody, but what if a little accident were to happen to our little sweet Robert here? And Elaine immediately catches Littlefinger's drift and is like, oh, then Harry the heir will be the Lord Paramount of the Eyrie. He'll be the Lord Paramount of the Vale. And you, Elaine Stone, when you marry this Harry the heir, you will come out on your wedding day wearing your beautiful white gown and also the direwolf sigil of the Starks, and you will reveal your identity to everybody, that you are Sansa Stark, and everybody at the Vale will be like, oh, Sansa Stark. And so everyone will then rush to your aid and will reclaim the Winterfell land that is so rightfully yours, my daughter. You and Harry the heir will rule the Vale and rule Winterfell, and together, forces combined, will one day rule Westeros, with me, of course, as your teacher. And Sansa is like horrified learning all this, and Peter Baelish is like, that
is your gift, Winterfell, which is inherently your gift to me, of course. Ah, that deserves a kiss, doesn't it, my daughter? Why don't you make out with your great father? I so do love it when you, my daughter, and I, your father, make out with each other. Yum, yum, yum. And it is this moment where, once again, I am just so excited at the potential that this storyline has. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't really know if it's going to get to the point that Peter Baelish says it's going to get to, but the potential that is there for a Sansa Winterfell and a Vale of Arryn partnership to come together and take a giant bite out of Westeros is just so appetizing, especially with all the shock of the news that will rumble throughout all of Westeros when everyone finds out that Sansa is still alive. Oh, it's so good. It's so amazing, and I cannot wait for the Winds of Winter. And George R. R. Martin, you better answer that question and not leave that hanging plot thread off for a future book, which you most likely will, given that you're a gardener and your writing style just, dang it, ticks me off, but it's so interesting. But anyway, yes, this has a lot of potential, and we unfortunately have to wait for the resolution to this plot thread in the Winds of Winter. Back in the Riverlands, Brienne of Tarth, Podrick Payne, and Hyle Hunt wake up at the Brotherhood Without Banners secret camp. They were taken here overnight, as Gendry had reported back to the Brotherhood Without Banners of what had happened at the inn at the crossroads, with Brienne defending the little kids from the Brave Companions' attack. Once they wake up at the secret base, they are informed that they have to await trial by the Brotherhood Without Banners' new leader. And Brienne asks, wait, why do we have to sit on trial? And what new leader? What are you talking about?
And so Thoros of Myr steps to the side.
And who should it be but the resurrected zombified Catelyn Stark, Lady Stoneheart, who wants to stand Brienne on trial because what she sees in Brienne's hand is the Oathkeeper sword that Jaime Lannister had gifted Brienne of Tarth, the sword that he had commanded Brienne to use in order to find Sansa and Arya Stark. And Brienne tries to communicate to Lady Stoneheart like, Catelyn, my lady.
And Thoros of Myr and Lem Lemoncloak
are like, don't bother. The Catelyn Stark that you once knew of is long gone. This new Catelyn Stark is our new leader, and she wants revenge against all the Freys, Boltons, and Lannisters that have besmirched their land with their disgusting red weddings and their horrible horrorness. And Brienne is like, no, this sword, Jaime Lannister is a changed man. He's not who you think he is, and he entrusted me with the sword to try to find your daughters. I know they're out there somewhere. I want to find them. Lady Stark, please, please. But this new vengeful Lady Stoneheart doesn't want to hear Brienne's pleas. She's like, no, you have two choices. Either the sword or the noose. Choose. Meaning that Brienne has to either kill Jaime Lannister or be hanged for treason. Brienne says, no, we're not going to do either. This is ridiculous. And so Lady Stoneheart commands the Brotherhood Without Banners to put nooses around the necks of Brienne, Hyle, and Pod as punishment for their treason against the land of Westeros by treating with Lannisters. And so just as Brienne, Hyle, and Pod are about to be hanged, Brienne finally screams the word, sword. And it is here, although we don't learn about this until A Dance with Dragons, but it is here where Lady Stoneheart, after her haunting encounter with Brienne, lets them go and commands Brienne to bring Jaime Lannister back to the Brotherhood Without Banners camp, or she will hang Podrick Payne and Hyle Hunt. Wow, this is a fantastic crescendo, a fantastic climax within Brienne's story in A Feast for Crows. I've said many times before, Brienne of Tarth's journey in A Feast for Crows feels a little bloated, feels a little aimless, just a lot of wandering, meandering about. I understand what George R. R. Martin was trying to go for here. He was trying to show the impact of what the Riverlands had looked like after the War of the Five Kings, and he was trying to see the plight of the small folk through this Brienne of Tarth POV. However, again, a lot of the adventures that Brienne goes on feel like misadventures that could have just easily been tied up within half a chapter, especially, again, because we know that Sansa Stark is not anywhere close along her journey. She's off in the Vale. But despite all this, despite my complaints about Brienne's journey throughout this book, her climax here where she finally meets Lady Stoneheart, it is a hauntingly beautiful end to Brienne's roller coaster journey. In King's Landing, Cersei comes to learn that Margaery Tyrell has indeed been arrested, as Septa Moel confirms that Margaery was in fact not a virgin. Oh ho ho, scandalous.
So Cersei, after learning this, she goes to the Sept of Baelor to try to mock Margaery to her face, like, ha ha, you're arrested because you're not a virgin, ha ha. Me and Tommen win. Only I get to tell Tommen what he gets to do and not to do. Only I will rule Westeros, not you, you disgusting queen. I have defied the Valonqar prophecy. There will be no younger / more beautiful queen that will rule Westeros. It will be me, Queen Cersei Lannister. And Margaery Tyrell is just finally sick and tired of hearing all of Cersei's conniving, scheming, and horrible whoreness. And she finally kind of puts down the facade and she tells Cersei what she really thinks of her by calling Cersei a vile, scheming, evil bitch. Oh, it's beautiful. But Cersei takes it in stride. She doesn't care. She mocks Margaery, who is currently behind bars, and Cersei goes out to walk from the Sept of Baelor. However, as Cersei begins her walk back outside to the wonderful world that she now owns, she is stopped by the High Sparrow, who tells Cersei that Cersei is also under arrest and is then stripped in front of the High Sparrow. And Cersei asks, what the heck is the meaning of this? What do you mean I'm under arrest? And the High Sparrow tells Cersei, like, well, we investigated this treason further, and although we did find out that Osney was sleeping around, he wasn't sleeping with Margaery Tyrell. He was sleeping with you. In addition to that, you also commanded Osney to try to murder the previous High Septon. That is punishable by faith law. Septas arrest Cersei Lannister. And so they grab Cersei, throw her in prison, and Cersei's not too happy being in this prisoned wall. She has no clothes, all her royal jewelry is back at the Red Keep. She essentially has nothing except this like white rags that she's wearing. And while Cersei's in prison, she comes to later learn that Kevon will rule as Tommen's regent in Cersei's place with the help of Randall Tarley and Mace Tyrell, two Tyrells that Cersei worked blood, sweat, and tears to try to keep away from the council. Araine Waters, who she had placed all of her faith in, has sailed away with the fleet that Cersei had paid for and commissioned with coin from the Iron Bank of Braavos, and Cersei is left all alone in prison. Having nowhere to turn and knowing that it may turn into a trial by combat, she commands Qyburn to inform Jaime Lannister to come back to King's Landing and help Cersei Lannister with a potential trial by combat, despite Qyburn communicating to Cersei that there's no need for that because their secret, unbeatable champion is ready. What a ride for Cersei Lannister. Oh my gosh. I love this character so much. She is chaotic evil, stupid, moronic evil at its best. And it's so fantastic seeing someone who thinks they're smarter than everybody else when clearly they are the exact opposite of that. What a beautiful yet dark character arc for Cersei this has been. Meanwhile, off in Riverrun, Jaime Lannister has finally gotten Edmure Tully to surrender Riverrun to Jaime and the Lannister forces. However, Brynden Blackfish Tully has escaped in the middle of the night, and Jaime Lannister quickly points the finger at Edmure Tully for allowing this escape. Edmure Tully spits back at Jaime, and Jaime just tells Edmure, like, get back to the Casterly Rock. You'll be in prison there with Rosalind Frey. Take them back, Lannister forces. So Lannister forces take Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey, along with Jane Westerling, who Jaime finds out is no longer pregnant with Robb Stark's baby, and commands them all to go westward in this big ol' Lannister convoy off to Casterly Rock. Jaime then hears of Ryman Frey's death somewhere off in the Riverlands. He's like, oh, probably the Brotherhood without banners got them. I hear there's a new cloaked leader that really has it out for the Freys. Sucks to be them. And then returns back to his tent to open a letter that he had received from King's Landing from Cersei Lannister. Not before saying hello to the singer who helped him negotiate with Edmure Tully back when this singer was playing the Rains of Castamere on their lute. The singer who reveals himself to Jaime Lannister as Tom of Seven Streams, who communicates to Jaime that this Riverrun with this Frey here sure seems like a great place to hang out for the winter. And Jaime is like, yeah, you go hang out with Em and Frey here during this winter at Riverrun. And Tom of Seven Streams is like, oh, don't mind if I do. So anyway, Jaime Lannister opens up this letter and he sees that it's the letter that Cersei had commanded Qyburn to send to Jaime to seek his help in being Cersei's champion in a potential trial by combat. Jaime reads this letter pretty quickly, contemplates it for a millisecond, then tells his squire, throw this in the fire. I'm not going back to King's Landing. Character arc completed. What a beautiful moment. Jaime has officially cut off his toxic tie to Cersei Lannister and is now his own man. What a more poetic way to end a book's journey for our young Jaime. And in the book's final chapter, Samwell Tarly and Gilly finally arrive at Old Town.
Samuel's still a little sad about having to have said goodbye to Aemon Targaryen, but he says, you know what? I will do what was commanded of me. I will make Maester Aemon proud. I will train to the Citadel and be a maester that Maester Aemon and all the world will be proud of. So he goes to the Citadel in an attempt to communicate with someone who is hopefully knowledgeable about the others. And upon his entrance into the Citadel, he realizes that no one really will give him the time of day. However, someone within the Citadel who goes by the name of the Sphinx, Alaris, who we were introduced to in the prologue of A Feast for Crows, tells Sam that you're going to find no help here in the Citadel. This sorcery and magical stuff that you're talking about, no one here will believe you. But I know someone who will. So the Sphinx Alaris takes Samwell Tarly to see this individual named Marwyn the Mage. Marwyn the Mage, who is a believer of sorcery and magic and dragons and all this stuff, tells Samwell Tarly that yes, I have seen it in this glass candle, that dragons have come into the world. I must then rush off to Daenerys Targaryen to see her and give her counsel and help her come to Westeros with her 3 hopefully fully grown dragons very soon. And Samwell Tarly is like, okay, yeah, you go ahead and do that. Also, no one here in the Citadel will believe you, and there's something called the Grand Maester Conspiracy that a lot of fans have conspired about. You should probably look it up on the Westerosi wiki. And Samwell is like, okay, sure, yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Anyway, Samwell Tarly stays behind, but not before, at the very end of the story, he sees someone, a novice in the room, who introduces himself as no one. He's like, a girl knows, a man has many faces. I am Pate. Wink. And thus, A Feast for Crows comes to an end. No, it's not the most action-packed story. Yes, it does have some bloat problems. Yes, George R. R. Martin has gotten to a point where a lot of the brambles in his Westerosi garden here that he has created, and his Essos garden that he's created here, have gotten a little bit tangled, a little bit complicated. But man, once you delve into those weeds of those brambles of that garden, it's all so interesting. And you can just see them kind of start to beginning to bud and maybe hopefully bear fruit into fantastic climaxes for all these stories that George R. R. Martin has planted seeds for. A Feast for Crows, on a first read through, might not be most people's cup of tea, but I urge you to give A Feast for Crows a second chance and really just delve into the beautiful prose and some of the juice, the juicy juice that is just dripping from all the political layers in these isolated locations within Westeros. Is an absolutely fantastic story, and I am looking forward to reading this book once again once we have the added context of the Winds of Winter, hopefully someday.
Which leads us to A Dance with Dragons. Released on July 12, 2011, is the 5th, and as of this recording, most recently released book within the A Song of Ice and Fire series. So without further ado, let's jump right back into the field and see what's going on.
So we're right back in Planetos with the continents of Westeros and Essos here in the foreground of this map. And a couple of you might be asking yourselves, wait a minute, Advocate, I saw your summary video for A Feast for Crows and quite a few of these characters are further along on their journeys. Why all of a sudden is Brienne of Tarth back here a little bit north of King's Landing? And that's a very good question, fellow comrade, and to answer that question, just like A Feast for Crows, yes, A Dance with Dragons does follow the events immediately after A Storm of Swords, meaning the events of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons are chronologically congruent with each other. However, unlike A Feast for Crows, where we predominantly follow the adventures of the characters in King's Landing and the southern half of Westeros, A Dance with Dragons follows the characters parallel to that in northern Westeros, including the locations here at the Wall and north of the Wall, and all of Essos. Now, truthfully, I do enjoy every single book in the A Song of Ice and Fire series. However, if I had to pick a least favorite, it definitely would be this one, A Dance with Dragons. There's quite a few chapters here in this book, which I'm going to skim through rather quickly with some of these, that I feel were not totally necessary for the overall understanding of this book and series at large, that I think George R. R. Martin could have cut out, and it would have made for a more concise and more exciting story by comparison. Instead, A Dance with Dragons, in my opinion, feels like a very long book with flashes of brilliance here and there, and for sure some fantastic and immersive stories here and there, but quite a bit of it does feel like it's bloated, like it's lagging the story, really slowing things down, and I'm just not a fan of it. But we'll take a closer look as we summarize these events here.
So let's get things started by hopping straight into the prologue of A Dance with Dragons here at the location north of the wall. Oh, and by the way, real quick, prior to the events of the prologue in A Dance with Dragons, A Feast for Crows prologue had our novice here, Pate, fight the dust. So let's remove him here from the map just for consistency and synchronizing sake. So north of the wall, we have this character named Varamir Sixskins, who, if you don't remember, is one of the wildlings that was traveling with Jon Snow, Tormund Giantsbane, Mance Rayder, Ygritte during Jon Snow's adventures north of the wall in a Storm of Swords. And Varamir Sixskins currently finds himself dying after being stabbed by a wildling. So, as a last-ditch resort, Varamir, who, similar to Jon Snow, has the ability to warg into other things, people, animals, just whatever he wants to warg into, tries to warg into his companion, this young wildling girl named Thistle. However, his warging attempt is unsuccessful, and Thistle runs away. So, instead, Varamir, seeing that there's no way out, just as Varamir is dying, he wargs into his wolf. Potential foreshadowing there for something that'll happen way later on in this book, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Anyway, Varamir's inside the body of his wolf, while the physical embodiment of Varamir Sixskins dies. So Varamir Wolfskins, or whatever you want to call him now, him and his wolf pack decide to travel along north of the wall, just see what else there is, and they later discover Thistle, the girl that he was trying to warg into, has died. She's become frozen, but not only frozen, she's resurrected as a wight. Oh my gosh, she is now an other. So this chapter kind of communicates to us that not only is Varamir able to warg into other animals, and thus alerting us to the fact that this is an ability that people who can warg into have potentially as they're getting close to death, but it also warns us that the others are growing. There's a lot of dead bodies up here north of the wall that could potentially become part of this army of the others. And people in Westeros and Essos better watch out, because once they're bored and get tired of zombieing around here north of the wall, they're going to come south of the wall and create a whole bunch of chaos for our people down there. But anyway, A Dance with Dragons proper starts us off with our old pal Tyrion. Tyrion Lannister, who we haven't seen since the Storm of Swords, reeling from his murder of Shae and Tywin Lannister, has finally made it to Pentos. He is offloaded amongst other shipping cargo and makes it all the way to Illyrio Mopatis' manse. We haven't seen him since the Game of Thrones. So once there, we get into the head of a more villainous Tyrion this time around, a darker Tyrion, a Tyrion that's more about vengeance and more about laughing in the face of other people's misfortune. This darker Tyrion, who I find interesting, but definitely takes some getting used to on a first read through. He arrives here in Illyrio Mopatis' manse. Illyrio Mopatis just kind of grins along, and it's like, oh, welcome, welcome. I am friends with Varys, your former companion in Westeros. Varys and I are BFF chums. And Tyrion's just kind of wondering himself, like, what the heck? There's something going on here. So anyway, throughout his entire time at Illyrio Mopatis' manse, he contemplates about Tywin Lannister's last words, or some of his last words to Tyrion, when Tyrion had asked Tywin about, hey, what the heck ever happened to Tysha? Tysha being Tyrion's former girlfriend / fiancé, who he was engaged to marry when he was 15, who Tyrion legitimately loved, but it turns out that Tywin didn't want this marriage to go through because I guess Tysha was too low-born or whatever, so he made up this lie that Tysha was a whore and had Jaime Lannister in on this lie in order for Tywin to justify to himself that, like, yes, no son of mine will marry a whore. So when Tywin was dying, Tyrion had asked Tywin, where is Tysha? And Tywin replied by saying, wherever whores go. So Tyrion, throughout this entire chapter, and also throughout this entire book, will consistently be saying to himself, oh, where do whores go? Wherever whores go, that is where I'm going. So all this to say, Tyrion has kind of made it his mission to try to find Tysha wherever she may be. But anyway, as he's here in Pentos, he explores around the manse. Tyrion collects these very poisonous mushrooms that he just in case he ever needs to kill someone off at a later point in time. And then over dinner, Illyrio is feasting Tyrion over this just majestic dinner table, lots of dishes, lots of food. And Tyrion is just like, why the hell are you helping me? Like, what's in this for you? Why did Varys send me to you? And so Illyrio tells Tyrion that Westeros is in need of saving. And Tyrion asks, like, well, like, why do you care that Westeros needs saving? And if you know that it needs saving, then who could save Westeros? And Illyrio replies with, a dragon with 3 heads. That's who. And boom, from that moment on, the reader is now aware
that Tyrion at some point in the series is going to meet up with Daenerys, and we're going to finally have a union of Westeros and Essos. About frickin' time. But speaking of Essos, Dany, who is currently off in Meereen, having seated herself there as queen after taking Meereen over in a storm of swords, begins petitioning with a lot of just really boring political individuals whose names start with some combination of Q, X, or Z that just, oh my gosh, on a first read through, I just could not care for any of these SOC individuals. But anyway, a lot of these SOC individuals petitioned to Daenerys for her to reopen the fighting pits in order to increase revenue in Meereen. You see, Dany, once she took over Meereen, the first thing she did was she decided to just end slavery, and she believed that that was going to be the end of Meereen's slavery problems. But just like in the real life, you can't just say like, oh, this bad thing that's been happening for generations will no longer happen and everything is better and hunky-dory now. It doesn't quite work that way. But anyway, Dany refuses to reopen the fighting pits because slavery is bad, so Meereenese soldiers are being attacked by Sons of the Harpy as retribution for Dany's refusal. And so Dany is aware that the Sons of the Harpy are going against Dany's wishes, but Dany remains resilient in her desire to say no to slavery and say no to the fighting pits. And then at one point throughout this petitioning, a lowly Meereenese citizen comes up to Daenerys, and he shows her these bones. And Dany sees these bones, and she realizes what the heck is going on. These bones are the burnt bones of a child that was burned alive by Dany's dragons. So Daenerys, being scared and worried that this might happen to other Meereenese children, to other slave children, she goes to where her dragons are, Viserion, Rhaegal, and Drogon. Drogon manages to get away, but she's able to chain Viserion and Rhaegal in a pit underground of Meereen, and thereby, in her mind, quell whatever challenge may come from these dragons flying out and about and burning potential Meereenese citizens. But anyway, going from the A Song of Fire to the A Song of Ice, we meet up with another character who we haven't seen since the Storm of Swords. Or, I guess, if you want to be technically accurate, since that one lowly Samwell Tarly chapter in A Feast for Crows, Jon Snow, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Having been raised up as Lord Commander at the end of the Storm of Swords, Jon Snow is currently having very vivid wolf dreams of warging into Ghost. Jon Snow treats with Stannis Baratheon, the one true king, Stannis the Manus, I stand for Stannis. And Stannis, currently here staying at the wall during this time while he tries to kind of contemplate what happens next, tells Jon that, I, Stannis Baratheon, the one true king, the Manus, I want more lands and castles across Westeros. And Jon is like, bro, I've already given you a lot of land here at the Gift along the northern part of the north, just south of the wall. What more do you want? Like, you're pretty ungrateful here. But anyway, they both grumble, and then Melisandre eventually asks to walk with Jon Snow once the meeting is finished, and she warns Jon Snow that, Jon, here at the Night's Watch, there's lots of daggers in the dark. I think you need to be careful. There's a lot of people here in the Night's Watch that want to do you harm, Jon. And Jon is like, there's nothing new. I know people in the Night's Watch are grumbling about how I'm handling things here as Lord Commander. I know they're up to no good, probably. And Melisandre just shakes her head at Jon, and she's like, you know nothing, Jon Snow. And Jon is taken aback by this, like, Melisandre just kind of runs off, just kind of probably giggling to herself. It's like, that got his attention. Anyway, further north of the wall, we run into another character who we haven't seen in a while. Bran Stark. Oh, our lowly, young, pretty unpopular amongst the fandom, Bran Stark. Bran, Jojen Reed, Mira Reed, Hodor, and Cold Hands being this still alive kind of zombie who helped Samwell Tarly close to the end of A Storm of Swords, helped him fight off a couple of the others, and who is currently accompanying Bran on his way to make Bran see the three-eyed crow. They're currently wandering here throughout the haunted forest along north of the wall. And throughout their adventure, Bran begins warging into Summer, his direwolf, similar to how Jon is warging into Ghost. Bran decides to warg into Summer. It's a Stark family affair. Everybody loves just warging into their wolves, their direwolves. And at one point throughout their adventure up here north, they see Varamir Sixskin's wolf pack, Varamir, who is already a wolf, and Bran, well, Summer's wolf pack, take down Varamir Sixskins and defeat Varamir, as Varamir just kind of runs off scared, and at some point Varamir the wolf is probably going to lose all of Varamir and just become the wolf entirely. So Bran, celebrating his victory over Varamir Wolfskins, decides to feast on the Night's Watch soldiers that the Varamir Wolfpack were feasting on, and it's heavily hinted that these soldiers were the Night's Watchmen who mutinied at Craster's Keep and killed Jeor Mormont, the previous Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, in A Storm of Swords. So yeah, Bran summer feasts, and then Bran wakes up, and Jojen once again reminds Bran that he shouldn't rely too heavily on his wolf dreams because one day he will lose the boy Bran and will become the wolf Summer entirely if he stays in summer way too long. So Bran and crew continue adventuring here. All the while they kind of ask themselves, who the heck is Cold Hands? They know that Cold Hands is dead, but they're still very curious about him and are unsure of Cold Hands' loyalties. And before anyone asks, no, Cold Hands is not Benjen Stark. That was the popular theory prior to 2011 Dance of Dragons release, and George R. R. Martin has confirmed in a note to his editor that Cold Hands is indeed not Benjen Stark.
And he's also not Sir Duncan the Tall. Come on, guys, let's give that a rest.
But anyway, back in Essos, we rejoin an old pal in Tyrion Lannister, as Illyrio Mopatis is currently escorting Tyrion Lannister to see a father-son duo named Griff and Young Griff. Griff and Young Griff will travel with Tyrion along the river of Essos here in order to go see Dany in Volantis. And then from Volantis, they will join up with the Golden Company and then head off towards Westeros in order to take over Westeros. And throughout this entire journey, Tyrion is kind of just contemplating to himself, what the heck does Illyrio see in any of this? Is he just like, oh, I only care about the well-being of Westeros, therefore I want Dany to rule Westeros because that's what's best for the people. Tyrion is suspicious. No, there's something here for Illyrio's profit that Illyrio's not communicating to Tyrion. And in addition to that, Tyrion also questions, why would the Golden Company want to help Daenerys Targaryen take over Westeros? Like, what's in it for them? The Golden Company hates Targaryens. And so Illyrio Mopatis just kind of shrugs off his concerns. It's like, well, they just want to be on the winning side for once. The Blackfire Pretenders are dead. Dany can help them get their home back. And Tyrion just continues to have his doubts. But anyway, Illyrio releases Tyrion as he meets up with a couple people named Halden Halfmaester and Raleigh Duckfield. And Tyrion, going under the guise of YOLO, decides to go with them and then finally meet up with our father-son duo of Griff and Young Griff. Tyrion immediately notes that there's something about Griff that immediately tells YOLO, or I guess he's now going by Hugor Hill, that there's something up with this Griff. He looks very familiar. So Tyrion, kind of taking a slight jab at our old Griff here, he tells him, oh yes, life is full of mad tales and winged lions. And Griff immediately catches Tyrion's drift. We as a first-time reader maybe don't, on a second-time read you kind of do, and tells Hugor Hill, guard your tongue unless you want to lose it. And off they go, sailing across this river on their way to Volantis. Back in Castle Black, oh boy, there's a lot of hopping around here between Jon, Tyrion, and Dany. You guys better get used to it because I guess George R. R. Martin was just restraining himself so much with A Feast for Crows to hold back from Jon Snow, Daenerys Targaryen, and Tyrion Lannister's stories to the point that he's kind of making up for it here in A Dance with Dragons by just really delving us into their worlds here in these first couple of chapters of the A Dance with Dragons book. But anyway, Jon Snow forces Gilly to swap babies with Mance Rayder's son, a kind of slight plot twist at the beginning of A Feast for Crows, but now that we know about the baby swap through the Samuel Tarly chapters in A Feast for Crows, it's kind of just an open secret here between Jon Snow and Gilly, where he forces Gilly to give up her baby in order to take Mance Rayder's son because Jon is worried that Melisandre will want to burn Mance Rayder's baby, given that Melisandre kind of has a penchant for burning anything with any sort of royal bloodline. So Gilly, Sam, and Aemon head off towards Eastwatch, where they then head off towards Braavos. You know that story. We've done that in A Feast for Crows. After that, Jon Snow confronts Janos Slynt about potentially garrisoning one of the empty castles here along the wall. Really, there's only 3 that are currently of use, including Castle Black. Jon Snow wants to make sure that every castle is garrisoned in order to provide more protection against the threat of the others north of the wall. However, Janos Slynt decides to kind of spit in Jon Snow's face and be like, why the hell does a bastard tell me what to do? And so Jon Snow is like, you better go now, or else there will be consequences. And Janos Slynt's like, what? You're going to put me in your little ice cell? You're going to give me a little teddy bear, Jon Snow, bastard Snow, So Jon Snow being like, all right, you want to play like that? Fetch me my block. And Janos Slynt opens his eyes like, what? So a couple of the Night's Watchmen grab Janos Slynt and they fetch Jon Snow his block, this chopping block. They push Janos Slynt's head down over the block. Janos Slynt is like, oh, like, let me go. I'll be good. And Jon Snow's like, nope, you had your chance. This is over. How dare you disobey me? Say goodbye. So in one of the book's coolest scenes, Jon Snow takes his sword
and then chops Jon Slint's head off, essentially executing him for disobeying the Lord Commander. And unbeknownst to him, he later, he looks up to see Stannis looking at him, but he didn't realize Stannis was there. Jon Snow looks at him and is like, oh, the one true king, Stannis the Manus, is looking at me. And Stannis just gives him a Manus nod like, do your duty, Jon Snow. And Jon is like, my daddy is proud. But anyway, we're not done here yet, because Mance Rayder, who has been staying here as a prisoner at Castle Black, Melisandre decides that now is a perfect time as any to burn Mance Rayder. And Mance Rayder is shocked. He's like, what are you doing, you witchy woman? And Melisandre, in some kind of funeral pyre ceremony, decides to burn Mance Rayder at the pyre. And Mance Rayder's like, no, I'm actually not the real Mance Rayder. You can't be burning me alive. I'm actually someone else. No! And so Mance Rayder burns, and Melisandre looks on, and Stannis draws the Lightbringer sword from the funeral pyre, and he shows it to all the Night's Watchmen, and he shows it to the wildling captives, and everyone oohs and ahs, except for Clytus. Clytus, a steward at Castle Black, who looks on the sword and tells Jon, it's really strange. For Stannis Baratheon, being the alleged Azor Ahai, this Lightbringer sword that he has sure seems to be lacking in producing heat here. And Jon Snow contemplates this for a quick millisecond. He's like, I don't have time to worry about this. I'm off to do my other Night's Watch duties. Off in Meereen, Unsullied are being killed in the middle of the night by Sons of the Harpy. Dany is slowly losing her grip on the city of Meereen. However, that night, an individual who we haven't seen in quite a while, Quaithe, visits Dany in the middle of the night, and she tells her, the glass candles are burning. Soon comes the Pale Mare, and after her the others, Kraken and Dark Flame, Lion and Griffin, the Sun's Son, and the Mummer's Dragon, hint, hint, wink, wink. Trust none of them. Remember the Undying. Beware the perfumed Seneschal. Implying a potential traitor in her court. Probably Resnack Moresnack. He's the only perfumed guy in her court, but what do I know? Anyway, soon afterward, Dany pisses off Charo-Shoan Daxos, a merchant prince of Qarth who is currently visiting her in Meereen, one of the people that's also trying to get her to open the fighting pits. And Dany, still standing firm by her desire to not abolish slavery, tells Shadow to F off. And Qarth, consequently in that moment, decides to leave a bloody glove at Meereen's doorstep on Dany's doorstep because Charo-Shoan Daxos and Qarth have officially declared war. Off in the Dreadfort, haven't been to that place actually, I don't think we've been to that place in the entire series. Big Walder and Little Walder, remember those guys? We haven't seen them since the Clash of Kings. Enter into a cell deep beneath the cells of the Dreadfort, and they find a scrawny, emaciated prisoner who's missing fingers and toes and other parts of his male anatomy. This poor, emaciated prisoner has been flayed, as the Boltons are like to do. And this person is named Reek. Not to be confused with the Reek who got killed in a Clash of Kings, but a different Reek entirely. The boys, Little Walder and Big Walder, being pieces of garbage, decide to mock Reek before dragging him before the big supervillain of A Dance with Dragons, Ramsay Bolton, who delights in taunting his broken captive in front of Arnulf Karstark and Hothar Umber, a couple of Northmen who are currently staying at the Dreadfort who own lands here in the north. And during one of these sentences, Karstark even mentions something along the lines of, so, this is the Stark ward, eh? Now, to many readers, I'm sure the real identity of this flayed individual is super obvious. However, on a first-time read-through, I stupidly didn't catch the identity of who this person is supposed to be. I kind of was just like, who the heck is Reek? I thought Reek died. I guess there's another Reek. So for the purpose of the summary, I'm just going to play along and pretend that I don't know who this Reek really is, because the story doesn't tell you who Reek really is until further on in the story. But typically, you kind of should already have an idea by this first chapter as to the real identity of this individual. But anyway, deep in the grips of Stockholm Syndrome, Reek is very obedient and submissive and fearful of his master, Ramsay Snow / Ramsay Bolton. And Ramsay, satisfied with the control he has over his pet, his little Reek buddy, who he just loves torturing and giving noogies to, he's like, oh, my Reek pet, I'm going to send you on a mission. And Reek is just like, oh, I just want to make my master happy and proud so my master doesn't beat me. Oh, I'm Dobby through your Lucius Malfoy. And so Ramsay sends Reek off on a mission. Off north of the wall,
Bran, Jojen Reed, Mira, Hodor, and Cold Hands continue on their adventures to make it to the Three-Eyed Crow's cave. They are attacked on the way to the cave by a couple of whites. They fight them off, and then they make it inside to the cave of the Three-Eyed Crow. Bran meets the Children of the Forest, and then he meets the Three-Eyed Crow himself, the last Green Seer, who's probably just a very old blood raven. Meanwhile, off in Sisterton, haven't been there, we meet up with two characters, Salladhor Saan and Davos, the Onion Knight, Stannis' trusty Onion Knight. Salladhor Saan, being frustrated with Stannis' ability to make do on his promises and his payments, decides to head south. He's like, Davos, I'm done with this nonsense. I'm ditching Stannis' camp. And Davos, being the loyal Onion Knight to the one true king, Stannis the Manus, says, You go ahead, Salladhor Saan. I will make sure to go to White Harbor and to all these other places and treat with these people in order to make sure that Stannis is enough men. And Salladhor's like, You're freaking high, man. I'm done with this. Bye. So he leaves Davos alone. And so Davos, staying true to his cause, decides to talk to a couple of lords around this area, Lord Godric Borrell and his men, trying to convince them to join Stannis' cause. They're hesitant to do so, but they're like, sure, whatever, just don't tell anybody we were here, and don't tell anybody that we support Stannis. And then he heads off towards White Harbor to meet up with Wyman Manderly, where Davos is then arrested and held hostage. However, after being held hostage for 18 days, Davos is finally allowed to speak to Lord Wyman Manderly, the Lord of White Harbor. And in front of Wyman Manderly and a couple of Frey envoys who are currently staying with Wyman Manderly for an upcoming wedding, Davos asks Wyman Manderly, please join the cause of Stannis Baratheon, the one true Manus. However, the Freys who are in attendance in Wyman's court, they berate Davos and they lie to Wyman, telling him that like, oh, why would you support this guy? Robb Stark transformed into a wolf at the Red Wedding and killed your son Wendell. Why would you want to go for another false king? You should stay with King Tommen and the Freys and Boltons and all of us very good people who definitely would not do some Red Wedding shenanigans like the Starks are wont to do, and also like this Stannis Baratheon is probably want to do as well. So Wyman, having heard enough, he's like, all right, calm down everybody, calm down Freys. Davos, I've heard your plea, but guess what, bro? I can't have this in my court. I can't be ruling Stannis Baratheon. This House Manderly is all for King Tommen. You, Davos, you are to be executed. And the Freys celebrate like, yeah. And Wyman Manderly is like, off with his head. So Wyman Manderly's men drag Davos off to a prison in order to execute him at some point later on in this book. Davos can't catch a break. Back in Castle Black, Jon is getting grumbles from the Night's Watch about how they're upset with how Jon Snow is currently running quickly through a lot of their food, given that a lot of their food is currently being given to wildling captives, the Night's Watch, and Stannis Baratheon's men. So in an effort to kind of appease the Night's Watch, and also because they do have a point they're running on food, Jon tries to convince Stannis to leave the castle by collecting men along the northern mountain towns here for Stannis Baratheon's cause, and also kind of get Stannis out of his hair. And Stannis is kind of like, oh, why would they listen to me? And Jon tells Stannis like, bro, a lot of these people here that live in the northern mountain towns, they never see celebrities. You'll be freaking Taylor Swift. You'll be their Taylor Swift. Oh man, they'll die for your cause. And Stannis Baratheon is like, you have a point, Jon Snow. Jon, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, I, the one true King Stannis Baratheon, am grateful to you for your advice. So Stannis Baratheon, leaving Melisandre and some Kingsmen behind, decides to head off with several of his men off towards the northern mountain towns here along the north in order to collect more men for his cause, and thus leaving the Night's Watch with less mouths to feed and hopefully a more appeased Night's Watch. Off in the Rhoyne, our new villainous darker side Tyrion is getting better acquainted with young Griff and the crew along the Shy Maid, the little boat that this entire crew is traveling through. They make it to the Rhoyne and Tyrion's just having a good time. He does find a little bit strange that young Griff is sure learning a lot of things that are typically reserved for noble people. He's learning about geometry and history, and Griff even tasks Tyrion with teaching young Griff about dragons and all this stuff, and Tyrion just finds it very, very suspicious. So Tyrion, wanting to get to the bottom of things, he decides to play a game of Kivas, essentially the Planetos' version of chess. He decides to play Kivas with Haldan Halfmaester, where the loser has to give up information to the winner. This in an effort for Tyrion to learn something about what the heck is going on with this crew. So Haldan loses, and it is implied
that Haldon tells Tyrion who Griff and young Griff really are. So as Tyrion, Griff, young Griff, Septa Lemore, it's this Septa who's very attractive per Tyrion Lannister, and everyone else, Haldon Halfmaester, Duck, are making it towards the Sorrows. Tyrion reveals to Griff of what he learned from Haldon Halfmaester, and what he also pieced together based on his own observations about how strange it was that young Griff is learning all these things that, again, typically are reserved for the Westerosi nobility, because he's found out that plot twist, the biggest plot twist of A Dance of Dragons, and probably the biggest plot twist of these most recent 2 books on the A Song of Ice and Fire series. Griff is the late Rhaegar Targaryen's best friend and former Hand of the King, Jon Connington. And young Griff, bear with me, is the still alive son of the deceased former prince, Rhaegar Targaryen. Young Griff is Aegon Targaryen VI. Wow. This opens up so much lore potential here within this series. Similar to our Fire and Blood reveal here at the end of A Feast for Crows, there's so many opportunities here for where George R. R. Martin could take this story now that we have a very much still alive Targaryen noble prince who isn't Daenerys Targaryen, and what may come from the future of this series with the revelation of this individual. It's fantastic. It opens up so many opportunities, and I'm super excited to see where we go from here. But anyway, throughout this entire, diatribe that Tyrion is going on, Tyrion also reveals himself to be a Lannister in front of Griff and young Griff, and Jon Connington's like, of course you're Tyrion Lannister. I didn't have any doubts that you weren't Tyrion. And just as Tyrion is kind of going off and mocking them about like, ha, I know you're Jon Connington and Aegon Targaryen the Sixth, na 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 na. The Shy Maid is then attacked by Stonemen. Stonemen being these men that have been essentially consumed by grayscale, this disease that leaves you stony and gray. The disease that Shireen Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon's daughter, has. And so Tyrion gets his this torch to be like back you stonemen, back I say. And so Griff also gets his sword out and does battle with these stonemen, getting them off his boat. Tyrion tries to defend the newly revealed Aegon Targaryen as well, but as he does so, he's knocked into the water of the Rhoyne, and Jon Connington, for some reason, I guess not wanting to allow Tyrion Lannister to die, despite the fact that Tyrion Lannister is kind of mocking him throughout this entire adventure of the Shy Maid, Jon Connington decides to jump into the water and rescue a Tyrion Lannister who's currently drowning because one of the stonemen is dragging Tyrion Lannister down to the river floor. Jon Connington pulls him out, and he rescues Tyrion Lannister. Oh man, this is super, super exciting. Again, George R. R. Martin, when it comes to closing up plot threads, he closed them some plot threads pretty successfully in the first 3 books, but he's opened up quite a few plot threads here in these latter 2 books that I'm just super excited to see where we go from here, how he kind of hopefully trims the hedges on this garden and kind of replants them into this beautiful flower so that they can bear fruit. But from one twist to another, we now turn to the biggest twist in A Feast for Crows, that being the reveal of Lord Doran Martell's long-kept secret revealed to Arianne at the end of A Feast for Crows, his son Quentyn Martell going off into Meereen to try to ask for Daenerys Targaryen's hand in marriage and therefore kickstart this Martell and Targaryen alliance that will then rule all over Westeros and thus complete Doran Martell's revenge scheme against the Lannisters for killing Oberyn Martell, and more importantly, for killing his sister, Elia Martell, at Robert's Rebellion back 15 to 16 years ago. So Quentyn Martell, accompanied by Garrus Drinkwater and Archibald Ronwood, they previously had 2 other people in their crew, but they got murdered along the way, along their journey. They embark on a little bit of a fool's quest in an effort to marry Daenerys to Quentyn. They're not fully thinking this through. It's not a certainty that Daenerys will say yes to Quentyn Martell, but they're going through with this poor man's plan. So they arrive into Volantis and they join a sellsword company called the Windblown in an effort to try to make it to Meereen with this Windblown sellsword company, despite the fact that the Windblown are currently being represented by the Yunkish, Daenerys Targaryen's Meereenese enemies. Back in Westeros, Reek completes his mission of making it to Mount Caelin, and there he decides to treat
with the Iron Men currently staying at Moat Cailin. The Iron Men that were there were currently left behind by Victarion Greyjoy, as Victarion Greyjoy went off to the Iron Islands in order to participate in the King's Moot that took place in A Feast for Crows. Actually, it's currently taking place in A Feast for Crows. Reek treats with these Iron Men, and the Iron Men, desperate and starving, immediately surrender to Reek after being promised food and safe passage. However, it's all a lie because Ramsay Bolton / Ramsay Snow immediately decides to kill off all the Iron Men that had surrendered Moat Cailin, and then Ramsay just kind of pets Reek on the head and be like, "Oh, good boy, good boy. You are here from this moment promoted to being my dog, Ramsay's dog." And of course, Reek is all too proud, like, "Oh, I get to be your dog. Oh, thank you, my master." And it is also at this moment that Roose Bolton, Ramsay Bolton's father and the actual ruler of the Dreadfort, arrives at Moat Cailin with a guest on his horse, a guest whom he calls Arya Stark. But Reek, having had some opportunities to actually see Arya Stark back in Winterfell, again, if it's not already obvious who Reek really is, but I, as a first-time reader, totally it flew over my head for some dumb reason, immediately suspects that, like, wait a minute, that's not what Arya Stark looks like, and realizes that this Arya Stark isn't really Arya Stark. Anyway, back in Essos, oh my gosh, we're just really playing ping pong here between all these characters across all these geographic distances. We get another fantastic Tyrion chapter. Oh my gosh, Tyrion's just on a roll here in this first half of Dance of Dragons. Tyrion wakes up on the Shy Maid, still recovering from his injuries after the Stoneman attack, and while playing Kivas with the newly revealed Aegon Targaryen VI, Tyrion suddenly probes him for more information. Aegon claims that Varys, the scheming person back in Westeros, swapped a young Aegon Targaryen VI when he was a baby back at Maegor's Holdfast during Robert's Rebellion with the baby from a tanner's son from Pisswater Bend. And then the imposter was the one who was killed by Gregor Clegane during Robert's Rebellion, while Aegon Targaryen VI was shipped off safely away into Essos. And Tyrion kind of puzzles out about how strange that is, about like, oh, really? You went straight across the Narrow Sea and were raised in secret under Illyrio Mopatis' protection? This seems a little strange, like consider me a skeptic. So he challenges Aegon's story with this pointed quote. "And when the Pisswater Prince was safely dead, the eunuch smuggled you across the Narrow Sea to his fat friend the cheesemonger, who hid you on a pole-boat and found an exile lord willing to call himself your father. It does make for a splendid story, and the singers will make much of your escape once you take the Iron Throne." If the Golden Company backing this alleged Aegon Targaryen VI and Jon Connington wasn't suspicious enough already as is, Tyrion's sarcasm raises even more doubts here as to young Griff's true identity. Now, we're not going to spend this video theorizing on whether or not I think young Griff is actually Aegon Targaryen VI or a Blackfyre pretender, as seems to be the mainstream theory, but if George R. R. Martin intends for Aegon Targaryen VI to actually not be Aegon Targaryen VI, but be a Blackfyre pretender, then the seeds of doubt are definitely here for this young Griff to be such a pretender. But anyway, Tyrion currently being here in a bit of a cynical and just kind of self-destructive mood as he's been throughout the first half of this book, he sees an opportunity for chaos here. He tells Aegon Targaryen Targaryen VI, that instead of going to Daenerys as a beggar boy, why not strike west towards Westeros immediately and take advantage of all the instability that is currently going on there? And Aegon, kind of eager to prove himself, takes the bait, unknowingly dooming any chance of securing Dany's dragons, as she's probably unlikely to do business with another alleged Targaryen who went into business for himself. What, you think she's going to be happy to see him just sitting on the Iron Throne, is going to just fall into Aegon Targaryen VI, allegedly, his arms and be like, "Oh yes, I've come to you, Aegon Targaryen VI. No, she's going to want to sit the Iron Throne on herself." So Tyrion just kind of laughs to himself, knowing that he's manipulated this boy into making a reckless decision. Oh, that villainous A Dance with Dragons chaotic neutral Tyrion. But anyway, the crew arrives into Celeris, where we then get a huge info dump on a lot of unnecessary just Volantene lore and Volantene politics information. It does kind of start feeling like bloat. I'm like, is this information really necessary, George? Tyrion manages to slip away from the crew, and he makes it inside this lowly brothel here in Celeris. He sleeps
More appropriately, he sexually assaults a Westerosi-looking girl twice, and he then decides to just kind of sit with his shame afterward, being like, oh, well, wherever whores go, I'm supposed to be looking for Tysha. She's clearly not here. What the heck is going on? What have I become? But just as Tyrion manages to wake himself up from the stupor, who should he see as he leaves the brothel? But none other than this big, hairy man who we haven't seen since the end of A Storm of Swords, Jorah Mormont. He immediately captures Tyrion Lannister, immediately recognizing Tyrion for who he really is, and Jorah tells Tyrion, we're off to see the queen, the real queen. Meanwhile, young Griff and crew arrive at Volon Theris, here more south along the Rhoyne, where they contemplate what had happened to Tyrion. Tyrion just kind of disappeared. They were never able to find him. So they set up camp here in Volon Theris with the Golden Company to just kind of figure out what comes next. Connington, at this point, feels a certain kinship with the Golden Company, and then we get a little bit of a backstory about Jon Connington as he kind of relays his story of how he got exiled from Westeros and then created this fabricated story about how he allegedly drunk himself to death with the Golden Company, but in reality, he was very much still alive and just kind of hiding out here in Essos in an effort to shield young Griff, who he believes to be Aegon Targaryen VI, from any Westerosi eyes. So it's an interesting chapter. We learn more about the Golden Company's ties to House Blackfyre and the history that goes back so many hundreds of years with that, including Aegon Targaryen IV's bastard-born children and how that kind of created a whole ruckus all over Westeros. But anyway, they contemplate as to what to do next. They're like, should we go to Westeros? Should we go to Essos where Dany is? Dany's still in Meereen. What the heck is going on? But Aegon VI, young Griff, currently emboldened by Tyrion's intentionally reckless advice, pushes the Golden Company to abandon waiting for Daenerys and instead tells them, hey guys, what are we doing here? Let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's make our way west towards Westeros. Our place is there. That's our home. Let's take Westeros for ourselves. So the alleged Boy King tells them all this, believing that he will impress Daenerys Targaryen with his boldness, declaring something like, when Dany hears word of all the good I'm doing in Westeros, she'll totally cross the narrow sea and totally will marry me. We're Targaryens after all. She'll be so proud of me. Swayed by Aegon's confidence, Jon Connington and the Golden Company agree to ship off towards Westeros. But not before Jon Connington removes his glove at the end of the chapter, unveiling his hand and something curious on his fingers. He reveals to the reader a little bit of gray on his finger. Uh-oh, my man has got grayscale. Jon Connington got a little bit of grayscale on him when he rescued Tyrion Lannister from drowning at the Rhoyne, and because of that, one of the Stonemen accidentally touched his hand, and thus Jon Connington has a ticking time bomb on his hands. His days are numbered. Anyway, off in Meereen, Hizdahr Zolorak, a Giscari noble from Meereen, proposes marriage to Daenerys. Dany agrees, but only on the condition that Hizdahr put an end to the deadly attacks from the Sons of the Harpy. Elsewhere in Essos, Quentyn Martell, alongside Archibald Yarnwood and Garrus Drinkwater, have arrived into Slaver's Bay. They are currently still working under the company of the Windblown, and in order to hide his identity, Quentyn is going by the nickname Frog. Anyway, after a lot of boring passages dedicated to the history of other sellsword companies, the Tattered Prince, the commander of the Windblown, selects Westerosi-looking people, i.e. Quentyn and crew, to infiltrate either the Second Sons or the Stormcrows, sellsword companies that are loyal to Daenerys, and the Tattered Prince asks Quentyn and crew to pose as if they're defecting to Daenerys' side. Oh, schemes on top of schemes. How fortuitous for Quentyn and co. Off in Deepwood Motte, we have the return of our first A Feast for Crows character, Asha Greyjoy. Asha Greyjoy receives a letter from Ramsay Bolton telling her that Moat Cailin, the place that Victarion Greyjoy was currently occupying, has fallen. And to really drive the point home, the letter also contains a piece of Theon Greyjoy's flayed skin. However, Asha kind of remains undeterred and decides to stay at Deepwood Motte, unwilling to return to the Iron Islands, because if she does so, she would be forced to submit to her new husband, Eric Anvilbreaker. She never personally got married, but the idea of a marriage was forced upon her by mega supervillain final boss magical Euron Crowseye Greyjoy. This in an effort for Euron to control Asha. So
While Asha decides to stay at Deepwood Mont, she decides to sleep with Carl the Maid and potentially get pregnant if a lot of theories are to be believed. And then at some point, they get ambushed by a bunch of Northmen in camouflage and disguise. The attack is swift, and despite Asha fleeing, her forces are captured by none other than Stannis Baratheon, Stannis the Manus, the one true king, and his clan of northern mountain men who he collected along the way from these northern mountain towns. Back in Essos, Tyrion and his captor Jorah Mormont make it to Volantis. And then we get this super long chapter with a lot of just, I guess, detail describing what Volantis looks like, but there's a lot of other just information here that just feels, again, like bloat. I don't think was completely necessary, but anyway, we got this super long chapter. Jorah and Tyrion, who's in chains under Jorah Mormont's watch, explore Volantis. While there, they hear news about the Golden Company having set sail for Westeros without dragons, prompting Tyrion to internally mock young Griff for his reckless decision, being like, haha, I sure fooled those two. Eventually, Tyrion and Jorah make it to the Widow of the Waterfront, this influential person who used to be a slave but has since come into money, and she holds considerable power and is their key to securing passage on a fast ship to meet Daenerys. While talking to the widow, Tyrion is attacked by a young dwarf girl named Penny. Oh boy, one of my favorite characters. She was one of the jousting dwarfs during Joffrey's wedding, and Penny blames Tyrion for her brother's death as sailors mistook Penny's brother for Tyrion and had him killed.
Because, as you recall, Cersei had placed a bounty over Tyrion's head.
Tyrion is like, why the heck is this my fault? But anyway, after exchanging a few words, Penny ultimately decides to join up with Tyrion and Jorah Mormont, and the widow ultimately grants Tyrion, Jorah, and Penny passage on the Salosori Koran, aka the Stinky Steward, aka the Perfumed Senescal, a cog that is bound for Karth. However, Banero, a high priest of the Lord of Light who is currently preaching here in Volantis, tells them that the Salosori Koran has been foretold to never reach its destination. Ooh. Back in Westeros, Davos Seaworth, who is currently on death row, has been summoned by Wyman Manderly to his court. And Wyman Manderly has a surprising apology that he wants to share with Davos Seaworth. His harsh treatment of Davos earlier was all an act to convince the Freys that Wyman was still loyal to Tommen Baratheon's cause. But in truth, Wyman Manderly despises the Freys and the Boltons for the murder of his son, Wendell, at the Red Wedding. He is very well aware that the poppycock that they've concocted about Robb Stark transforming into a direwolf and killing everybody there at the wedding was all a story that they told in order to besmirch Robb Stark's name. But Wyman Manderly knows that this is all a lie, and he delivers to Davos one of the coolest monologues in the entire book. Some of the best writing I've heard from a character. Oh my gosh, I get goosebumps even just thinking about it. Wyman Manderly ultimately tells Davos that he is willing to support Stannis, but only on the condition that Davos be able to successfully retrieve Rickon Stark, the last known trueborn son of Ned Stark, along with his direwolf, Shaggy Dog, from parts unknown. With Rickon, Manderly believes that he will be able to rally the North against the Boltons and Freys and reclaim Winterfell from Roose Bolton. However, Davos is kind of curious, like, how do you know Rickon is still alive? And what do you mean by parts unknown? So Wyman Manderly brings in this young mute observer, this mute boy, named Wex Pike. He is someone who actually observed Bran and Rickon part ways when Rickon traveled with Osha and Bran traveling with Jojen, Mira, Hodor, and that entire crew off in a different direction. Wex was there observing up in a tree, and he witnessed Rickon and Osha escaping off to a remote island infamous for cannibals called Skagos, which is where Rickon currently is. Are the rumors true? Are there cannibals in Skagos? Will Davos wind up successfully retrieving the still alive Rickon Stark and bringing him back to Wyman Manderly so they can retake the North in commemoration for the Starks, the once beloved Starks, and spit in the face of the Freys and Boltons? I don't know. We're all still waiting on follow-up for that in the Winds of Winter.
But man, I'm excited to find out.
Off in Meereen, Dany receives dire news that Astapor, one of the cities that she came across during her travels in a storm of swords, has fallen, and its survivors are ravaged by the bloody flux, aka dysentery. With Meereen teetering on the brink, what with the Sons of the Harpy striking from the shadows and war with Astapor brewing, Dany makes the pivotal decision here that in order to stop more bloodshed, she must marry Hizdahr Solorak. So she proposes marriage to Hizdahr and confirms matrimony in an effort to secure peace. Off in Castle Black, tensions rise here as many of the brothers within the Night's Watch remain uneasy about the presence of the free folk still here. To ease the situation, Jon Snow decides to put the wildlings to work, ensuring that they contribute and earn their place and their food here amongst the Night's Watch. So at one point, Jon duels with one of the wildlings called Rattleshirt, and Jon kind of tells himself like, wow, this Rattleshirt is really, really good at swordplay. What the heck is going on here? So while that is going on, the duel finishes. Jon kind of comes on the losing of this duel, and then he receives a letter bearing some not nice news, because apparently an Arya Stark of some kind is set to marry Ramsay Bolton, and Jon is concerned for his sister, but Melisandre reassures him that, oh, not to worry, Jon. This Arya Stark will flee her marriage and make her way to the wall on a dying horse. Everything will be okay. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. And then Melisandre also tells Jon that she continues to have chilling visions of his death with daggers in the dark as enemies close in around Jon. She also confirms that much of her magic that a lot of people kind of are wary of Melisandre about is essentially just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. And one such act of smoke and mirrors is the bone necklace around Rattleshirt's neck. Because this necklace is an illusion to hide the very real identity of a still alive Mance Rayder. Holy smokes, what is going on? The Mance Rayder who was burned earlier on in the book was actually Rattleshirt in disguise, and Mance Rayder was then at that point disguised as Rattleshirt because Melisandre and Stannis saw potential purpose for using Mance Rayder on in the future. So Melisandre tasks Mance Rayder with going off towards Winterfell in order to rescue Arya, despite the fact that Jon doesn't trust Mance, and Mance is like, I'm not doing this for you. I'm just doing this because I want what's best for the North. So he heads off towards Winterfell. Jon is skeptical. Melisandre reassures him, and off we go here in the situation here at Castle Black. Off in Barrowtown, Roose Bolton, Ramsay Bolton, and Ramsay's pet, Reek, arrive here as Ramsay Bolton intends to hold a feast, with Reek, of course, being chained to a wall. Roose is not a fan of Ramsay's brutality and chides him so for mistreating Reek and also for just being an absolute nuisance to House Bolton. Their conversation eventually turns to the political situation in Westeros, including information about Stannis having left the wall and amassing massive amounts of Northern Mountain men, and how Stannis will eventually come towards them, so they better prepare and be quick about it. But the Boltons have a secret scheme up their sleeve, because the Karstarks, who are currently traveling with Stannis as well, are planning to double-cross Stannis when the time is right. And that time is just outside of Winterfell, the location where Ramsay is to marry Arya Stark of Winterfell. Roose then takes Reek aside as he has him travel on horse to meet Roose's friend, Lady Barbary Dustin. And as Roose and Reek are traveling by horseback, Roose essentially relays a bunch of information about Ramsay's lore and his upbringing. Essentially, Ramsay is a byproduct of sexual assault. Several years ago, there were two people within the Dreadfort, within the town of Dreadfort, who wanted to marry. However, they wanted to marry in secret. And Roose Bolton was pretty pissed off that they did not inform the Lord of the Dreadfort about such a marital occasion. So Roose Bolton, being the quality man that he is, he decided to invoke a tradition that has not been invoked in quite a while, and a very old tradition where the Lord of that town has the first right at the woman that is being married. So suffice to say, Roose Bolton has the right to sleep with the wife of whoever that person is getting married to. But Roose wanting to sleep with this person isn't just enough for him. No, he's pissed off that these two people wanted to marry behind his back. So he hangs this individual, this miller, who was to marry this beautiful young maiden. He hangs this person, and then beneath the hanging noose, Roose Bolton
sexually assaults and takes the woman. It's pretty disgusting. It's gross, and it tells you all you need to know about the Boltons. So because of that, Ramsay was eventually born. The miller's wife, a year later, came to the Dreadfort, where Roose was staying, telling him that this is your son. And ordinarily, Roose would hang such a person for saying such things, but Roose was taken aback by the eyes of the baby. It endeared himself onto Roose, so Roose decided to keep the baby for himself, this bastard-born son, and decided to give this woman lands for her trouble. It just kind of goes to show how Ramsay was born out of a hatred vengefulness more so than out of love. But anyway, Roose takes in Ramsay Bolton. Roose suspects that Ramsay may have killed Roose's true-born heir and true-born son when they were children, Domeric Bolton. And it's just a lot of interesting information about how Roose and Ramsay Bolton are not very nice people. But anyway, Reek and Roose eventually arrive to Barrow Hall, where they meet Lady Barbary Dustin. And it is here, within this passage, where Roose Bolton officially, and to my shock as a first-time reader, declares Reek as Theon Greyjoy. Boom. I mean, if it wasn't already obvious before, but for me as a first-time reader, I was pretty gobsmacked. I was like, what the heck? Reek is Theon Greyjoy? What? But yes, the clues are very much there. Reek is a emaciated, flayed shell of his former self, Theon Greyjoy. Anyway, off in the summer sea, aboard the Celisori Koran, the perfumed Seneschal cog, Penny, Tyrion, and Jorah Mormont are making their way towards Meereen, and then a red priest there, also who is traveling with them on the Celisori Koran, Mokorro, introduces himself to Tyrion. He is a red priest from Volantis, and he is also on board the ship because he wants to help Daenerys guide her towards the Lord of Light. But anyway, throughout this passage, Tyrion also kind of slowly begins to peel off the layers of this self-destructive villain that he was kind of turning into, this bitter individual, and he kind of begins softening thanks to the Penny plot device, who, again, she's a character that I'm not too big of a fan of, not because I dislike the character completely, but she just has a certain innocence that I find incredibly annoying, especially because we as the reader, 5 books into the series, are already aware that Planetos is not a nice place to live in, but Penny is still under the belief that maybe there's some niceness here, and she kind of is horrified by all the horrors of Planetos when by this point in the series, the reader has kind of already been desensitized to all these things. Off in the cave of the Three-Eyed Crow, the mysterious Three-Eyed Crow reveals himself to be a very old Brynden Rivers, aka Bloodraven as we discussed earlier, a Targaryen bastard who has a pretty cool moment in a certain Dunk and Egg novella, and also the former commander of the Night's Watch. Anyway, there, the Three-Eyed Crow wants to train Bran's green sing abilities, and in order to fully awaken his green sing abilities, Bloodraven feeds Bran some weirwood paste. This kind of gelatinous, blood-looking paste that some fans have theorized to be a murdered, mushed-up Jojen Reed. So they kind of spoon-feed it to Bran. He eats it, goes to sleep, and it appears that the ritual works because it seems to unlock Bran's abilities to see across time. Bran's visions through the Weirwood network allow him to witness moments from the history of Winterfell through the Weirwood tree at Winterfell. The visions kind of go backwards in time, and these visions consist of various individuals, some which we as a reader recognize, and some which readers have hypothesized as to who they could be. These include a young Ned Stark praying to the Weirwood tree that a baby Robb Stark and Jon Snow will grow up as true brothers, and that Catelyn will find it in her heart to forgive Ned. A brash Arya-like Lyanna Stark defeating her younger brother Benjen in a sword duel. A pregnant woman, possibly Arya Flint, pleading with the old gods for a son to avenge her. Dunk the Lunk, aka Sir Duncan the Tall, kissing a slender brown-haired girl, possibly a very young and hot old Nan. A man breaking 3 branches off the weirwood to shape them into arrows, potentially Brandon Snow as he wants to get rid of a dragon. A bunch of visions of the various old Stark kings, and then the last vision that appears to Bran is a chilling vision of someone's throat being slit, perhaps an original sin of sorts, as this could potentially be the King in the North executing the Night's King. Anyway, it's a whole lot of fun to reread, and I definitely recommend people to reread this passage to kind of guess as to who these various characters are. And after that moment, that's the last we see of Bran in this book.
So I guess we'll have to find out what other further training adventures go on with Bran here in the Three-Eyed Crow in the Winds of Winter, and also if Jojen Reed did in fact actually get mushed up and fed to Bran as weirwood paste. Further south in Castle Black, Jon Snow begins dispersing a bunch of wildlings across the various castles and holdfasts here along the wall. He also receives a letter from Stannis letting Jon know that he has declared victory over Deepwood Motte, has captured Asha Greyjoy, and thanks Jon for the steady growth of his army, much thanks to Jon's advice. So Stannis also reveals here that he has learned that Arya Stark intends to marry Ramsay Snow within Winterfell, and Stannis will do his best to go to Winterfell, rescue Arya, and return to the Wall with Arya in tow. So after this, Jon sends Val off on a mission towards the Haunted Forest in order to retrieve Tormund Giantsbane in an effort to get Tormund and his thousands of wildlings to come to the Wall and treat with Jon. Jon again intends to fortify the forces here along the Wall because he seems to be the only person here in the Night's Watch that is very wary of the threat of the others. And obviously when Jon goes ahead and tells his men about this, they're not very happy. He also tells his Night's Watchmen that there's a lot of wildlings here off in a town north of the walls called Hardhome, where a lot of wildlings are trying to seek refuge here from the threat of the others. The others are growing in numbers, and a lot of wildlings are making their way here towards Hardhome. Jon Snow wants to bring those wildlings from there to Castle Black. And again, this is just really making Jon public enemy number one. It's like, oh, how dare you bring those wildlings over to our castles, Jon. Meanwhile, further south at Winterfell, Roose Bolton, Ramsay Bolton, and Reek, along with Lady Barbary Dustin, arrive at Winterfell in preparation for the upcoming wedding between Ramsay Bolton and Jane Poole, who is currently posing as Arya Stark, is desperately pleading with Theon, Reek, to rescue her. She's always found Theon Greyjoy rather comely, and she really wants him to help her escape this marriage that she's being forced into. However, Theon, utterly broken and kind of still clinging to this Reek persona, tells Jane Poole to only think of herself as Arya and do whatever it takes to please Ramsay. She's distraught, but with no other option and being forced against her will, she goes along with the marriage, and Ramsay officially weds Jane Poole / Arya in a rather cold and joyless ceremony. However, a fair few performers arrive at this Winterfell wedding ceremony, such as this man named Abel, who I feel pretty stupid. Man, there's so many things that I'm not catching on a first read through that I did not know was Mance Rayder. And the 6 female performers that are standing alongside him are his spearwives. But nonetheless, Abel and his 6 female companions just perform for the entertainment and joy of the wedding guests here at Winterfell. While all this is going on, another guest who has showed up for the wedding, Wyman Manderley, who, as we've learned from the earlier Davos chapters, not a fan of these Freys and Boltons, is feasting on some very delicious pies. Is that a Frey eyeball in there? Oh, how did that get in there? Anyway, as all this is going on, a shattered and dejected Reek wanders into the God's Wood, and drowning in despair and self-loathing, convinced that he is nothing more than Ramsay's pet Reek, he kneels before the God's Wood in search of answers. And as he does, what should he hear but someone calling his name? His real name, Theon. And Reek, or Theon in this case, kind of is taken aback and he can't believe it. He's like, what the heck is this? The voice sounded a lot like Bran too. So it's here that kind of a tiny ember of his old self kind of begins stirring up within his heart. But before he has any time to question it, Ramsay summons Reek to his quarters. And as Reek does, he notices that Jane Poole is trembling in the corner. And Reek is like, what the heck is going on? So Ramsay's like, Reek, my fellow pet Reek, this wife of mine doesn't want to do me the pleasure of doing pleasure on me. So I need you to help her make her pleasure me. And Reek is like, well, if you want me to do what I think you want me to do, I'm physically incapable of doing that. I'm a eunuch. You took care of that, if you remember correctly. And Ramsay's like, yes, I remember that. But, well, if you can't use your male member, why not use your tongue? So, depressed and broken, he does Ramsay's bidding, and he performs on Jane's female anatomy in order to, quote-unquote, prepare her for Ramsay, as Ramsay just laughs and laughs and laughs. Meanwhile, further south in Westeros, we return to a couple of other people who we haven't seen since A Feast for Crows. That's right, we return to the Martell family here, as we get into AHOY's perspective here, and listen in on the going-ons of Doran Martell's private meeting here with his family. Fellow Kingsguard member Balon Swan has arrived into Sunspear, bearing the deceased Gregor Clegane's skull as a token of justice between the Lannisters and the Martells, and as he does, a grand Dornish feast is held in honor of Balon Swan's arrival. However, Arianne Martell, Doran Martell's eldest child and daughter, and the Sandsakes are all very skeptical of this skull and of it actually belonging to Gregor Clegane, so they have a private meeting in Doran Martell's Solar where they discuss plans for what they want to do next. Doran reveals that he instructed Myrcella to tell Balon Swan that it was Darkstar who attacked her, which is true, and they are also wanting Myrcella to tell Balon Swan that it was Darkstar who killed the Kingsguard that was protecting Myrcella in A Feast for Crows, that being ASOIAF, which is false. Doran also discloses that he has learned that the Dornish caravan that is set to escort Myrcella, himself, and his youngest son, Trystane Martell, back to King's Landing is set to be ambushed by outlaws. The plan, which was orchestrated by Cersei Lannister, oh, that crazy kooky Cersei Lannister, involves Trystane being killed, with the blame being pinned on Tyrion for this attack, as the outlaws will chant, half man, during the attack. However, Doran Martell has a counterplan to Cersei's initial plan by ordering Nymeria Sand and Tyene Sand to accompany Myrcella instead of Trystane and himself, the intention being to infiltrate King's Landing and also ingratiate themselves with the High Septon for potential political leverage, and also to stop whatever sellswords that Cersei has ordered to attack the Dornish caravan and not kill Trystane. Man, say what you will about George R. R. Martin's gardening, but I sure am a sucker for these Dornish schemes of Doran Martell. Meanwhile, back in Winterfell, a brutal snowstorm engulfs the castle as Jane Poole remains chained and naked to Ramsay Bolton's bed. She's crying, she's depressed, she's sad, and Theon just thinks to himself that there's nothing he can do about it. As this is going on in the common room, Lady Barbary Dustin approaches Reek and asks him to escort her to the crypts of Winterfell because she wants to see something. And in the crypts, Lady Barbary Dustin, in a very interesting passage, one of the most interesting passages from this A Dance with Dragons book that I didn't think I needed until I actually read it, Lady Barbary Dustin kind of unveils a little bit of her past and kind of shares her history with regards to the Starks. She asks Theon if Theon ever wanted to be a Stark, and Reek kind of admits that, yeah, I've always wanted to be a Stark, but I knew that was never possible. And so Barbary Dustin then retorts with like, yes, I too have always wanted to be a Stark. And here she reveals to Reek that she was once betrothed to Brandon Stark, Ned Stark's older brother and heir to Winterfell. However, Rickard Stark, Ned Stark's dad, arranged Brandon's marriage to Catelyn Tully instead of Barbary Dustin in order to strengthen ties between Winterfell and Riverrun. Barbary was then instead set to marry Eddard Stark as kind of like a, well, you know, you can't get your plan A, but here's a plan B. Why not Eddard Stark? However, after Brandon and Rickard were executed by the Mad King during his reign, Eddard instead married Catelyn in Brandon's place, therefore leaving Barbary Dustin to having to marry someone who isn't a Stark. So she ultimately married this gentleman named Lord William Dustin of Barrowtown, and off they went in a happy marriage. Until Lord William died in the Tower of Joy during Ned Stark's siege of that tower during Robert's Rebellion, which Barbary resents Ned Stark for, not only because it caused the death of her husband, but also because Ned Stark made every effort to transport his deceased sister, Lyanna Stark, from the Tower of Joy back to Winterfell. All the while, he just did a quick burial of William Dustin in Dorne and left him there. So Lady Barbary Dustin, she now promises that should she ever retrieve Ned Stark's bones, she will have her dogs feed on his bones. And Theon Greyjoy / Reek is kind of like taken aback by all this. First of all, that she's even disclosing all this information to him, and secondly, that she would want to do so much harm to whatever's left of Ned Stark these days. But anyway, they spend the rest of their time in the crypts. Theon notices that there's a sword missing from one of the statues, a sword that was taken by Bran Stark when he went north of the wall, and they leave the crypts. But not before Barbary Dustin warns Theon to not repeat anything she just said to the Boltons. And Theon Greyjoy obliges.
Man, what a crazy chapter. Again, Barbary Dustin is one of those characters who I didn't think I needed to know more of until this book. I really want to learn more about her, and I hope we do get to in The Winds of Winter. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon and his army are marching east towards Winterfell, and as they're doing so, the snowstorm that is currently engulfing most of Winterfell has also engulfed most of their army. So Stannis Baratheon and his army are currently stranded here at a lowly crofters village that's about 3 days' march from Winterfell. Asha Greyjoy, who is currently a prisoner of Stannis Baratheon, is being imprisoned within this cage, and Stannis Baratheon means to potentially use her for a sacrifice at some point in the future. Supplies are running low, the army is beginning to starve, and harsh conditions are beginning to take a toll on the morale of Stannis' men. Elsewhere in Planetos, Tyrion Lannister, Jorah Mormont, Mokorro, Penny, and the citizens and denizens that are currently embarking on the Selasori Koran are making their way towards Meereen. However, at some point, the Selasori Koran, I guess they weren't looking on Weather Underground, they get caught here in the middle of a Category 5 Valyrian hurricane, and it's all sorts of havoc and nonsense. And so at one point, Mokorro gets thrown overboard, and the mast of the Selasori Koran breaks off, leaving these three and most of the people on board stranded in the middle of the ocean. That is until a ship arrives from the north, and Tyrion at first rethinks that they've been saved, only for Jorah to point out that, no, my friend, that's not a ship that's coming to save us. That's a slaver ship. And Tyrion thinks to himself, oh crap. Back in Meereen, Dany sees that thousands of Astapori refugees camped outside her city are ravaged by the bloody flux, so she orders several of her Meereenese men to cleanse and clean these Astapori refugees. Dany is a kind woman. She doesn't want anyone to be unhealthy. And she also knows that the disease could spread to her people in Meereen if they're not taken care of. So as she also prepares for her upcoming nuptials to Hizdahr Zalorak, Daario Naharis returns to Meereen. Oh boy, Daario is the perfect simp here. And much to Dany's delight, she's like, oh, I'm so delighted to see you. However, Daario's not just here to rekindle an old flame with Dany, but he's also here to inform her that Brown Ben Plum and the Second Sons have officially defected to Yunkai, meaning Brown Ben Plum has betrayed Daenerys. Overcome with frustration and desire, she decides to sleep with Daario despite Brown Ben Plum's betrayal. As this is going on, Yunkish forces camp outside of Meereen's walls and build siege towers in order to hurl rocks at Meereen, and Daario, kind of a little bit of a change of subject, introduces Dany to 3 Dornishmen who have just recently defected from the other side, that being Quentyn Martell, Garrus Drinkwater, and Archibald Ronwood. They then reveal their real identities to Dany as envoys of Dorne Martell, and Quentyn Martell, thinking that there's no better time to propose his proposal to Dany than before Dany's actual marriage to Hizdahr Zalorak, decides to propose to Dany. And Dany just kind of laughs it off, and she's like, okay, well, do you have ships for me? Do you have money? Do you have gold? Do you have men? And Quentyn just looks at her like, And Dany's like, yep, that's right. It's what I thought. And as she's also saying this, she's thinking back on Quaith's cryptic warning about potentially there being a sun's son, and the sun being the Dornish flag, and the son of that son being Quentyn Martell. Dany puts 2 and 2 together and realizes that it was referring to Quentyn Martell. So again, she politely declines Quentyn's offer. Daenerys marries Hizdahr Zalorak, and Quentyn, Archibald Ronwood, and Garrus Drinkwater are left in the dust. Meanwhile, back at Castle Black, Jon Snow is currently teaching the common tongue to a friendly giant called One, a friendly wildling giant, is interrupted when suddenly Queen Selyse, Shireen, Patchface, Axel Florent, and Tycho Nestrosis, a important individual from the Iron Bank of Bravos, arrive at Castle Black. And Tycho delivers a crucial message to Jon Snow, that being that the Iron Throne has stopped repaying its debts to the Iron Bank of Bravos, a foolish move given the bank's notorious reputation for toppling rulers who fail to pay their debts. And seeing an opportunity, the Iron Bank is willing to back Stannis in this war if he appears to be more capable of repaying the Iron Bank. Anyway, Jon decides to take this opportunity to haggle with Tycho and secure a loan for 3 ships in order to allow him to execute his plan of sending these 3 ships from Eastwatch up to Hardhome and rescuing all the wildlings that are currently stuck there from this potential oncoming invasion of the others. Tycho begrudgingly agrees and gives Jon these ships. The next day, a mysterious girl arrives riding furiously to Castle Black riding a dying horse, just as Melisandre foresaw in her flames. However, this individual is not Arya Stark, but rather someone else, Alice Karstark, who is currently fleeing from her father Arnulf Karstark and his friend Cregan Karstark, as Alice Karstark reveals that despite the Karstarks having publicly declared for Stannis, the Karstarks are currently secretly in league with Roose Bolton. So, desperate, Alice pleads with Jon to protect her from her treacherous family, and Jon takes her in whilst writing a letter to Stannis informing him of these would-be traitors. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is here where we enter into uncharted territory with the Dance with Dragons, because from this point forward, we have officially surpassed the events of A Feast for Crows. Holy smokes, what goes on from here on out is unwritten because this is new stuff. So we return to one such A Feast for Crows character POV, that being Arya Stark, who is currently still here in Braavos training at the House of Black and White, and she, like her bastard brother Jon Snow and her other brother Bran Stark, is having visions of herself warging into Nymeria, her direwolf who she released at the beginning of A Game of Thrones, and she continues to experience life through her direwolf's eyes. But when she wakes, she realizes that she is still blind, as she was blinded at the end of A Feast for Crows after having killed Daeron, this Night's Watch defector, despite the fact that she's not supposed to be killing people indiscriminately, as that goes against the teachings of the House of Black and White. So as punishment, she was made blind. So, as she walks blind throughout the House of Black and White in this chapter of The Dance with Dragons, she is consistently, repeatedly being attacked by an acolyte, which forces her to rely on her other senses and defend herself. She decides to warg into a cat and makes a very crucial discovery. The acolyte, who is consistently attacking her, is actually the kindly man, the man who kind of manages things in the House of Black and White. She confronts the man, revealing that she knows it's him who's been attacking her, although she keeps her warging into a cat in order to find this out a secret, of course. But impressed by her growth and cunning, the kindly man restores Arya's sight and gives her her first mission. Arya finally officially partaking in the shenanigans of the House of Black and White, she goes down into a deep underground cellar of this house, where the kindly man shows her just all these rows of faces. These faces of people who have decided to end their lives here at the House of Black and White because they thought life was too much. And one such face is the face of a young, horribly disfigured girl, whose face Arya is going to wear in order to help disguise herself to kill a target. The target of which being an old man who sells insurance to ship captains and merchants but doesn't pay out claims. Anyway, Arya slips a poisoned coin into one of the old man's client's pockets, so when it comes time for the old man to perform his insurance scam, he takes the coin from this client, bites into it, and the poison within the coin immediately goes into his bloodstream and lets his heart give out. So the old man dies, Arya's successful, and the kindly man, satisfied with Arya's successful mission, promotes her to acolyte and gives her a fancy new black and white robe. She is also given this new face to wear to participate in her next mission, and then she is also instructed to see this man named Isabaro, who is to train Arya underneath him as an apprentice. So, what does this all mean? What does Arya's first apprenticeship have in store for her? Well, we'll just have to find out in the Winds of Winter. We then return to another A Feast for Crows exclusive character, that being Jaime Lannister, who is currently having a successful run of things here in the Riverlands, you know, lifting sieges, having character development, all that good stuff. He has just lifted a Bracken siege of Raventree Hall, the ancestral seat of House Blackwood, and makes his way towards Pennytree, that town from the United of the Seven Kingdoms where Arlen Pennytree is from. We get some nice lore about Pennytree town, including, you know, a few hints here and there about the Duncan Egg novellas. However, suddenly out of nowhere, who should show up back into the story but none other than another A Feast for Crows exclusive character who doesn't actually get a POV within this A Dance with Dragons book, Brienne of Tarth, who runs towards Jaime Lannister, pleading with him to come with them, because the story she tells Jaime is that the Hound, Sandor Clegane, has Sansa Stark in his grasp, and he's going to kill her unless Jaime Lannister comes with Brienne into the Riverlands alone. So Jaime, kind of foolishly, kind of stupidly, is like, oh, wow, yes, I will go there all by myself with absolutely no backup, and stupidly runs with Brienne of Tarth. And the implication is that they're returning to this place here where Lady Stoneheart is currently there with Lem Lemoncloak and that whole Brotherhood Without Banners crew, as Lady Stoneheart commanded Brienne of Tarth to bring Jaime back to her for who knows what purpose, a trial by combat, some kind of other messed up trial. It's another one of those things where we, again, have to wait until the winds of winter. Oh, George, you sly little fox. Meanwhile, off in Winterfell, Roose Bolton's hosts remain trapped within the walls of Winterfell, as again, that snowstorm is not letting up whatsoever. And as that's going on, mysterious murders begin to plague the castle. A bunch of people are starting to randomly die. No one knows what's going on. Tensions are flaring, and it's all sorts of chaos here. Roose summons Theon Greyjoy to his quarters, and he asks Theon Greyjoy what the heck he's been doing. He's been spotted just at all these locations where the murders have been taking place, and Theon Greyjoy kind of shows Roose his broken fingers and his broken toes, and Roose is like, yeah, you're kind of in emaciated shape, and you're just a physical mess. There's no way you could have done this. But I'm watching you, Theon. So, left adrift, Theon again wanders back to the Godswood that he's kind of made a little bit of his second home here in Winterfell. And as he does, he's once again drowning in depression and hopelessness, and he keeps hearing Bran's voice calling his name every time he sits by the weirwood tree. And he's like, oh, what the heck is going on? Like, even the weirwood looks like Bran. Like, I am so confused. However, before Theon can process all this, Abel's female companions, aka Mance Rayder's spearwives, approach him and tell Theon that they must come with him to see Abel. So Theon then goes to see Abel, who tells him that they are going to bust out of here with Jane Poole. And Theon is like, that's absolutely poppycock. That's crazy. Like, there's no way we can do that. It's a suicide mission. And Abel says, oh, you'll do it. Or otherwise, I'll kill you right here. And Theon's like, go ahead. I have nothing to live for. It's like, well, yeah, you do. Go ahead and just do this thing, Theon. So Theon begrudgingly just kind of goes along with Abel's spearwives as they go into Ramsay Bolton's quarters and break out Jane Poole. But before their plan can fully unfold, chaos erupts in the Great Hall as Little Walder has been found murdered. Big Walder immediately blames Manderley's men, despite the fact that many fans have theorized that it was Big Walder who killed Little Walder. And when Lord Wyman Manderley insults House Frey and the dead boy, Hostine Frey kind of loses control and slashes Wyman across the chin. It doesn't kill him, but just creates a little bit of a bloodbath here, as several men from both sides are killed. With tensions running high, the spearwives realize that it's now or never, so they go ahead with their plan and dress Jane Poole as one of the spearwives and walk her out of the room unnoticed. However, once they're out from Ramsay's quarters and from the hall, things begin to go awry because they encounter two guards, and the guards engage the spearwives in battle. And as they do, Theon grabs Jane and makes a run for it. They go up to the parapets of Winterfell, and then they realize that, oh shoot, we don't have a rope. The spearwife that had a rope actually just recently got killed by one of the guards. So with nowhere else to turn, and no rope, Theon grabs Jane, and they leap from the battlements of Winterfell into the snow below. Wow. What a fantastic character arc this has been for Theon Greyjoy throughout this entire Dance of Dragons book. Despite the fact that I had reservations about this character back in A Clash of Kings, and I mean, truthfully, that was by design by George R. R. Martin. We weren't supposed to like this character, but the fact that now, by the end of A Dance of Dragons, I sympathize and empathize with this character and really just want the best for Theon Greyjoy and want him to get out of this, I am so elated for him. It is a wonderful character transformation for this character. Theon Greyjoy is honestly the MVP of A Dance of Dragons, and I am so happy for him. So now that he's jumped from Winterfell, he makes a run for it to who knows where. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Planetos, Tyrion, Penny, and Jorah Mormont have officially made it to Meereen. Hooray! Well, kind of hooray. They were on board of a slaver ship. But anyway, as they arrive into Meereen, they're sold into slavery to this man named Yezan Zokagas, and Brown Ben Plum and the Second Sons. They believe they recognize Tyrion Lannister, and Tyrion just kind of tries to stay below grounds, trying to hide within Yezin's camp, making sure that Ben Plum doesn't actually realize who he is, because obviously there's a lot of people who are currently out to kill Tyrion, as Cersei Lannister has placed a bounty over Tyrion Lannister's head. Elsewhere in Meereen, Hizdahr Zalorak, Dany's new husband, hosts a grand feast with the Yunkish lords and sellsword captains to celebrate the signing of a peace agreement and the reopening of the fighting pit. However, despite this, Meereen is still under siege, and the bloody flux, which was brought here by a lot of refugees that are currently staying outside the walls of Meereen, is spreading through both Yunkish and Meereenese forces. During the feast, Brown Ben Plum approaches Daenerys and justifies his betrayal to her, and Daenerys just wants nothing to do with this man and tells him to get out of her sight. Seeking to replace the Second Sons, Dany considers other mercenary groups. However, she sets her sights at the Windblown. Daenerys summons Quentyn Martell, much to Barristan Selmy's delight, as Barristan believes that Quentyn is their best chance at getting back to Westeros. However, instead, Dany brings Quentyn to the Dragon Pit and introduces him to two of her caged dragons, Viserion and Rhaegal. Again, Drogon is off flying elsewhere. And she reminds Quentyn that she, Khaleesi, is a dragon too. And she warns Quentyn that he's not safe here in Meereen, as men like Daario and Hizdahr may see him as a threat. But our old hero's journey, Quentyn refuses to leave. He's determined to fulfill his mission, and pluckily, he'll bring Daenerys back to Dorne so that he can marry her, darn it. Anyway, that night, Daenerys returns to her chambers, and she dreads the reopening of the fighting pits that is to take place the next day. Because despite all her efforts to end slavery, her peace did not free slaves. So the next morning, Dany and Hizdahr make it to Daznak's pit, the pit where there's just all sorts of fighting going on. 20,000 spectators are enjoying jousts, they're enjoying fights, including a entertaining little dwarf joust starring Penny and Tyrion here. However, when Dany realizes that lions will be loosed on them, she refuses to allow it and calls for no lions, which I'm sure Tyrion would be grateful for if he learned that it was Dany who had stopped this lion attack. So some gory fights take place, which of course disgust Dany. However, as she stands up to leave, Strong Belwas, one of her and Barristan's most trusted companions, suddenly falls ill after eating quite a few fried locusts. Dany doesn't know what's going on, and as chaos is erupting in the fighting pits with the fall of this Strong Belwas man, who should happen to reappear but Dany's trusty uncaged dragon, Drogon. Having been drawn to Daznak's pit by the scent of blood and screams, he lands in the pit and begins setting fire to people and animals. The crowd erupts in terror, as many of Hizdahr's men are quickly laid waste as they attempt to tame the beast. That is until Dany jumps down into the pit below, runs in front of Drogon, and in one of the book's coolest set pieces, she whips Drogon with her whip until he finally submits to her and allows Dany to mount him. And as she clambers onto Drogon's back, Drogon beats his powerful wings and takes flight away from the city. Dany is finally flying. Wow. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, guys, if you couldn't tell by my tone of voice, I'm not exactly a big fan of a lot of these SOC storylines. Everything that happens in Meereen, I could not care less about. It's just a barrage of names and people that I don't particularly care about, storylines that are not as immersive. However, wow, did George R. R. Martin build up to quite a fantastic set piece here, because Dany's escape from Daznak's pit is, in my opinion, very well done and one of the key cornerstones of this book. Anyway, elsewhere along the SOCCs, who should we have but the return of another A Feast for Crows character? Oh, dodge the hurricane. Victarion Greyjoy! Woo! Victarion Greyjoy and his Iron Fleet are anchored near the Isle of Cedars up here. Victarion was in A Feast for Crows sent by his brother, supervillain magical final boss Euron Greyjoy, to bring Daenerys back to Euron so that the One-Eyed Man can marry Dany in some scandalous supervillain magical marriage. However, Victarion, wanting to take a stab at his brother Euron, wants none of that and instead desires to take Dany for himself from under Euron's nose. But anyway, Victarion's sea voyage has not gone smoothly and according to plan, as various hurricanes here have scattered Victarion's fleet, and only half of his original ships he sailed from the Shield Islands have regrouped back with him. And even worse still, Victarion's shield hand is rotting from a wound he suffered while taking the Shield Islands way back in A Feast for Crows. But then fate, oh, that rascally devilish fate, conspires with Victarion, because on board one of the ships that regroups with Victarion, who should be on board but a man named Mokorro, who was fished out from the water from one of Victarion's shipmates' ships. And Victarion is like, "Who are you?" And Mokorro was like, "I see it in the flames. You will die unless you let me cure your arm in this magical ritual that I will do on you." And although Victarion's men are suspicious of Mokorro, Victarion trusts Mokorro enough to allow him to heal his arm. And sure enough, after the ritual is done, Victarion's arm is not only healed, but has become blackened, volcano-like, and wreathed in heat and power. Oh, this thing is so cool. Excited by his new arm, and me too, I'd be excited by that new arm too, Victarion immediately has Maester Kerwin killed for his uselessness and takes on Mokorro as his new companion. With Mokorro by his side, and by extension 2 gods, Victarion is able to capture a number of trading ships and grow his naval prowess even more. He also sacrifices 7 Lysini bed slaves in a pyre in commemoration of the Lord of Light. And in return, a favorable wind rises for the Iron Fleet. A favorable wind that will take them to Meereen. Satisfied with himself, Victarion goes down into the cabin of his ship and decides to take a dusky woman, another gift from Euron Greyjoy. And as Victarion is taking this woman and telling her all these deep and dark, dirty secrets about how he's going to stab his brother in the back and take Daenerys for himself, and how he's going to have someone else blow this dragon horn that was also gifted to Victarion from Euron, fans have theorized that Euron Greyjoy, who also potentially has the ability to warg into other objects and people and things, is during these taking situations warging into the Dusky Woman and listening in on all of Victarion's private conversations. Although, let's be real, Victarion is as dumb as a stump, so you don't really need to warg into anybody to really know what this oaf is thinking. But regardless, Victarion tells her everything, and as he does, Victarion, Mokorro, the Dusky Woman, and everyone on board continues their journey off to Meereen. To do what? Guess we'll have to find that out in the Winds of Winter. Oh, George R. R. Martin, you big tease. Closer to Meereen, but still within outside the walls of Meereen, Yezan Zokagas is dying from the bloody flux, and Nurse, Yezan's main slave driver, has already succumbed, poisoned by mushrooms Tyrion collected from Iliar's manse. Ah, those Chekhov's mushrooms. Gotta love them. Seizing the moment, Tyrion, Jorah, and Penny, under the pretext of fetching water, leave Yezan's slave camp. However, they are soon recognized by Brown Ben Plum, the person who earlier in the story wanted to buy Tyrion from the slaver ship that arrived in Meereen. So Brown Ben Plum drags Tyrion into his place of business, and they discuss plans for what happens next. Within Meereen, after Dany took off from Daznak's pit on Drogon's back, we are introduced to a brand new POV perspective, that being that of Barristan Selmy. Barristan within Meereen worries about Daenerys, who has not yet returned from her flight on Drogon's back, and many people within the city of Meereen fear her dead. The Pale Mare is also spreading throughout Meereen and the Yunkish camp, and meanwhile Strong Belwas, who was the one who succumbed to the poison locust during the events at Daznak's pit, remains in critical condition from the poison locusts. Also with Dany gone, Hizdahr Zalorak tightens his grip on power, dismissing Barristan Selmy from his court, and surrounding himself with pit fighters instead of Unsullied. But later that night, Missandei, one of Daenerys' gal pals from way back in A Storm of Swords, reveals to Barristan Selmy that Skahas Mokandak, the Shave Pate, has requested a secret meeting with Barristan. So at sunset, Barristan meets the Shave Pate in the stables, and Skahas drops a bombshell on him, saying that Hizdahr Zolorak is the perfumed Seneschal from Quait's warning. Skahas also reveals that it was the Sons of the Harpy who poisoned the locusts, intending to kill Dany, not Belwas. And if that wasn't enough, Hizdahr is currently at the moment preparing to hand Meereen over to Volantis as well, in order to ensure that Meereen remains open for slavery business for years to come. So later at court, the newly crowned king, Hizdahr Zalorak, is meeting up with a whole host of Yunkish officials as they blah 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 on about everything and nothing at the same time. However, after the processions, Barristan Selmy meets with Quentyn Martell and crew, and advises Quentyn, bro, you gotta leave Meereen. You gotta go back to Dorne. Hizdahr is eventually gonna take notice of you. I mean, he's already taken notice of you. You're not a friend here at Meereen. Get out of here before it's too late. But the plucky young Quentyn goes on and on about how is its mission to make his father proud, and he's here for that Martell-Targaryen alliance, and Doran Martell, his father, will finally get his vengeance against the Lannisters. But Barristan chides him by telling him, bro, get over yourself and your so-called hero's journey. You're taking up some precious page time here. You're not a hero, and Dany will never marry you. With all due respect. Quentyn mulls over Barristan's words for a quick millisecond and considers going home. But he fears more letting his father down and having the Sand Snakes mock him for eternity than he does whatever potential wrath comes his way here in Meereen. Quentyn needs to complete his mission, per Quentyn. So he tells Garrus and Archibald, you guys can leave without me and do what you need to do, but I need to complete my mission. And his loyal companions, Garrus, Drinkwater, and Archibald Euronwood are like, bro, we're not going to leave you alone. Like, we're your pals, we're your friends, we're in this together. Let's do this. So Quentyn with Garrus and Archibald, having seen the dragons in Dany's underground cage, Quentyn schemes to steal a dragon and bring that dragon back to Dorne in order to allow his father Doran Martell to use the dragon for his own purposes. Quentyn reveals that he has some Targaryen blood within him, which he believes should be enough to quell one of the beasts. This in addition to the fact that Dany pretty much blatantly told Quentyn when Quentyn met up with her for the first time that the lack of a Dany-Quentyn marriage need not be the end of his mission, for she knows he's only after fire and blood. And Quentyn thinks on that. In his head, he surmises, that's right, fire and blood. I will make my father proud. But before he can steal a dragon, he does need the help of the Tattered Prince, the prince who he kind of betrayed in order to get closer to Daenerys under the pretext of, actually, no, I'm not working for the Windblown anymore. I'm actually working for you, Daenerys, despite the fact that this was the Tattered Prince's plan all along. So the prince eventually hesitantly agrees to help the Dornishmen, but only on the condition that they pay the prince back with the town of Pentos. A town I didn't know was for sale, but the Tattered Prince seems to think so who am I to say? Back in Castle Black, Alice Karstark, the female who came to Castle Black on a dying horse, weds Sigorn, the Magnar of Then, forging an alliance between the Wildlings and House Karstark. Meanwhile, Jon Snow is reading a letter from Cotter Pike, where Cotter Pike details that he has just left Eastwatch en route to Hardhome, when just then, a horn blows twice, the signal for returning wildlings. Val, the wildling princess, has succeeded in her mission in retrieving Tormund Giantsbane and his 3,000 to 4,000 wildlings from the Haunted Forest back to Castle Black. So Jon Snow then officially meets up with Tormund Giantsbane in a wonderful reunion, as these two have not met eye to eye since the events of Jon Snow's betrayal of the wildlings back in A Storm of Swords. And Jon Snow and Tormund Giantsbane, despite having differences in the past, they get along pretty well in this chapter. They don't see eye to eye completely, but they're good chums. They're like, that betrayal stuff, that's okay. That's water under the bridge or whatever. But anyway, it is here during this meeting with Tormund Giantsbane that Jon Snow agrees to let Tormund and 4,000 wildlings, including mammoths and giants, cross through the wall into Westeros proper. It's a historic moment for the continent, despite Bowen Marsh not being entirely happy about this decision because he had rather die than let wildlings take refuge in several of the empty castles. But you know what? Bowen Marsh can take that toot and shove it straight up his nose for all I care. Afterward, Val accompanies Jon to see Queen Selyse in her quarters, and it is here where he tells the Queen of the successful negotiating tactic between the wildlings and Jon. Selyse is happy, but Jon reminds her that the wildlings will not kneel for anyone, and they are free folk. They are free to do as they please. But it is here in Queen Selyse's quarters where Val finally gets a good first look at Shireen, Princess Shireen, and her half-disfigured kind of grayscaled face. And once they leave Queen Selyse's quarters and talk in private, Val kind of reprimands Jon and tells him, Jon, that queen and you better get rid of that girl if you know what's good for you. And Jon's like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, that grayscale that's on her face, that's been quelled. Like, it's stopped. It's like, no, she's a monster and she will bring death to everyone here, including me and our free folk friends. But Jon's like, well, what are you talking? You're freaking high. That grayscale's contained. We have nothing to worry about. So Val just cedes and runs off.
Shireen being a monster, eh? Maybe some potential Shireen being burned alive foreshadowing. Anyway, the wildlings pass south through the wall. It's a successful crossing, and then Jon Snow receives another letter from Cotter Pike, this time detailing that he has arrived safely at Hardhome. However, Hardhome is currently a bunch of chaos, as there's a bunch of wildlings that are dying. There's dead things on land, dead things in the water. It's massive chaos. They need more help. And he also tells Jon Snow that there are currently slaver ships here on Hardhome taking a bunch of wildlings back to Essos for the purposes of slavery. Oh man, things are pretty bad here at Hardhome. Off in Griffin's Roost, we meet a familiar face in none other than the character we haven't seen in quite a while, Jon Connington. Jon Connington has finally made his way back with the Golden Company to Westeros, and Jon Connington is making his former home, the former home of the Conningtons and Griffin's Roost, his home for the foreseeable future. Well, temporarily foreseeable future. At the castle here, Jon Connington reminisces about his greatest failure, that being the Battle of the Stony Sept, and we get some pretty interesting flashbacks here as Jon Connington kind of details the events that led to essentially the downfall of Jon Connington as a person of nobility here within Westeros. He refused to burn a town down, that town being Stony Sept, where Robert Baratheon was hiding, and because he refused to burn that town down, Robert Baratheon managed to get away, and the rest is history, what with the death of Rhaegar Targaryen. Although it's not explicitly said, it is heavily implied here that Jon Connington had a romantic interest in Rhaegar Targaryen. I don't believe Rhaegar reciprocated his feelings, but Jon Connington definitely had a deep longing of a crush for Rhaegar Targaryen, and it is Rhaegar's death that has motivated Jon Connington to make it this far to Essos to then meet up with Rhaegar's alleged son, Aegon Targaryen, and try to make Aegon's deceased father proud by raising this young boy up to be the king that Rhaegar was destined to be. So while Jon Connington is reminiscing about this, the Golden Company within the walls of Griffin's Roost is also plotting their next move. Jon also takes the time here to secretly treat his growing grayscale that's kind of crawling up along his fingers and into his hand, the palm of his hand. He really cannot allow anyone else to know about this disease because he fears that if people find out of his grayscale, they will immediately abandon ship and go elsewhere. So 4 days after taking the castle, Jon informs Aegon/young Griff that their next move is they will attack Storm's End and take more lands here within southern Westeros, and therefore they'll really get the attention of the people of King's Landing. They'll have nowhere else to turn but turn south and try to do battle with the Golden Company, which, if I haven't made it clear before, the Golden Company are a bunch of badasses, and you really should not take battling against them lightly. Aegon agrees to this, but on the condition that he be the one to lead the attack at Storm's End. And Jon Connington is kind of taken aback by this and is like, oh, when did the boy get so confident? It's almost as if there was a villainous dwarf who kind of played with his confidence and gave him a little bit of an ego. But anyway, the events of them taking Storm's End and what happens afterward will unfortunately have to wait until the Winds of Winter. Meanwhile, further north at the Crofters' village, Asha Greyjoy remains a prisoner of Stannis Baratheon's camp. Stannis' men have been trapped here within the snowstorms at the Crofters' village for the past 19 days. Food is running out, the lake's fish supply is dwindling, and the men have been eating their dying horses. Stannis, meanwhile, has rarely been seen, as he's kind of isolated himself atop of a watchtower, creating a fire of some kind and looking into it, trying to decipher what's to come. The camp is in dire spirits, and it looks as if Stannis might be on the losing end of this upcoming battle. However, suddenly, riders approach the camp. The newcomers immediately reveal themselves to be Tyker Nestris, the envoy from the Iron Bank of Braavos, and he's accompanied by 7 Iron Men he ransomed, including Christopher Botley. However, there's also 2 other individuals there that grab her attention. Someone who's dressed to look like a northern girl, but right next to her, Asha, in shock, sees a decrepit old man, someone who looks vaguely familiar, and then it dawns on her. This individual arrives in front of Asha, looks up at Asha, and he says, "Theon, my name is Theon. You have to know your name." Boom. Character transformation arc complete. Oh my gosh. Again, as I've said before,
Theon truly not only has the best character arc, but the best POV perspective in this book. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in this book, we return back to the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, where we meet up with our very familiar, very amazingly psychotic, but beautifully hilarious queen, Cersei Lannister. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. Previously in A Feast for Crows, she was arrested by the High Sparrow for just doing some not nice things for the realm, you know, trying to get Marjorie killed, sleeping around the Red Keep. Oh, those crazy, hilariously fun Cersei-like things. But anyway, she is currently arrested and being held prisoner here, and as she is helpless and exhausted and her septigowlers will just not allow her 1 hour of uninterrupted sleep, she realizes that she has nowhere to turn. She's got no friends here. Jaime Lannister, whom she sent a raven to in the previous book, has not called upon that letter and has returned to King's Landing because, unbeknownst to Cersei, Jaime Lannister has burned her letter. So knowing that there's really no way out for her, Cersei Lannister decides that it's time to confess to the High Sparrow. So her septigowlers allow her to see the High Sparrow, and in front of him, she admits to having extramarital affairs, you know, sleeping with her cousin Lancel, gross, and Osney Kettleblack, not as gross, but still, you know, kind of gross. And the High Sparrow is like, yes, thank you so much for coming to me with all of your confessions, but I mean to try you for even more things, including a whole host of additional crimes, like having the previous High Septon killed. So the High Sparrow gives Cersei 2 options here. She can either pursue a traditional trial by faith. However, given the evidence that is currently piled up against Cersei Lannister, probably will not go her way, or she can put her fate in the gods and do a trial by combat. But before Cersei Lannister is even allowed to make her choice, she is told that if she wants to leave the Great Sept of Baelor on her own 2 feet, she will have to cleanse her sins by participating in a Walk of Atonement. Essentially what that is that she has to walk naked through the streets of King's Landing as a sort of penance for all the sins she has committed throughout her lifespan. So seeing no other way out of the Sept of Baelor, Cersei agrees to this walk, and sure enough, the very next morning, Cersei's Gowlers, they strip Cersei of all her clothes, they shave her head bald, and then escort her, alongside other members of the faith, including a very pious Lancel Lannister, through the dirty streets of King's Landing, as thousands of common folk gather around the marching route where Cersei's supposed to walk, and they mock her. Some of the common folk look at her in disdain, others throw feces at her. Either way, despite Cersei trying her best to kind of keep her composure throughout this naked walk, she pretty quickly loses that composure, and in one of the most human moments for her character, she begins to cry. The once proud queen is a naked, broken, and ashamed mess, as essentially she's pretty much brought down to earth throughout this walk. As she goes on her walk, the septas that are accompanying her are consistently ringing this bell and chanting shame, 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 as a means to add additional punishment for her sins. And it's a pretty introspective chapter for Cersei here, as throughout her walk we get some pretty interesting callbacks to various moments that happened throughout this series. As Cersei scans the crowd, she sees people who she has wronged in the past, including her father Tywin Lannister, who kind of scowls at her in contempt. She sees someone who looks like Melara Heatherspoon looking at her with accusing eyes for pushing her down the well and killing her when they were kids. She sees Ned Stark glowering at her for what her son Joffrey did to him in a Game of Thrones. And next to him, she also sees Sansa's direwolf lady, whose death lay on the footstep of Cersei. And despite Cersei being a pretty maniacal villain throughout this series, you can't help but feel sorry for her. I mean, this is a lot. This is quite a bit of mockery that's kind of coming her way. And as she's got tears running through her eyes, at one point she thinks she sees someone who looks like her long dead son, Joffrey Lannister. So she runs to this random kid before the Septas kind of bring her back in line and force her to continue her walk. And it's pretty sad. It's a very down to earth moment for this once powerful villain. But anyway, as she gets closer to the castle, she kind of reaches her wit's end and just decides to sprint the rest of the way. At one point, she kind of falls, trips on herself, and sprains her knee, but it doesn't matter. She just wants to get to the castle. She just wants to see her son Tommen and just get this thing over with. So teary-eyed and just destroyed and broken down on the inside, she finally makes it to the castle. and finally demands to see Tommen, her youngest son, so she can hug him and cry with him. However, Kevan refuses to allow the young boy king to see his naked mother because, per Kevan's words, she has shamed them all. But just as all seems lost for Cersei, she is suddenly comforted by a familiar-looking 8-foot-tall giant of a man, someone mountainous, someone who rides. And this giant tall man effortlessly picks up Cersei, holds her in his arms, and as she is confused as to the identity of this new giant man, Qyburn approaches her and tells her that this is their newest Kingsguard member. His name is Robert Strong, and he has sworn a vow of silence until all of Cersei's enemies have been destroyed. And with this information, for the first time in weeks, Cersei laughs and laughs and laughs. She says to herself, "Oh yes." And me as a reader, it immediately dawns on me, oh boy, George R. R. Martin is not done with Cersei yet. There's more to come from this wicked witch. But as to what she'll be up to, unfortunately, I guess we'll just have to find out until the Winds of Winter. Oh, darn you, George R. R. Martin. Back in Meereen, Tyrion, who is currently meeting up with Brown Ben Plum, has agreed to sign a whole bunch of documents in an effort to join the Second Sons. However, several of these documents essentially detail what Tyrion needs to sign away in order to join the Second Sons, including signing away Casterly Rock, which Tyrion doesn't really own, but he signs this document anyway, and a whole bunch of gold that the Lannisters will have to pay the Second Sons at the completion of this upcoming battle. Brown Ben Plum commands Tyrion, Penny, and Jorah Mormont to put on some armor in order to get themselves ready for this upcoming Battle of Fire, and as Tyrion does, he realizes that, Penny, I think we're on the losing side of this war. Dany's got dragons. Those dragons are eventually going to come back and burn us all. We need to find a way to get the Second Sons to switch sides back to Dany. And Penny and Jorah agree. Meanwhile, within the walls of Meereen, Sir Barristan Selmy meets with the Shave Pate, Skahaz Mokandak, to finalize their plan. They're going to seize Hisdar Zalorak, overthrow his rule, and install a council more to their liking in order to govern Meereen until Daenerys' return. Throughout this chapter, Barristan also has quite a few introspective thoughts as well, including thinking back to how he probably should have stopped Rhaegar Targaryen from naming a certain Stark girl the most beautiful dame in all the land. You know, R+L=J hints. But anyway, at nightfall, Barristan dons his armor and enters Hisdar's chambers in an effort to catch him by surprise. So once he does, he demands to know if Hisdar conspired with the Sons of the Harpy and if they attempted to assassinate Daenerys with the poison locusts that eventually made their way towards Strong Belwas. At the same time, Quentyn, with the help of his windblown companions, decide to go forward with their plan to steal Dany's dragons. So Quentyn and crew make their way to the underground pit where Dany had shown Quentyn where she keeps her dragons, and he sees Rhaegal and Viserion there. However, they seem to have escaped their chains, and Quentyn is scared. He's like, "Oh, the dragons are just flying around here in the pit. They're just going all crazy. We gotta let them out. We gotta find a way to capture them and get them out safely so that they can be on our side." And his companions, Garrus and Archibald, are like, "Okay, no, this is too much. Like, Quentyn, there's no way we can tame these dragons." And Quentyn is like, "No, there is a way. Remember, I've got the blood of a Targaryen. I can tame these dragons. I saw how Dany did it at Daznak's pit. She just threw a whip at Drogon and was able to tame him. I can do that too." And his companions are like, "No, Quentyn, don't do it." But poor, brave Quentyn, wanting so desperately to please his father, to please Dorne, to fulfill his hero's journey of this story, and his father's desire for revenge against the Lannisters with fire and blood, takes his whip, and just like he saw Daenerys do in Drogon's pit, he tries to submit the dragons. However, despite all the talk of Quentyn's potential Targaryen lineage, and of his desire to make others proud, the dragons do not care for whatever blood that may be going through Quentyn's veins. And rather than listening to his commands, rather than obeying his whips of his whip, they breathe dragon's fire on him and burn Quentyn Martell right then and there, leaving him dying in his companions' distraught arms. Poor Quentyn. Now, I haven't really made my opinions known on what I think of Quentyn Martell. Truthfully, I actually don't mind him as a character as much as other readers do. However, just like several of these SOC chapters where I think George could have condensed those into a more concise narrative, I do think several of these Quentyn chapters, George could have cut them out and essentially just gotten us to this point where Quentyn releases the dragons, as that is pretty much Quentin's predominant purpose for this story, is releasing Rhaegal and Viserion into the chaotic wild of the Myronese story. But despite that being his singular purpose, it is kind of tragic that his death was brought upon by his father's desire for revenge, thus once again reinforcing George R. R. Martin's mantra: the people who usually wind up dead are those who try to take vengeance in their own hands, or they're related to someone who tries to take vengeance in their own hands. But anyway, back in Hizdar's quarters, Hizdar denies ever plotting against Dany, but Barristan is unconvinced. So Barristan quickly dispatches of Hizdar's pit fighter guard, and just as Barristan and Skahas move in to arrest Hizdar's Olorak for what they believe his role was in trying to assassinate Dany, a cupbearer arrives in panic and informs Barristan and Skahas that Dany's dragons have been loosed on the city. Oh boy, incoming chaotic battle with dragons overhead coming up. Meanwhile, back at Castle Black, Jon Snow plans to have a bunch of his men try to go to Hardhome in order to rescue the wildlings and some of the Night's Watchmen that are currently trapped at Hardhome, until he receives a letter. A letter of the pink variety. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He receives the pink letter. And within this pink letter, an alleged Ramsay Bolton addresses Jon as bastard before going on this long diatribe about how Stannis is dead after a 7-day battle, which is false. Mance Rayder has been captured, which is probably true, and Mance's spearwives have been flayed. Ramsay wants his bride back, he wants Queen Selyse, he wants Shireen, Melisandre, Val's son, a whole host of people. But above all, he wants his reek back. And if Jon does not comply, Ramsay will cut out Jon Snow's heart and eat it. Now, there's lots of theories out there as to who people think actually wrote this letter, which we're not really going to delve into, but I personally believe it's just Ramsay being cranky about Jane and Theon being gone. So he's essentially venting his frustrations to Jon in this letter and wants Jon to show up at Winterfell. But Jon, being incensed after reading this letter, decides to change his mind about going to Hardhome and instead makes an impassioned speech to the wildlings about how they need to retake Winterfell for the good of the realm. We need to show this Ramsay Snow who's boss around here. We need to stand up to him and eat his heart out. And a lot of the wildlings cheer and they go, aye, aye. However, something strange is happening in this auditorium where the wildlings are cheering. None of the Night's Watch are cheering in return. The Night's Watchmen are walking out of the auditorium, and Jon finds that strange. And then he hears a scream outside. Someone is messing with One, this friendly giant who's been hanging around Castle Black. And as Jon makes his way to this giant in order to see what's going on, he turns around and he gets stabbed by one of the Night's Watchmen. You see, in addition to the Night's Watchmen just being fed up with Jon and how chummy he's been with the wildlings this entire book, they're also not fans of Jon interfering with the shenanigans that are going on south of the Wall. The Night's Watch is supposed to stay neutral to all these things, but by Jon deciding to go to Winterfell with an army completely goes against the vows of the Night's Watch. So this, in addition to just general racism, several of the Night's Watchmen line up and just take a stab at Jon in the heart, one by one. Jon, being stabbed 4 consecutive times, falls to the ground. He lies splayed out in the snow, and his blood seeps through. However, just before Jon Snow dies, he utters the word, ghost, and then he passes out. Is Jon dead? Did he warg into ghost? I mean, let's be real, he probably warged into ghost and is probably not dead. And I don't just say that because the show essentially spoiled what happens to Jon, but if you reread this book, there's so many clues as to people warging into animals and people warging into other things in order to escape death that essentially foreshadow Jon warging into ghosts just before he dies. However, what Jon Snow gets up to once he's in Ghost and once he inevitably gets resurrected back into his own body and what happens from there is still kind of a mystery, but up to this point, I'm pretty sure that Jon's not dead and he's just sleeping like a baby. But from the A Song of Ice, we return back to the A Song of Fire. Quentyn Martell, who has been lying in Dany's bed, has finally passed away after 3 agonizing days. With an angry Yunkish mob outside the walls of Meereen demanding Hizdahr Zolorak's release and the deaths of Viserion and Rhaegal, Barristan Selmy meets with his war council in order to try to figure out what to do next. They come to the conclusion that Yunkai will never accept terms of peace. And so to that, Barristan responds by saying, "Fire and blood." After the council meeting, Barristan meets with Garrus Drinkwater and Archibald Ronwood and informs them of Quentyn's death. Garrus blames Daenerys, but Barristan silences him, essentially stating that Quentyn came here on his own for political gain for his father, not love. However, Barristan does offer them a deal. In exchange for freeing them from their prison and getting them on a ship back to Dorne with Quentyn's bones, they must return to the Windblown and talk to the Tattered Prince and offer him up Pentos. But only if the Tattered Prince is able to protect and free hostages during the upcoming battle. They agree, and sure enough, it does look like it's about to be a battle of fire, if you will. All this is coming to a head just as the Yunkish forces are now beginning to catapult not just rocks at the walls of Meereen, but dead corpses as well. Corpses of people who have been taken by the pale mare that is spreading through the Meereenese and Yunkish camps. But where the heck has Daenerys been throughout this entire latter part of the story? She sure has been missing for some key events here in Essos. Why, she's been up here, randomly wandering out throughout the Dothraki Sea with her new pal Drogon. Despite Dany's desire to fly back to Meereen, Drogon has been unconvinced to fly back there and has just kind of been lounging around, just kind of feasting on whatever he could find. So as Dany has been wandering through this Dothraki Sea, just miserable, malnourished, and passing whatever little she's able to eat and drink, she begins to have a number of hallucinations, including visions of Quaithe, her deceased brother Viserys, and most pivotally of all, Jorah Mormont, who, like Mufasa and the Lion King, comes to her in a vision to tell her, "Remember who you are, Daenerys." And Dany, being emboldened by imaginary Jorah's words, she says to herself, "Yes, I am the blood of the dragon. I am the mother of these dragons. My rightful place is in King's Landing, in Westeros. As ruler of Westeros, I am the queen of the Andals. I am the ruler of this world." But before she can convince Drogon to take her back to King's Landing, who should she happen upon but someone familiar, someone we haven't seen since the Game of Thrones. A Dothraki Khalasar of 50 people find and surround Dany and Drogon. A Khalasar led by none other than Khal Drogo's former Cole, Khal Jaqo. And that, comrades, is how A Dance with Dragons comes to an end. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You're unsatisfied? You thought the ending to that book was pretty anticlimactic? That after all that build-up and all that lore and story, we were actually going to get a proper resolution to A Dance with Dragons where we get not just one, but maybe two massive battles to properly finish out this story? Well, that, my friends, is one of the big sticking points about this book. Not only did we only get half of our promised cast of characters for the first 2/3 of this book, but just as the story looks like it's about to hit maximum overdrive with the Battle of Ice between Stannis and the Bolton forces, and the Battle of Fire between Meereen and Yunkai, the book comes to an unexpected and anticlimactic end. Now, George did originally intend to give A Dance with Dragons a proper exclamation point by ending this book on these two big battles, but in typical George R.R. Martin fashion, he thought it was best to garden out some of the other aspects about the story. You know, discussions about Essos lore, sellsword companies, the Shrouded Lord, so much so that George R.R. Martin actually ran into the manuscript page limit for A Dance with Dragons and had to cut out these two big battles and postpone them until the Winds of Winter. Now, I know we still don't have the Winds of Winter, and maybe never will, so it's probably unfair to call a lot of this content unnecessary, but whoa. Although you probably can't tell based on the whatever this length of this video will wind up being, but I actually skimmed through so much of Jon, Dany, and Tyrion's POV chapters just to give you guys only the most necessary information. And even then, there's a lot here that I think could have been cut out and made room for the battles of ice and fire. But not all is lost, because even though the book proper does have a rather disappointing ending, the epilogue definitely does not. At the very end of this book, as it looks like Kevan Lannister, Randall Tarley, and Mace Tyrell are finally setting the realm aright after Cersei's paranoid Queen Regent ruling, who should return to the story but my man Varys here, the Spider, who we haven't seen since the Storm of Swords. Having already killed Grand Maester Pycelle with a crossbow bolt through the heart, goodbye loser, Varys strikes Kevan Lannister in the chest with a crossbow bolt as well. The eunuch regretfully tells Kevan that he must die, not for who he is, as Varys actually respects Kevan, but because Kevan was succeeding too well in restabilizing the realm for Tommen. And Varys can't have that, because Kevan's death will assure that the kingdom gets thrown back into chaos, breaking the fragile alliances holding King's Landing together just in time for the arrival of Aegon Targaryen VI. Kevan is confused, thinking about how, wait a minute, like Aegon died and Maegor's holdfast, this makes no sense. But Varys reassures him that no, Aegon is still very much alive, but you, my friend, will not be for very much longer. So once Varys is finished rambling on with this super interesting monologue, he has his little birds finish the job as they stab Kevan to death, so that he doesn't go spilling Varys and Illyrio's secrets to the realm. And that's how A Dance with Dragons really ends.
Oh my gosh, guys, thank you all so very much for sticking with me throughout this 7.5 hour long summary of the entire A Song of Ice and Fire series. Whew, oh boy. I know it's been a long one, but it's so worth it to go this long because this series is so deep and intricate and beautiful, and I absolutely love it. The A Song of Ice and Fire series is my favorite book series of all time, and George R. R. Martin is my favorite author of all time. And despite the fact that we probably will never see the conclusion to this series, I'm still very much grateful to have read what we have read, and I'm also very much grateful to George R. R. Martin for the world that he's created and also that he exists. He is a wonderful writer, a wonderful man, and if he chooses to continue this journey and tell more tales about the A Song of Ice and Fire series in the world of Westeros, then I would love to see those. But if this is the end of the road, then so be it, and I enjoyed the journey that we've been on. But thank you as well, ladies and gentlemen, for watching this video all the way to the very end. I truly do appreciate each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. My name is The Advocate, and I read books both inside and outside the A Song of Ice and Fire series. So if that personally interests you, then definitely check out some of the other videos that I also have on this channel. Like, comment, and subscribe if you so wish. I'd really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys next time. The Advocate, out.